depot. Let me remind you that the attack on the Enterprise in the SU was carried out. As of the night of October 7th, this terminal was considered the largest in Crimea in terms of volumes of oil products transshipped. They were actively used by the Russians to meet the needs of their trenches.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte will travel to Germany today. There he will meet with German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius and visit the Alliance Command Base. To provide assistance and training for Ukrainian fighters, NATO service also reported that before this, the Rutts will visit Mons, Belgium. The central headquarters of the armed forces of the North Atlantic Bloc is located there. In Europe, he will also meet with Commander Christopher Cavalli.
In Israel, 67 people were injured due to a drone attack carried out by HSB militants. Bali. A drone struck a military base near the town of Benjamin in northern Israel, the Israel Defense Forces said. The strike lasted 4 hours. 1 person was killed and 7 others were seriously wounded. The UN recently reported that Israeli tanks entered the territory of the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. The tanks are said to have left after about 45 minutes. The IDF explained that the vehicles entered the base to evacuate their soldiers, who had left earlier.
North Korea has ordered artillery units near the border with South Korea to be ready to fire, South Korea's UNSCR reported. Hub. The corresponding order was given by the General Staff of the North Korean Army. Early on, North Korean forces were also tasked with preparing comprehensive countermeasures at all levels. Such actions. Pyongyang reacts to possible penetration of South Korean drones into the country.
By 8 p.m. on the 13th, put 8 fully on combat alert. The weapons of artillery brigades in combat formation and complete various measures to ensure operational security. From the order of the General Staff of the DPRK in the public. Publications of Yunhub.
Kurakovsk direction, the enemy is also active in Limanske, Pokrovskoye, Yakupinske. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine reports this evening summary. In the Kharkov direction, clashes continued. In the district of Staritsa, on Orekhovsko, the Russian occupiers tried 3 times to push the unit of the armed forces near Rabotin and Malaya Tokmachka. In other directions, the creature was not lost. The Ukrainian Defense Forces continue to conduct operations in the Kursk region.
Against Ukraine as a whole, starting from February 24, 2022 until today. Over the past 24 hours, Ukrainian defense forces have eliminated 1,260 soldiers. The administration of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, as well as the Ukrainian military, destroyed 4 Russian tanks, 19 armored fighting vehicles, 11 artillery systems. In addition, the Ukrainian Defense Forces shot down 17 drones, destroyed 40 vehicles, special equipment, and fuel tanks.
The Russian army lost 7,500 soldiers. Over the past week, the commander of the ground forces in the SU, Alexander Pavlyuk, reported this on Telegram. The army of the Russian Federation also lost. They captured about 200 combat armored vehicles, over 300 artillery systems, over 500 vehicles, and 8 air defense systems. In addition, the Ukrainian military destroyed an airplane, a helicopter, at least 6 missiles, and 414 operational tactical level drones.
Yevgeny Dicky is in touch with us, ex-platoon commander of Adar Battalion.
The genius, as always, is glad to have you on the air. Hello, Freedom.
Hello, good morning. Glory to Ukraine.
Glory to the heroes. In the context of the losses of the aggressor state in the war against Ukraine, I will also remember the effective attacks of the defense forces. There were enough of them in military warehouses in Ukraine last week, let's say, well, at least for that short period, that short week. Evgeny, how effective are such strikes by the defense forces? Ukraine on Russian military capabilities in the context of the offensive capabilities of the aggressor state.
Of course they influence. This does not mean that it has already been felt at the front. The point is that no one ever takes shells from the large arsenals of Grau directly to the front. There is, let's say, a whole autumn between the Grau arsenals and the Russian occupation units. Subscribe to the channel. The army, that is, it has not yet felt it, but the thing is that these intermediate warehouses need to be replenished from somewhere. And so they are replenished precisely from the large, so to speak, storehouses of the motherland, which are the arsenals. Let me remind you that there were 7 large Grau arsenals in the European part of Russia, 3 of which are no longer there after the successful actions of the defense forces over the past 2 weeks. Further, in addition to the 3 large arsenals of Grau, there were also destroyed, if I do not hear, 3 warehouses, as it were, of the next level after the arsenals of Grau, i.e. the same, well, which are also not yet tactical, but let's say strategic. That is, how much this generally affects in principle we can judge by our own example. If you remember, at one time Russia prepared us for this invasion for a very long time, but we did not believe in it. If you remember, from 1914 to 1922, exactly such large warehouses of the ministry regularly burned down. And those few who said, guys, yes, this is just a Russian game that works, but they were looked at as if they were the city's crazy people. Well, this can't be. Well, then came 22nd year, and it turned out that, yes, it's just... They were simply preparing us for the fact that they would come to us later. And as a result, we ran out of shells somewhere around the end of April, beginning of May 22nd. Without such large warehouses as those that we are now taking out in Russia, it turns out that the warehouses are precisely tactical. Well, they may be enough for a month, well, for 2 months, but not for a month. Well, Russia then was let down by the fact that we suddenly had allies. They did not count on this. We began to receive shells from Europe, and this saved us. Well, exactly the same as in Slovakia. At one time, Russia was saved by Comrade In 1923. But even Comrade In's shells also need to be stored somewhere. And now we have finally shown that what the Russians... They did it with us from 14 to 22, and we refused to accept this reality, but now we accepted it and learned to do it ourselves. And it turns out that any game can be played together, and accordingly. Obviously, the reduction of such large strategic arsenals is not something that will be reflected on the front in a month. But it is something that will be reflected in about 3 months to 6 months, but it will already be reflected. Thank you.
For viewing.
President Zelensky said in the evening address. How do you think the North Korean troops can change the situation at the front?
There are already Koreans at the front. There are no Korean ones yet. The fact is that for now, there are groups of military advisors who service the launchers of ballistic missiles that Korea has handed over. But since the Cold War, there has been a consensus that no one has ever publicly announced, but everyone has observed that the participation of military advisors who serve. Some complex systems of warfare are not considered a direct entry of the country into the war. This happened during the Cold War when both Soviet and American advisors in several dozen different wars all over the planet, but it was believed that neither the USA nor the Union were fighting. But here is a completely different story. This is the emergence of large infantry units, who will directly participate in the battles as cannon fodder. Such participation is everywhere and always considered, in fact, a direct entry of the country into the war. That is, if he appears at the front. It is the Korean soldiers who will attack our positions. This will mean that more than one country is already fighting against us, which officially, well, it doesn't matter whether they announce it or not, but the appearance of the Korean... A soldier will mean that the DPRK has entered the war on the side of the Russian Federation, that there are already at least 2 countries against us. Let me remind you that even Lukashenko managed to dodge this. Belarus has provided Russia with, and that's all, territory, weapons, military equipment, but not a single Belarusian soldier crossed our border. The same goes for Iran. Iranian martyrs are very... They had a very strong influence on the course of this war and became a serious thorn in our side, but at the same time, not a single Iranian soldier set foot on our soil. And now perhaps Korea will become the first country that exactly to enter the war on the side of the Russian Federation in full. Firstly, this means some problems for us, of course, because the Korean cannon fodder can be quite numerous. In peacetime, the DPRK army numbers more than 1,200,000 people, almost 1,300,000. That is, in principle, for Comrade In to supply several girls. 10 to thousands of soldiers, which for Putin now to find several tens of thousands of soldiers is a big problem. But for Ina to put them in place is generally such working moments, as they say, plus it is cannon fodder. I would underestimate the quality. They are trained according to the regulations of the 40s. Nothing has changed there since the time of Comrade Stalin in Korea. But our war is generally in the style of the Second World War. But then, this is not a cannon fodder producer who can live on a bowl of rice for a day, absolutely real. And most importantly, who is used to obeying any orders absolutely without question. That they are brainwashed, and because they know perfectly well what will happen to their families if they are ordered by chance. Therefore, Korean meat can be a real problem. But at the same time, I think we need to see more broadly here. The entry of the Koreans into the war in general changes the whole character of this war, and shows our Western allies that their whole policy is not about escalation. That all the efforts that our Western allies made to ensure that this war remained here in the region and did not escalate into a global war, that all of this did not achieve anything, and on the contrary, only helped Putin. Korea's entry generally changes the format of this war in a global context, and most likely the response to this will also be a completely different position of our allies, if they appear at the front. Comrade In's fighters, I would say that with their tarpaulin boots, they will erase the last red lines that are in the heads of Biden, Schultz, and others, and the West will have to make some serious decisions. Finally, untie our hands, add to us what we lack, allow any blows, well, because I think that perhaps this is what is holding back the emergence of Korea. Soldiers at the front, because most likely the Kremlin is also afraid of this. That is, they, I think, are weighing what will be more useful for them. The benefits of even tens of thousands of cannon, weight or still international consequences when the West can, as they say, freak out and take a completely different attitude towards helping us.
Evgeny, just know, along with the news, that on the part of the South Korean UNHAP, which is the DPRK, with a discount to the General Staff DPRK, there was information that artillery units are being prepared on the border with South Korea. And how, in your opinion, this kind of possible reaction of the West, which you are talking about, will affect at the strategic level a possible other point of escalation between autocracies and democracies, between the West and this axis of evil, right? How do you see it?
Well, for us, God forbid that a war between the two Koreas breaks out now. More precisely, let's not have a war between the two Koreas, but an attack by Communist Korea on Democratic Korea. For us, this is extremely undesirable. On the one hand, of course, if a war starts there, Comrade In's soldiers will all be involved. Clonette, no one will send them here. But on the other hand, we understand perfectly well, we have already seen, for example, Israel, who is still the first priority for our allies. And if God forbid now, if a war breaks out in the Pacific theater of military operations, particularly in Korea, it is clear that the priority recipient of American aid will be South Korea, as a long-standing ally since in the 40s continuously, with whom, in contrast to us, strict legal obligations to help in the event of aggression are signed. Actually, there are American bases on the territory of the Korean People's Republic. This will already be a war in which the states will be involved at a completely different level, and accordingly we will be faced with the fact that we will again fall out of priorities and stand in line for help. For us, of course, it is extremely undesirable for a war to start there, but frankly speaking, I don't think it will start there right now. Comrade John has puffed out his cheeks and flexed his muscles more than once. Only demonstrations like these near the border, and at one time there were even demonstrative shellings of deserted islands, deserted but belonging to South Korea. By the way, we were just using them to figure out what kind of the quality of the North Korean artillery, let's say, pleased us. Therefore, I think that for now we are talking about another puffing up of the cheeks, another increase in the stakes, but You never know when that edge will be passed.
And this week alone, the Russians used about 900 guided air bombs, more than 40 missiles, and 400 attack drones against Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky said this and called on partners to strengthen Ukrainian air defense to neutralize such Russian attacks.
The ability to provide the required quantity and quality of air defense systems, to make a decision for our sufficient range to ensure timely delivery of defense assistance to our soldiers. We must not waste time. We need to give the necessary signal of determination. We are working as hard as we can to give Ukraine the opportunity to fully respond to Russian terror. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
In Telegram.
At the same time, we believe that a significant buildup of enemy forces in this area is unlikely. The Zaporizhzhia direction remains one of the most dangerous, the spokesman for the defense forces of southern Ukraine stated. Vladislav Voloshin. Most of the shelling on the front falls on this area. Our colleague Larisa Petruk will explain the detailed situations.
The Russian army uses 10 tanks a day to attack Ukrainian positions in the Zaporizhzhia direction. The enemy, as reported by the defense forces of southern Ukraine, is preparing for active actions from the village of Priyutnoye Zaporizhzhia, so in the direction of the village of Velika Novosyolka Donetsk region.
Currently, assault groups are being formed from Russian units and formations that are operating in this direction. In addition, such units are being created that will conduct fortifications. That is, an assault group consisting of small infantry groups of 5 to 10 people will carry out assaults, and then fortification groups will follow them, which will hold off the invaders. Volodislav Voloshin, Speaker of the Defense Forces of the South, on the air of the Edeni Novini Marathon.
According to military experts, the enemy may try to attack in the area of the so-called Rabotinsky, the bridgehead, a section that Ukrainian troops were able to deoccupy during the counter-offensive. At the same time, there is no talk yet about the possibility of the front line approaching the regional center of Zaporizhzhia. It won't go away, experts are sure.
The Zaporozhye direction has some signs of attempts to revive Russian offensive operations in the eastern part of the sector. There, Russian troops reportedly occupied the village of Kamyanskoye on the main Zaporizhzhia-Melitopol road. The area has remained relatively static for more than a year, but it remains to be seen whether Russian troops can maintain further offensive operations in this area. The Ministry of Defense of the United Kingdom in the social network X.
The Zaporozhian direction remains a difficult part of the front for the Russian army. One of the main problems: supplies, which complicate the so-called 500-kilometer-long logistics leg from Taman or Rostov. Despite the fact that the occupiers recently managed to restore rail service on the section, Volnovakha, Melitopol, the situation has not changed.
Just then, we controlled the Olovasky district, the iron road that passes there, then to Mariupol. And they turn along the coast of the Zhytomyr Sea in the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions. And then they turn to Crimea. It is very useful for logistics. Now, basically, the possibilities are high.
The plans of the Russian army on the front in Ukraine and the operation in the Kursk region are being disrupted. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine, Alexander Syrsky, the Russians were forced to transfer additional forces from the Zaporizhzhia, Kherson and Kramatorsk directions to Kursk near 50,000 units of personnel.
A decision that affects the course of history. In a truce, and no one believes in Russia for a long time.
The struggle between dictatorship and freedom is endless.
Mistakes that the whole world is watching. But in reality, why do they do it? To maintain their own imperial position of greatness.
Putin is perceived in the world as a sane sociopath. Detailed assessments. Analysis of the events of the week. Ukraine is now one way or another behind almost every news item. What happened because of what, and what will it lead to in the end? See for yourself. Every Monday at 10 Kyiv time on the Freedom TV channel.
Ukrainian Ombudsman Dmytro Lubinets called on the United Nations Organization of International Unions. The Russian Committee of the Red Cross is investigating the story of the shooting of 9 Ukrainian soldiers captured by Russian troops in the Kursk region. According to the information of the Ukrainian OSINT project, This happened in the area of the village of Zelenie Shliak.
Information about the possible execution of 9 Ukrainian prisoners of war by Russians in the Kursk region is again being spread on social networks. Such actions are a gross violation of the Geneva Convention on the Conversion of their spelen. These actors must not go unpunished, and the enemy must bear full responsibility. Russia is a country of terrorists. Dmytro Lubinets, authorized by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on Human Rights, in Telegram.
The international community called on Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiga to take immediate action, in particular to issue warrants of the International Criminal Court for the arrest of Russian criminals, increase sanctions pressure, demand access for international observers and doctors to places where Ukrainian prisoners of war are being held, and facilitate their release.
Russia's cruel treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war is absolute barbarity, a gross violation of international humanitarian law and the laws and customs of war. Executions occur throughout the year. More often, according to UN data, 95% of prisoners of war are subjected to torture and are denied basic needs. Andriy Sybiga, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, on social media.
Ukrainian law enforcement officers have launched an investigation into the possible shooting of Ukrainian soldiers in the Kursk region. This was stated by the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Andriy Kostin. He noted that the case was classified as a violation of the laws and customs of war.
Good morning. Measures of the international community. In your opinion, what measures should these be in response, comparable measures in response to such actions of Russian terrorists? I don't know. There is a whole... The answer to these questions can be invented.
And discover all the chain that confirmed these events. Unfortunately, such cases are becoming more and more, as our representatives say, and even representatives of the United Organization. More than 60 prisoners of war have already been shot. This is only the official data. And here we must consider especially, for example, the cases when in September there was a murder of one of the Russian military personnel who witnessed the shooting and who talks about what? This is not their personal decision, but simply orders that appear. Accordingly, it is necessary to apply measures of influence. Yeah, to all the people who gave these orders. I'm not even talking about military personnel, but specifically those Russians who gave them. And after that, international warrants are issued. That is, these people are trying to be found, detained, and transferred to an international court. Unfortunately, there are very few examples of prosecution. Here we can recall the Serbian. Casey, there are a number of other events that are happening, but this needs to be a trial for the international community to see that any violation of international legislation, any human laws, so to speak, will be supported and people will be punished.
It is worth noting that there is no statute of limitations for such crimes, am I right? And so, after such an appeal to these authorities, what happens next? It is recorded. That is, I want to understand, what do these appeals influence? You noted, yes, that in principle there are few such convictions in history, but we see the mass nature of such military crimes. I would like to understand how all this happens next. Perhaps in the case of Ukraine, there will finally be more such trials and, of course, punishments.
Of course, there are some like that, unfortunately. The answer to this is that due to the fact that such cases have taken place, the international society is paying more and more attention to it, but unfortunately, this mechanism of international separation is quite complex. And unfortunately, he will start to act most actively already after the war, with the fact that then both we and the international community will get access, well, first to documents, almost saying that documents are burned, destroyed, there is a lot left. And secondly, we will bite, the most striking example of punishment for violating international laws. These are the Nuremberg trials, which are shown there, although they were there later and with the cause of the civilian population and the military. Children who foresee, but here it is clear what is happening, and so it will be. On the part of Ukraine, there are already commissions that investigate these facts. Basically, their goals are aimed at fixing. Sanction in these cases, after all, what is it? This is the appearance of some videos on social networks so far. Therefore, this video needs to be analyzed. Is it let's stop the video. No, identify the people who unfortunately died, and also, if possible, determine who committed this crime directly, physically. After that, throughout the chain, to further develop the investigation, that is, Ukraine is currently mainly recording these actions that exist and then transferring them to international. The commission, the investigator, can tell who will deal with it, and with them, I emphasize once again, further investigation is already being conducted with them. Unfortunately, expect a fast one. We cannot make a decision. The only thing that is possible is some political statements and continued pressure on Russia, and not only on Russia, but also on their allies, which exist. But unfortunately, we see what is happening in Iran, where without any trial at all, and the investigation itself shoots not prisoners of war, but civilians. In China, where the death penalty is not prohibited, North Korea, where, well, even there it is difficult to say about some laws or customs or human relations that exist. But all the same, this pressure will increase. And here, I believe, some economic things that are not directly connected, but in this case, this is one of the levers to end the war and the possibilities for a normal investigation of these events that will happen. But as you rightly said, there is no statute of limitations. Ukraine will never forget this, and all those responsible will be punished. But unfortunately, this will only happen after victory.
Analysts from the American Institute for the Study of War say that Russian commanders are likely openly encouraging or directly ordering the execution of Ukrainian prisoners of war. In the Institute, also pointed out that in Russian propaganda publications began to encourage more often to slander about the executions of Ukrainian soldiers, strengthening the norm of justifying war crimes. This advertising of materials about the executions of Ukrainian soldiers, how do you see it? What is the purpose of this open advertising in many Russian publications?
In my opinion, a number of goals have already been achieved. The first of the main goals is dehumanization. That is to show what is there and to provoke a response. Our Ukrainian military are also people. Their brothers in arms are dying, their relatives are dying. People who exist are simply dying, and not everyone's nerves can stand it. And that's why Russia is specifically to do it in order to show the same thing. Look at those fighting on the Ukrainian side. They are killing prisoners of war. That is to create a kind of wall. And the second thing is This is a variant of the impossibility of conducting direct negotiations which exist because it is very difficult to negotiate with a maniac, in the literal sense of the word, who kills. People and you will talk to him. It is impossible. Besides, you know, there is such a slang. You can say, smear everyone. That is for now everything Russian. The community should show that this is what it is, that you are all guilty of this, and therefore it may not even be nice to say so, but the consolidation of the Russian community by showing such executions that are happening. After all, the appearance of this information on social networks, you understand that this cannot happen without higher orders. Russia has already shown how it can very easily suppress the appearance of any information in social networks, especially since this happens on Vkontakte Odnoklasniki, that is on networks that it is completely controlled by the FSB and other special services of Russia. Therefore, here we can even say that this does not happen at the grassroots level. The commanders who are on the battlefield, which is happening, and this is happening above those standing, so to speak, commanders, and it is quite possible that these are special operations. This is a special operation of the FSB, which is aimed at both Russian society and European, American, Ukrainian society, in order to show that this war is merciless. Stop fighting, stay safe, and then, as they say, these actions will stop. So, unfortunately, it will continue, and you can see that. It is happening on an increasing scale. As you said, in September, there were 2 known cases, now only in October, and they are becoming more and more widespread. To conduct a targeted person so that, firstly, Ukrainian society, we really have explosions happening. Imagine relatives see this situation that is happening. And for the international community, for Russia. And the last thing we would like to return to is Russia's task of showing that international law does not apply. That is, not only is there an attack, an armed conflict that is a violation, the agreements that existed, but even the Geneva Conventions, the Geneva Appeals, it also does not work. The task is simply to undermine and destroy international legislation. And in this anarchy that exists, to directly act further.
The execution of 93 Ukrainian prisoners of war on the battlefield since the start of the full-scale invasion has been documented, said Yuri Belou, head of the Ukrainian Department for Combating Crimes in Armed Conflict. He reported that 80% of registered cases occurred in 2024. That is, we see that there is an increase. We remember what a recorded fact was. Matievsky's extreme war captivity, you remember, after he said the words to Ukraine, he was brutally shot. And I don't understand like this
Psychology, why they...
Thanks for watching. These are such orders. Firstly, secondly, their prisoners of war are also in Ukrainian captivity. They may be shot before being handed over, possibly.
That's not how it's done, right?
They do not belong to the military as such.
But they simply understand that this can happen. Or do you think, as we can see, the Russian military is now complaining about what?
Olivier is not given. Such is their mourning.
But we understand how long a Russian soldier can refuse to perform.
Does he not understand this at all?
In that they can be shot, so do not give up. That is, this is the example that they show in their activities. And regarding the execution of orders, well, I would show these storms, the latest ones that happened. If before there were motorcycles using buggies, now there are generally cars, trucks without protection through a minefield. In a car in which there are dozens of people, it is clear that they will be destroyed. Or these famous appeals of the leaders of unmanned aircraft, which were sent literally the same thing so that they would die. And they died and went. I don't know, that is something very serious is happening to the psyche in Russian society when people stop or already assess the situation realistically and are ready not only to kill, but also to kill. And unfortunately, they are being prepared for this since childhood. I would like to give an example at the beginning. Even before the beginning of the Russian-Ukrainian war, for example, Yarolash, an issue of Yarolash appeared. On the one hand, a humorous issue, but there was a very interesting plot when the children met. They meet, modern children meet a boy from the past who was during the Second World War, and he tells, although there is no logic, that he worked at the factory and was a spy. And in the end they talk, and in the end they killed me. And children ask, is it not scary to die? And what he answers is not the main thing. The main thing is that we killed. That is the preparation now. Children understand that self-sacrifice is a completely normal means. And this is precisely how democracy differs from totalitarianism, that people act together. A democratic citizen is there for the state to act. And in totalitarianism, they are ready to serve. And they forget everything. Remember Orwell 1984. Everything is turned upside down. Everything is here and they are ready for it. Unfortunately, what is happening now in the occupied territories when they zombify Ukrainian children, indoctrinate them with their reality, which is, and they cook from them, well, to put it boldly, Yamichar, that's why it happens. And what the military shows, how things happen there again. They don't believe it at all. Why? Because they see their own reality, which is happening to them. And that's why these situations are quite complicated. Remember a number of reports when even parents do not trust their children who talk to them on the phone. Therefore, the sick Russian patronymic, which will have to be treated in the literal sense of the word in order to move on.
The Russian occupiers have the opportunity to surrender. I want to remind you of this once again. Replenishment of this fund means more Ukrainians who return home. There are several programs. First, I want to live directly for Russian military personnel who want to survive, so to speak, and I also want to find. This is an information resource for families. Russian military, this is all information from the coordination headquarters on issues of handling prisoners of war of the main intelligence directorate of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Oleg, thank you for participating in our broadcast. Kobu is with us, expert analyst of the Almenda Center for Civic Education. Short break, after which we will return to the air of freedom.
Russian folktales. Don't you have something to eat?
Oh, good man. I myself am looking for someone to eat. Nothing.
When there is nothing else, you can fight.
Porridge from an axe. I wish you every success.
You can't really cook porridge with an axe. Freedom. Stop believing in fairy tales.
The new U.S. missile defense base that will open in Poland will be able to shoot down Russian missiles, according to Polish Foreign Minister Radoslaw Sikorski. He noted that this is a speech about the missiles flying in the direction of his country. Meanwhile, in Belgium, military barracks were put on high alert due to possible sabotage. The detail is not about that. Kristina Dombrovskaya will tell us how NATO countries are strengthening their defenses due to a possible Russian threat.
In 2016, Poland officially began construction of the facility. The American Aegis Eshore missile defense system in Rydzikov, it is located 165 kilometers from the border with the Kaliningrad region, has a radar station and 3 Wasamdiosa and Mk-41 launchers, each of which is equipped with 8 containers for interceptor missiles. According to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, Radoslaw Sikorski, the object is a concept. Which has undergone changes in the wake of Russia's war against Ukraine. will be ceremonially opened in the coming weeks.
Now there are 10,000 American soldiers in Poland and a Western air defense system in Poland, and that's all to save Putin. In the coming weeks, for example, we will actually open an anti-missile shield base in Rydzikov. This is the base we are talking about. We have already reached an agreement with the United States. I have agreed that these missiles will be able to shoot down Russian missiles flying towards Poland and not only Iranian missiles flying towards the United States.
After the official opening of the base in the north, Poland will already have 2 missile defense facilities in Europe. The first is located near the town of Diveselu in Romania. This base was put into operation back in 2016. As NATO knows, anti-missile defense systems are exclusively defensive in nature and are a more important element of NATO's collective defense, claimed the then head of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg.
Ballistic missiles were widely used in wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. As a defensive alliance, we cannot ignore this threat. Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO in 2014-2024.
The Russian General Staff announced earlier that the Mk-41 installations deployed at anti-missile defense bases in Romania and Poland can be used not only in defense,
and for launching medium-range cruise missiles Tomahawk. However, it was Russian targets that regularly flew into Polish airspace after the start of a full-scale invasion. Russia to Ukraine. Military aircraft from Poland and NATO allies were scrambled to ensure the country's security amid Russian missile strikes on Ukraine. Thus, a Russian missile. The X-55, as reported by the Polish radio station RMF-FM, flew tens of kilometers over Polish territory during yet another massive shelling of Ukraine and fell 16 kilometers away.
In the early morning, intensive activity by Russian long-range aviation has been observed involving strikes on targets located, among other things, in the Western Territory. All necessary procedures to ensure the safety of Polish airspace have been activated. The operational command of the armed forces is constantly monitoring the situation. Ding.
Meanwhile, Belgium has tightened security measures at military barracks. According to the Brussels Times, the decision may be linked to attacks by pro-Russian armies. Done on Belgian websites in recent days. Due to possible sabotage against underwater infrastructure, Germany is deploying elite special forces to guard the Baltic and North Seas, reports the German. Natominiti from the Times suspected Russia of mining underwater infrastructure in the North Sea. Suspicions are based on data from key management companies. Christina Dombrowska for Freedom TV channel.
Pechenikov University, Dennis, hello. Hello. Glad to be on the air, Frid.
Hello, good morning.
In your opinion, how real is the threat? Is Russian aggression possible on the territory of countries? NATO, including Poland.
And throughout the territory of Ukraine. This is on the eve of Ramstein, the scale of which is being discussed. Some options for applying our peaceful scenario are possible. Our plans for peace victory. Accordingly, the countries of the North Atlantic Alliance are strengthening their own infrastructure. First of all, this is air defense. American-made missiles in Poland and Romania that have the potential to shoot down corresponding missiles or drones. Not only on the territory of NATO countries, but also on the territory of Ukraine. This does not mean that they will immediately use this opportunity, which is what we would like, so that they cover the sky, at least in the border areas. But the very fact of strengthening such a technical capability is in itself a response from the Russian Federation. That is, now there is talk that NATO countries could shoot down Russian missiles or drones on the territory of Ukraine. The very possibility of such a scenario is increasing, and it is certain. Music is playing. A political decision is enough to partially close the skies over the territory of Ukraine. Technical possibilities for this are increasing.
And this is already obvious.
The seed of U.S. potential. And what do you think the reaction might be now? What has changed perhaps since then? Well, how to evaluate the lack of even a reaction?
Well, for now, they are still waiting because they are watching to what extent these systems will shoot down Russian aircraft. That is what is happening, so to speak. Obviously, all this is connected with contacts in the run-up to the American elections, the possible application of the peace plan. That is, these are such jabs regarding, unfortunately, everything as usual is at our expense, but nevertheless, this of course has no direct relation to nuclear potential. These are purely defensive systems. At one time, Kotori were created, say, on the territory of Poland in order to block possible Iranian missiles flying over Europe, but at the same time, of course, they can easily. It is used against missiles flying from the territory of the Russian Federation, especially Iskander from the Kaliningrad region, which is a kind of enclave within NATO and EU countries. The former Königsberg, from where the technical possibilities for Russians are essentially large in rural geography. Additional capacities force. As the Russians believe, to strengthen their own air defense, to increase their own armament, a possible presence on the territory of Belarus can be such a hybrid answer. All this is an escalation, but for Ukraine, the most important thing is that the more NATO strengthens on the eastern flank, the more objectively this will have an effect. Support from the armed forces of Ukraine, so that in the event of any emergency situations, there would simply be the technical possibility to strengthen, and the direct inclusion of NATO countries in the war.
Of the Atlantic Alliance, it is probably worth talking first of all about the Baltic countries. They are the ones most often mentioned by Russian propagandists as a target, so that in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, they were afraid of stink. At least that's the effect they want in the studio of, say, Solovyov and other Skobeyevs. Is the risk real at the moment, or are these messages for intimidation? Not only the risk of a real offensive, real strikes, full-scale aggression, which we will see unfortunately in Ukraine.
Such constructive structures as NATO are many. Challenging defense systems of the NATO countries linked to the USA, intra-European, transatlantic. That is why the countries strive for Severtal. Alianska Kukrina, because it is real, unrealistic, but they must foresee all scenarios because, in fact, the Baltic countries and Poland are really afraid, unlike, say, from Italy or Portugal, which of course did not see Russian and Soviet tanks in sight, but the Baltic countries understand this perfectly. Moreover, I can express the hope that what if Estonia and Latvia were not members of NATO and the EU, then most of all they would become victims of Russian aggression and not Ukraine, or even it could happen simultaneously. An alliance for aggression, it is multi-level. To assume that in the case of, say, aggression against Estonia, strategic the presence of American, Canadian, British units, albeit few in number, but they are in the Baltic countries, in Poland, in Romania, even more American soldiers. This is already a deterrent for the Russians because, say, if they enter Estonia, they will have to shoot at British and American soldiers. This is already a deterrent. So that the Russians think 20 more times whether it is worth getting involved in such adventures, and NATO countries should be ready for this. At the same time, they are working out all possible options, updating. During the Cold War, it was common practice for units of American soldiers to be constantly alerted throughout Europe. In Western Europe, there were more than twice that number of 1 million at one stage of the Cold War. Yes, of course, this increases some risks, but an escalation of risks. The deterrent factor enters a certain phase which ultimately stops and leads to peace. Unfortunately, with the parties of the aggressor, no other behavior will come out. Impossible. If NATO were not now arranging these air defense deployments, it would not contribute to the pacification of the aggressor, as some still lament, but on the contrary, it would inflame and increase appetites, first of all, for the territory of Ukraine, and then the whole of Eastern Europe remembers the invasion of Soviet troops, threats from Russia, and so on. That is, of course, they are well aware of the possibilities and unpredictability of behavior. Authoritarian regime. Yes, in Russia, for which, as we have said here more than once, for such regimes, both the Russian Federation and Iran, North Korea, the most important thing is self-preservation. And for this, they can resort to, it would seem, irrational, reckless, reasonable steps, as I will say, full-scale aggression against Ukraine, much more than a senseless step, even from the point of view of logic. Soviet Union, the logic of the Russian Empire. I believe that such a thing would never be done against a country that you call brotherly. You can't think of something stupid. That is why NATO countries are preparing for any scenario. They only strengthen their positions, and objectively ours as well, because at any moment they can give the command to at least close or shoot down missiles and drones, at least on the territory of Western Ukraine. Or at the Danube, Odessa too. That is, I emphasize once again, strengthening the very fact of such a technical possibility is already a factor of pressure on the aggressor.
Here, by the way, regarding the factor of pressure on the aggressor, perhaps it will be perceived that way. Here is your assessment, interestingly, as Bild writes at the conference dedicated to it. Saving the Baltic states, we will attack St. Petersburg. Such a phrase sounded because Poland and the Baltic countries predicted a response to the loss. This was stated by the Lithuanian president's national security advisor, Kęstutis Budrys. He warned that the likelihood of such a scenario will increase in the next year. Growth if Belarus becomes a full part of the so-called Union state. This warning, to what extent does it also influence possible decisions within Russia? So,
part of the escalation containment is the famous arms race, which at one time the Soviet Union did not win, and this became one of the factors causing the loss of the USSR and the emergence of an independent Ukrainian state, that the technological USSR was undermined by the mid-80s, competing with the first stage. American and European military technologies. The same here. Let me remind you that Finland's entry into NATO alone gave the joint Russian-NATO border 1,500 kilometers. That changed all politics. Russia, in relation to the Baltic region, was coddled in Finland, which is right next to St. Petersburg. To Vyborg there, in my opinion, 50 kilometers, and to the border and not far. How many Brezhnevians were nursed there in their time, and Stalin fought with Finland, was friends with Finland before that, was part of the Russian Empire, then it was not. And here I am sure they are all turning over in their graves when they saw that Putin destroyed everything, received a border with NATO, mediocre near his hometown, and of course when the Federation will begin to strengthen, say, air defense around St. Petersburg, will begin to technologically strengthen its group. In the Baltic Sea, they will try to do something, despite the fact that they are running out of their resources with the most primitive technologies in Ukraine, and here they need to use some high-tech means are certainly worse than any sanctions, in fact, because it is essential strengthen air defense, even if only as part of a response. The Finnish-Russian border is practically empty because all subdivisions on the Ukrainian front are the main ones. And if they start to respond to this, then here is a new round of the arms race. And for the Russian Federation, this could be a significant factor. I hope this understands that it's a long game. The Soviet Union failed to launch an arms race, but what about the Russian Federation?
We literally have 30 seconds in short. In political terms, Russia can, let's say, influence those countries that we talked about today, NATO countries, thus changing their attitude towards itself and this aspect of security. 20 seconds.
Romania, Estonia, they themselves are asking the United States to strengthen its military presence in their region, and not that the United States itself is interfering there. That is, every time it happens the other way around, what is needed, convince the Congress and the Senate, finance, convince presidents, and so on. That is, of course, they are afraid of the Russian Federation. Estonia is right on the border, but this strengthens the pro-Russian. On the contrary, it strengthens anti-Russian sentiments in these countries.
The favorite activity of Russians in the Kremlin elite is to dance on a rake and get one place, so to speak. Thank you.
Dennis.
Dennis, thank you very much. We are always glad to see you on Freedom. Dennis Kuzmin, let me remind you, was in touch with us then on Freedom and on other Ukrainian airs. Groups, media groups, minute of silence in memory of all those who died as a result of full-scale aggression by Russia.
Ukraine is not a small country. It needs to be reduced, which thank God we are doing.
In this war, their main weapon is lies.
Don't you see that you are being fooled? They are taking body parts from the wounded in Ukraine in order to sell them later.
The lowest methods are used here. Respondentism is Satanism. Now Ukraine is not enough for them, and they want to go further.
There will be no hesitation in using nuclear weapons. Kazakhs, look at Ukraine.
And you can still... Before Washington is there, where will this path lead them? Now in the summons, anticipatory retaliation.
The culprits of the war, today at 18:00. 30 dozen Kyiv time on Freedom TV channel.
Nine in the morning Kyiv time. Thank you for starting this day with the Freedom TV channel. Natalia Sopi, Denis Pakilo in this studio. We inform you about the most important things. Then let's start with operational information. A Tu-134 military transport aircraft was destroyed in Russia. It happened on the night of October 13th at the Orenburg II military airfield. Sound in the main intelligence department of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. The plane belonged to the 117th Military Transport Aviation Regiment of the Russian Armed Forces. Usually here 134.
are very high, said Vadim Miznik, spokesman for the operational tactical group of troops of the Ukrainian armed forces in Seversk. So how many forces has the aggressor country gathered in the Kursk region? Will it have enough reserves to carry out a counteroffensive? Our colleagues sorted it out.
The Ukrainian Defense Forces tried to squeeze out the weapons they had from part of the territory of the Kursk region, but the Ukrainian armed forces continue to hold their positions.
Talked with the chief. Syrian report.
Russian military.
Military bloggers claim that the Russian army allegedly achieved success near several settlements in the Kursk region. However, the American Institute for the Study of War reported that they cannot confirm these tasks. Later, the Ukrainian Center for Countering Disinformation noted that the Ukrainian armed forces had foiled the Russian plan. In addition, the enemy suffered significant losses during the assault. The Ukrainian Defense Forces are conducting stabilization.
What is happening there now is a constant dynamic change of the situation. The situation is difficult, complicated. There are really tough enemies with the use of aviation. Considering the city, in the middle of the Kursk region, it is mainly forests with separate roads and nodes, which the forces are trying to cling to. The dynamics are characterized by certain infantry battles. The enemy uses a significant amount of equipment, which again travels along known routes and is knocked out accordingly. Andrei Kovalenko, head of the Center for Countering Disinformation. At the National Security Service of Ukraine, Radio Nove Vremya is on the air.
Mobile defense is a complex activity because there is no time to build there. Something is being done, of course, on fortifications by ministries. Everything that is possible from the point of view of defense is being done, but it is quite mobile. That is, it is necessary to move. And the term active means that this does not mean that there is a deft defense. This means that where it is considered necessary and possible, we will take active and continental actions on our part.
For the first time, the Russian army tried to eliminate the Ukrainians from Kursk region in the 10th days of September, but achieved only minor successes. The reason, apparently, is that the Ukrainian military carried out defensive counterattacks and also broke through the border in two more. In recent days, the army of the aggressor country has once again stepped up counterattacks. Moscow understands that if the Ukrainian armed forces are not pushed out of the borders in the near future, the Ukrainians will probably control part of Kursu.
Bad weather conditions in autumn 2024 and at the beginning of winter 2024. 2025 will contribute to positional battles in the Kursk region and will give Ukrainian troops more time to strengthen existing positions. Russian forces can foresee that the window of opportunity for the liquidation of the Ukrainian invasion of the Kursk region is closing with the current one.
Russia transferred about 50,000 from other parts of the front to the Kursk region. Military commanders, and thereby weakened their groups in the Zaporozhye, Kherson, and Donetsk regions, reported the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Oleksandr Syrsky. This is the number of personnel that military analysts cited when speaking about Russia's needs to stop the advance of the Ukrainian armed forces. But in order to oust the Ukrainians from the Kursk region, the Russian team, it is quite necessary to use significantly larger reserves, which the Federation does not have. Valery Nikipyalova for Freedom TV channel.
Dmitry Snigiryov, a military political analyst, is in touch with us right now. Good morning, Dmitry.
Good morning. Thank you for your question.
And thank you for responding. Your opinion about the situation in the Kursk region is interesting. Russia has stepped up its offensive there, and despite record losses, experts say the Kremlin is rushing toward autumn rains. Does the weather matter in principle in today's war, especially perhaps in the Kursk direction? And in your opinion, how many troops have the Russian occupiers really amassed there?
In the Kursk region, I would like to respond with quotes from Russian publications that refute the previous nature of the narratives of the official structures of the Russian Federation. We are talking about the Minsk region, defense of the Russian Federation, and accordingly serious tactical successes of the armed forces of the occupying country. No columns of the Ukrainian armed forces are fleeing from the Kursk region. The enemy is introducing and pulling up reserves to carry out offensive actions. That is, we are talking about the fact that in the Kursk region it is extremely difficult. The situation, but to say that the enemy accordingly has successes in advancing the borders directly with the Omsk region and moreover with the Kursk region. The withdrawal of Ukrainian troops was allegedly recorded. This is not true regarding the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces. You have already cited the nature of the actions. Hostile forces of Ukraine in the Kursk region. This is control over the logistics of the occupying forces. So the message that the Russian column is being transmitted directly from the places of events fell into an ambush. A tank, armor, a Ural military industrial complex vehicle, and a BTR-80 were destroyed. There is objective control data that confirms this information. Moreover, we are talking about music is playing. Defense and raid activities directly at the locations of enemy forces. In addition, the successful development of the armed forces should be noted. Ukrainian forces in a number of areas. The enemy notes that Ukrainian defense forces are counterattacking in the area of Nizhny Klin, Zeleny Shliak, and Cherkasskaya Konopelka. There was a situation in Tolsty district, Log and Novoivanovka, but this was reported by Ukrainian media as well. It should also be noted that in addition to the maneuverable nature of the defense forces of Ukraine, again based on the reports of Russian publics, rely on the defense lines of the Russian Federation, which were abandoned by the occupiers during the successful counteroffensive of the Ukrainian defense forces. That is, engineering and fortification structures erected at the expense of reserves are used, and accordingly, money from the Russian budget. And the effectiveness of their use corresponds to the fact that, I emphasize once again, they are certain. Tactical advances of the Russian occupiers, but which do not testify respectively about taking the tactical and operational initiative under their control. Regarding the reserve, there is a more noteworthy point. According to the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, voiced by Syrskyi, at the moment in the territory of the Kursk region, the contingent of Russian troops is about 50,000 personnel. Moreover, I will note that these are the most combat-ready units of the Russian army, concentrated in the rear areas in the Russian Federation itself, and accordingly from the most problematic areas of the Russian-Ukrainian front, directly on the territory of Ukraine. We are talking respectively about brigades. Of the Marine Corps, about divisions of airborne troops and special forces brigades. In addition, a division has been transferred to the territory of the Kursk region. The special purpose of the Russian Guard, as we see, is the most combat-ready unit. We are not talking about conscripts or contract soldiers. Again, according to reports directly from the Kursk region in the area, Plahova recorded redeployment of the ROD-FI of the so-called 22nd and 30th Motorized Rifle Regiments of the Leningrad Military District. Again, this shows that there are no operational reserves directly in the Kursk region to solve problems, even at the tactical level. That is, to break through the Ravens' defense. There are not enough closed forces of Ukraine. They are transferred from the Leningrad region, that is, from the western regions that border directly with NATO countries. Moreover, it should be noted that from the Leningrad region, in the Kursk region, in addition to the personnel, they are moving around and S-300 air defense systems used by the occupiers to launch missiles. Strikes on peaceful cities in the Sumy and accordingly Kharkiv regions.
The day before, Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, announced that North Korea and the Russian Federation are now... Not only ammunition is being exchanged between Korea and Russia, but now people as well, at least they are planning to do so. Mr. Kovalenko, the head of the Center for Countering Disinformation, join in. The Defense Security Committee of Ukraine said that it is possible that North Korean soldiers will perform the role of a kind of protection near the borders of Russia and Ukraine, where units Dmitry, as you can see, in the Kursk region. In other territorial borders of the Russian Federation, internationally recognized, may be effective, are the North Korean soldiers themselves being used?
Let's talk about the objective control data that you testified to immediately before the deployment of military units. DPRK on the territory. And the Russian Federation, especially in the zone of combat reality, so far there is no, maybe relocation. And the trail says that the data about, let's say that the Russian Federation's dependence on the supply of artillery shells from the DPRK is also exaggerated. I'll explain why. It was reported at the time about deliveries of 3 to 5 million shells according to North Korea. But let's talk about the fact that, in my opinion, such figures do not correspond to the capabilities of the military-industrial complex. North Korea. Let me remind you that until 2024, the military-industrial complex of the United States, the most developed economy in the world, produced 24,000 shells per month, that is, annually. The output of shells was about 300,000. By the end of 2024, accordingly, it will be increased to 700,000. But this is after the modernization of production and corresponding capital investments. The US military-industrial complex produces 700,000 a year. A similar amount can be produced by one of the most serious and main players in the arms market. The company Rheinmetall, which in 2024, due to the introduction of production factories in Spain, respectively in Germany, built during 2024, and on the territory of the Baltic countries, the production of artillery shells increased to 700,000. That is the total production of artillery shells in the PK of Europe and the United States. This is a maximum of 1.5 million. To clarify, the Russian military-industrial complex, according to the latest confirmed data, could afford to produce about 1 million. Maximum 1,200,000 shells. That is the data, again, about millions of shells produced in the military-industrial complex of the Russian Federation is frankly disinformation. We were asked 5 million shells in the DPRK. Let's say so. Our beloved Western partners will convince. Regarding, respectively, on the possibility of using the military continental NDR, the total number of armed forces of this country is 1,200,000, and the army is among the top 5 on some of the most powerful. The strongest, and in terms of numbers, I mean the armies of the world. For comparison, the army of South Korea is only 500,000. Therefore, this will be a serious challenge for the Ukrainian. Besides, if this information is indeed confirmed by objective control data, I emphasize once again 1,200,000 under arms. Therefore, accordingly, the PERE, even a limited contingent of 20,000 not being thrown into the territory of the Russian Federation, well, it will have a significant impact. This is what was once proposed back in France for Ukraine, that is the introduction of units of the French armed forces to guard, for example, the Ukraine-Belarus border, with the aim of freeing accordingly units of the Ukrainian armed forces, which can be used in other areas of the front. I do not rule out that the DPRK may offer a similar model to the Russian Federation. That is not direct participation in hostilities, but in performing police functions, guarding the border in not quite problematic areas, which will allow the occupiers to liberate a significant part of their personal neighborhood, what to transfer to the territory of Donetsk, Zaporozhye regions, respectively Kursk region.
And just wanted to clarify, then our Western partners, will there be mirror actions? Can you produce? Here, perhaps again, the question of France's proposal to resume. What do you think?
Yes, I would like to believe that it is the European partners who will take into account support for the Ukrainian side. Moreover, France stated that accordingly, in addition to the military contingent that may be sent to Ukraine, we will get it in 2005. Mirage aircraft and the F-5 modification. This is a serious replenishment of the aircraft fleet of the military forces of Ukraine and the possibility, accordingly, Already, the Ukrainian side at the moment of opposition and the Russian aerospace forces respectively striking at military infrastructure, including on the territory, tours of the Russian Federation. Therefore, I am somewhat optimistic about the possible scenarios from the European partners.
Dmitry, at the end, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that in 2025 we can expect, in fact, if absolutely all the necessary conditions for this come together, perhaps the end of the hot phase of this unprovoked full-scale aggression against Ukraine by Russia. What role in this system of 2025, the near future, the medium term, I don't know, how else? How is the Kursk operation of Ukrainian military forces included in this system?
In the territory of the Kursk region, the Russian plan to end the war is actually being destroyed. That is the de facto assignment of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine to the Russian Federation. Then Russia, it was trying to enter the world arena accordingly, providing military, political, and information pressure not only on Ukraine, but first of all on our strategies. Partners. Therefore, the successful nature of the action on the territory of the Kursk region actually puts a pause or a bold point on the plans of the Russian Federation at the moment of pulling out. Our own introduction of the end of the war. I emphasize once again that the Ukrainian Defense Forces currently control significant territories of the Kursk region. Moreover, they are commensurate with the territories that the Russian occupiers, unfortunately, were able to capture during the Russian offensive, which has been going on for a year now. On Tuesday, 23rd, it took place on the territory of the Donetsk region. That is, the Russians advanced into Ukrainian territory to a distance of about 40 kilometers, took control of 800 to maximum 850 square kilometers. Even during the Russian counteroffensive, the so-called Kursk region under the control of the Ukrainian armed forces, according to various estimates, is up to 1,000 square kilometers. That is, we can say that it is the Kursk region and the situation in the Kursk region and further positive actions of the Ukrainian defense forces be the key that will not allow the Russian Federation to dictate its terms during possible so-called negotiations.
Time for us. I remind our viewers, Dmitry Snigiryev, military political analyst, was in touch with us. In a few moments, we will return to the live broadcast.
People are the main value of Ukraine. The desire to make the world a better place. The presence of innovative ideas. Far-sighted views. Here it is, a recipe for real production. Academician Viktor Glushkov became a legend during his lifetime, created by Glushkov with electrons. The Kyiv and Dnepr new computers actually became the predecessors of personal computers. In 1997, the international computer community leaned into the cryptosphere. Judge Viktor Glushkov Medal, pioneer of computer technology, Nikolai Kolbun, developer of innovative medical direction and technology, namely information. Zion wave therapy. This technology is used in many areas of medicine. Bill Gates was interested in Kolbun's work at one time. He suggested biophysics and invention. 5 grants for the development of this technology. Ukraine is talented and hardworking.
Export gas via nuclear submarines across the Arctic Ocean. The initiative was taken by Russian oligarchs, a close friend of dictator Putin, Mikhail Kovalchuk. This is reported by the Russian mass media. Kovalchuk presented the project of an underwater gas carrier equipped with nuclear reactors. According to Kovalchuk's idea, this will replace LNG tankers, which are currently in short supply in Russia due to sanctions. About the state of the Russian gas industry and how Europe justified itself. Enter without Russian fuel. Andrei Dmitrenko will talk about this.
For Russia, gas has ceased to be a tool of influence on the EU if in pre-war 2021 Moscow's share in this market was 40%, then in 2023, fuel imports from the aggregator country amounted to only 8% for the entire European Union. However, there are still countries within the EU that are critically dependent on gas from Russia. These are Austria, Hungary, and Slovakia. They receive it through a pipe that passes through the territory of Ukraine. But on December 31st, 2024, the transit contract between Kiev and Moscow expires. Analysts claim that the energy industry is developed. The European system will be able to cover this need.
If that gas is cut off, they're still connected to the rest of Europe so they can still access the gas, but instead of being at the front of the pipeline, they will be at the end. Samantha Gross, Director of the Energy Security and Climate Initiative at the Brookings Institute, comments for Polly.
Having effectively lost the European market, Russia continues to blackmail the EU. Gazprom CEO Alexei Miller recently stated that European industry is allegedly suffering due to the reduction in Russian gas consumption. But according to analysts, only Germany, which was one of Gazprom's main clients before the war, feels minor consequences. No deindustrialization of Europe, which Miller talks about, should be expected.
The automobile industry, they have somewhat reduced the production of their products because due to expensive, sufficient. Music is playing.
Gazprom also claims that the company's influence is reviving. Gas exports in 2023 amounted to only 100 billion cubic meters, which is 2.5 times less than in 2021. But, as the head of the company said, Ms. Alexei Miller, the world is supposedly seeing a trend towards increasing demand for gas, and by 2050 it will grow by a third to approximately 5.7 trillion cubic meters. But, as experts say, this is just a maneuver.
Even in the late 90s, they said that in 2020, Europe would consume more than 600 billion tons of gas. Cubic meters. In fact, not only did it not grow to 600 billion cubic meters, then there was a consumption of about 400 billion.
Let me remind you that based on the results of 2023, Gazprom topped the list of the most unprofitable companies. In Russia, according to Forbes, according to the publication's calculations, the corporation's net losses amounted to 583 billion rubles. Also among the top 10 most unprofitable companies in Russia was Rusgazdobycha, which implements some joint. Its losses amounted to 30 billion rubles.
Hello everyone, I'm glad you're in the Freedom scam. Now, in the period when we are already approaching November, which will soon pass the second half of October, how Europe has prepared. Will it be able to survive, I would say, without Russian fuel by the heating season? Will it be able, as they say on Russian television, to survive to do without Russian fuel?
He can.
The gas storage facility in Europe is almost completely filled, and they did it back in August. It was warm. The long-term contract is valid. Active, both with suppliers of pipeline gas to Europe and with suppliers of liquefied gas, i.e. sea delivery. Now, in principle, the world market shows complete stability of prices. They even decrease somewhat. It is precisely against this background that in principle before the annual phenomenon, at the end of summer, everyone starts clogging up the gas storage facilities. The price sometimes goes up a little, and when they are already clogged up, it stabilizes. So in principle, as this year, as last year, there are no abnormal events. There are no phenomena on the market. The only time it happened was in 2022, when Russia was systematically preparing to freeze Europe, and since the end of 2021, it has stopped pumping. Gas was stored in Europe in order to create panic, to create a shortage, and to make a political method of political pressure. To Europe, so that it would be inert in the event of a conflict with Ukraine, which would later develop into a full-scale invasion. But now, Such phenomena no longer exist. The share of Russia is gradually decreasing in the European market, and it has become more diversified. Many different stories. That's why there is no Russian domination. That's why there is a crisis. There is no Russia. There is no crisis.
Miller disagrees with you. The European gas market is in a bad state. Industrial production has fallen to a 10-year low without Russian gas, Gazprom CEO Alexei Miller said. Here's a quote. Cooperative. This is an artificial destruction of demand for gas, but there are more severe assessments and expert opinions. Some say that this can be called Europe's energy suicide. Do you see the energy suicide of Europe? Well, why does Miller make such statements? This is more for the internal, let's say, for the Russian consumer.
In principle,
Miller repeats their same theses from 2022 that Europe will freeze and get wet. The muscles will collapse and everyone will die, and the Germans will sit in cold apartments and eat hamsters. Do you remember these funny videos? Only in a more weakened way, since this is precisely the creation of panic among the population at all does not work. It is clear that people who are not in need of gas will not freeze. Now, there are more subtle arguments of an alleged economic plan. But I don't think they will work because, you see, unlike oil and gas, the embargo against Europe has been established. Not the EU governing bodies. Russia itself banned itself. President Putin's decision to politically correct its course. That is, Miller is trying to interrupt the news that under his leadership, the child of Vyacheslav, the first chairman of Gazprom, he became the most murderous company in Russia after it was one of the main donors to the budget. Bride, national insistence, and makes all sorts of crazy excuses. Because how can he explain the fact that under him the company became the most damaging? So either he or Putin is to blame. It's not very pleasant to say either one. That's why journalists are told how Europe is killing itself without gas. Although she clearly does not do this.
Here, in the context of Gazprom, Maxim, the strategic perspective is not the most important thing. One of the most important, probably exactly Gazprom, in Russian companies, in the Russian Federation. What perspective do you see?
As we saw in the previous plot, you can see what is in the top 10. The loss of companies also hit the company, which is getting stuck in its own mining geology. In fact, the victims of Gazprom as a trading company, it's still a market situation. But here's the thing, that their geology and production are falling apart, not just trade. This is a much more alarming call for the Russian gas industry. The load of sanctions for which the Ukrainian and European commissions and regional organizations and the United States are fighting in, they are all things are getting worse with mining technologies, with programs without priests, with machines and so on, with Western specialists who manage all of this. And thus long-lasting. Gazprom's outlook looks increasingly bleak, not only because of the current problems, which they should be, but also because they are. Where does the money that is being laundered from the company to finance the war come from? Do not invest in their future. Do not eat their future now.
Well, I would still like to understand the fate of the loss of the economy of the Russian Federation due to the loss and deaths of Gazprom. Russian Gazprom, they have finally agreed on a possible increase in gas supplies from the Russian Federation. This was reported by the country's foreign minister, Peter Sciarta. According to him, next year it is planned to import 8. Peter Sciarta said that this is a more important step. In recent years, the construction of the Turkish Stream gas pipeline, through which Russian gas flows to European countries via the southern route, has become an important factor in Hungary's energy security. And so are the countries that are actively dependent on Russian gas, but nevertheless, after self-sanctioning, let's say the Russian Federation for gas. Fortunately, consumption has decreased, but how much? And I would like to understand about the losses of the economy.
It has decreased enormously. That is, if at the peaks in the 20s, in these years, 150 billion cubic meters. Now we are talking about 10, 15. So the delivery of 8 to Hungary compares with the loss of 150. It is clear that Gazprom will not compensate for these losses at all. This is a political gesture. It is beneficial to Hungary, of course. It is also true that Russia is profitable in supporting its loyal ally in Europe, but in money terms, it means practically nothing. The European market has always been a premium for Gazprom. Gas was sold expensive there. The infrastructure of exports from Russia to Europe was conveniently laid. It was laid along the coast. When the famous deal happened, gas in exchange for a pipeline that is Europe, mainly Austria, Germany supplied the pipeline to the Soviet Union because then, I do not do such things here in the gas limit. It was back in the 60s. That is, everything is arranged, everything is convenient and quite expensive, and the clients paid for it. Capable, all that stuff. This market is lost, apparently lost forever. With China, the situation is completely opposite. Where is it going? Now gas, well, digital. If the strength of Siberia is 50 billion, then the Hungarian direction is 8. That is, even 50 cannot be replaced by 150. It is definitely not replaced by 8,150. Therefore, the loss of the Republic occurs on several levels. The loss of the Gazprom company, since it is state-owned, the dividends go entirely to the state budget, is a loss of the budget. This is, first of all, the loss of the market, the loss of income from gas sales, loss of taxes for gas export tax equipment. Gas to Europe, in addition, is an additional loss. Their gas went to Europe through old gas pipelines, and the new export direction, Turkish Stream, Chinese flows, we call them that, they require investments, that is, costs. In the first case, it was possible to sell. We practically do not invest anything. In another case, you have to sell by investing in infrastructure development. The level of losses is layered, and all this leads to Gazprom becoming the largest Bitcoin company in Russia in a year.
In addition, you already mentioned China. In the summer, a Chinese company that built modules for the Russian Arctic LNG-2 gas pipeline announced a German. For us, the end of cooperation with Russia, they have already put it up for sale, and this is somehow connected with American sanctions, among other things, well, or it's just a coincidence. What do these losses, such a share of the market, mean for Russia?
This is a slightly different story since Arctic 2 is a private project of the Novatek Corporation, which decided Helsin and then Putin. How much is private in Russia is a debatable question, but it is not Gazprom. But after, in November 23rd, Goskoze, she did impose sanctions on the Arctic 2 project. Dovgo was pushed by the leadership of Ukraine, a public organization that lobbies for this process, and Friends of Ukraine in America. Everything fell. Suddenly everything became clear. Suddenly everything started to leave the project. The Koreans left, the French left. But except public announcements that we see documents. Sanctions are imposed on the draft article itself. The company is not publicly known for informing counterparties, sanctioned entity, that it is not worth doing business with this company, in the form of letters, appeals, and the like, that the fact that the deal has been concluded is clear. We know about it, and we are warning you for now that you shouldn't do this, and in the next stage, there will be secondary sanctions imposed on those who communicate and enter into contracts with substations. Accordingly, the Chinese contractor who makes this platform.
Maxim, we have less than a minute, 20 seconds. This is a large company that does not need problems with America, so it withdrew from the project. This is not some small regional bank that is still in America.
This is a very big company. It doesn't need these problems.
Maxim, thank you for your participation in our broadcast and your analysis. Maxim Gardus, let me remind you, is the communications manager of Razum We Stand, was in touch with us.
Well, sanctioned tankers have started transporting oil from Russia again, while London suspects 37 companies of complicity in circumventing Russian oil sanctions, according to the Russian service. These companies are under investigation. The Kremlin's economy relies heavily on oil exports. The authorities are trying to adapt to the new oil realities. The introduction of a price ceiling, the continuing decline in the cost of black gold on the world market call into question Russia's ability to withstand this blow. Nikita Skoblikov will tell you more about it.
Music is playing. Kumberg, Moscow adapts to international sanctions. According to the agency's calculations, total revenues from the oil and gas industry increased by 39%, which is almost $8 billion. However, adaptation to international sanctions, according to the Russian authorities, is based on their direct violation. Thus, the UK government suspects 37 companies of complicity in bypassing Russia. Russian oil sanctions, the BBC Russian service reports. The head of the anti-corruption organization Global Witness noted that the British Treasury has still not taken action in the revolution. He called for more decisive action against violators of sanctions.
If the UK government loses the end of the participation of British firms in Putin's speculation, then I think others will follow suit. Lewis Wilson, head of oil investigations at the public anti-corruption organization Global Witness, in a commentary to the BBC News Russian service.
In addition to companies helping Russia evade sanctions, Moscow, sanctioned tankers are also used. According to Bloomberg, more than 24 such vessels have started transporting Russian oil again since April 2024.
21 of the 72 tankers sanctioned by the Foreign Assets Control Department of the US Treasury, the UK Treasury and the LEU over the past year have bogged down a total of 20 tankers. 24 cargoes of Russian oil since sanctions were imposed in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, from a publication by Bloomberg.
The agency writes that from April to June it was recorded only one voyage per month, but after successful deliveries, the use of sanctioned tankers has increased. In July, 2 cargoes were transported, and in August and September, 6 each. The Kremlin actively uses the strait. Given for their routes. According to Bloomberg, ships of the Shadow Fleet of Russia are increasingly refusing the services of pilots, which significantly increases the risk of an oil spill off the coast of the country.
Cutting costs by using the Black Fleet, there are still revenues. Well, and the decision on the Black Fleet has already matured. I think that the strait Denmark will be closed in 2025, and Russia will lose this one of its key oil export channels. And indeed, this will lead to the fact that Russia will run out in 2025.
For Moscow, the decline in oil prices has become a real problem, analysts say. Pessimistic news from China only makes the situation worse. Officials of geo-developed economies have not indicated the large-scale incentives that the oil market was waiting for, Reuters reports. As a result, the price of the Brent brand in London decreased by 1.5%. Then Saudi Arabia's energy minister, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, warned oil-producing partners that the price could fall to $50 a barrel unless some handcuffs were removed. The Shiteli did not limit production.
$50, even $60, but we are talking about a brand. So for euros, it would be about $55. That would be the situation already.
Let me remind you that in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, EU countries imposed an embargo on seaborne deliveries of Russian oil to the Union countries and also set a price ceiling at the 6th level. $60 per barrel for oil from the Russian Federation. The main goal of these measures is to reduce Moscow's income, which allows the authorities to continue the war. The Kremlin had to redirect its supplies to Asia, as a result of which China and India were asking for huge discounts, and the Kremlin was selling fuel at rock-bottom prices. Nikita Skobliakov for Freedom TV.
Decisions that influence the course of history.
The struggle between dictatorship and freedom is endless.
Slaves that the whole world is watching, and in fact, why do it? To hold his own empire?
Putin is perceived in the world as a sane sociopath. A detailed analysis of the events of the week. Ukraine is now one way or another behind almost every news item. What of the...
Why is the result shown?
See for yourself every Monday at 10 Gala Kiev time on the Freedom TV channel.
An oil depot in Feodosia in occupied Crimea burned for almost a week after an attack by Ukrainian defense forces. Today, the enterprise is almost completely destroyed. 8 tanks burned and 4 more were damaged. Meanwhile, the Russians are panicking and redeploying their air defenses in the direction of the Kerch Bridge, as its sea defenses have cracked and simply floated away. How Ukraine's defense forces have been exhausted. Forces of the Russian army in the Ukrainian Crimea. Our correspondents will tell about this.
The Feodosia oil terminal in the temporarily occupied Crimea consisted of Kokoth reservoirs with a total capacity of 258,000 cubic meters and was the main fuel hub for the Russian army. On October 7th, a fire broke out at the enterprise in Feodosia in the oil fund. Later, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine confirmed the strike on the oil depot used by the occupiers.
No one can hide the fact of the hit, the fact of a massive military defeat. But at the same time, Feodosia and others in the cities of Crimea, the aggressors do not issue airstrikes or missile strikes. That is, they do not prove all this to the population.
October 10th at the Feodosia oil depot. More explosions were heard. According to Russian publics, there was a release of flammable materials at one of the terminals. In 6 days, the oil depot burned down completely. 8 fuel tanks were destroyed. This is evidenced by satellite images published by asynth analysts.
There is no smoke over the oil depot as in the past days. However, the state of emergency is February. Feodosia has not been removed. It is impossible to drive past the oil depot and transport is forced to take a detour. At the same time, the local authorities controlled by the Russian Federation still do not report anything about the causes of the fire at the oil depot in Feodosia. Crimean Vetter Telegram channel.
Bounty barriers.
With which Russia is trying to defend the Kerch Sea. The bridge from possible attacks by naval drones of the Ukrainian armed forces floats in the waters near the shores of Kerch. As a Krim Realia correspondent reports, fragments of booms are drifting in the area of the city embankment of Kerch, part of the booms. The Nimorsky Current washed ashore in the central region of Kerch, from an article in the Krimrelia publication.
According to experts, there are 232 military facilities in Crimea. All of them are legitimate targets for the Ukrainian army. The Ukrainian defense forces are working to weaken the capabilities of Russian air defense in the temporarily occupied Crimean Sevastopol as much as possible. One of the latest significant defeats in Russia, storage with the defense forces of Ukraine of the Pantsir S-1 air defense system in Crimea, which in Russia is positioned as a non-analog anti-aircraft missile defense system. Pantsir also protects Putin's residence in Novogoryovo.
There are no analogs. It is, in fact, again, a myth, which is unable, I emphasize once again, to cover up the most important infrastructural fact, structural objects of the Russian Federation. By the way, in Crimea, the redeployment of the S-1 Puncher to cover the transport infrastructure has been recorded, and we are talking about
The work of the Ukrainian army is aimed at maximally weakening the capabilities of Russian air defense in the temporarily occupied Crimea. Thus, the defense forces of Ukraine, the Ukrainians are cutting off Russians from logistics and resources. Victoria Smirnova for the Freedom TV channel.
We will discuss this topic in more detail with our farm. Iskander Baryev, the head of the Crimean Tatar Resource Center, is already in touch with us. Hello, good morning, Skander.
Good morning.
Well, let's estimate the scale of the losses. The largest oil handling terminal in Feodosia. How do you rate, and actually speaking, how do you react to this in Crimea?
I think we will be able to give a full assessment after serious problems with fuel and fuel supplies actually begin in Crimea, because indeed this is one of the most important bases, more important storages of fuel, and that is why it is still here. It is not surprising that 7 days have already passed. There is still no such obvious excitement with fuel, but despite all that, as they give information from Crimea that people are starting to think that there might be problems, and of course some are already starting to stock up. As for my situation, as perceived by residents in Crimea, then of course those explosions that occurred, what was seen all the way from the Kirovsky district, smoke and smoke from the burning of Feodosia, basic oil storage facilities, then of course this is to say that Ukraine will be next. Support system attack by a logistical military facility in Crimea, and of course people perceive this as something that will not happen in Crimea. Calmly until Crimea is bought up. But again, the majority of people who are used to just using those let's say living conditions so that no one bothers them, so that they have fuel, so that they have food, this is what they are primarily concerned about. Leave results. Fire in Feodosia on the territory of the oil depot. The stinks did not produce such results, although people constantly talk about the fact that food prices are constantly and systematically rising.
In your opinion, after such effective strikes by the Ukrainian defense forces, Crimea itself, as the Kremlin sees it, is an unsinkable destroyer. I think that's what they say, right?
Well, usually they use an unsinkable destroyer, but lately after the Ukrainian defense forces began to attack military bases, attack logistics bases, strategic facilities, we began to talk about the fact that when Crimea is completely cut off, all arteries will be logistically cut off, then Crimea will turn into a bag or a cauldron, a natural cauldron for the Russian army and for pro-Russian citizens who illegally entered the territory of Crimea. Therefore, I think I support the position that when all artillery is completely destroyed, batteries supplying Crimea, then we really will be able, let's say, to easily deoccupy Crimea itself.
And in principle, historical events from the history of Crimea, they just confirm that when Crimea, all arteries are closed when they are under the control of, say, military forces. In Crimea, it is possible to carry out clearing operations very quickly.
These are the strikes of the Ukrainian defense forces on Russian military facilities. In Ukrainian Crimea, they influence the local so-called authorities, the occupation administrations. When this becomes a new normal for them, what can happen? Attack near their administration there, a storm shadow may fly in on a military facility where, I am sure, local collaborators launder money by those same Russian tourists who came to work in Ukrainian Crimea. Here, probably, it is more about the mental component of the occupation administrations.
I would say it a little differently here. When we talk about representatives of the occupation administrations, these are collaborators who understand that they are collaborators for their actions. They will bear responsibility before the Ukrainian people. And of course, they try in every possible way to support all those actions that not only to implement, but also to support, both in terms of propaganda and to carry out the tasks that the Russian occupation authorities set for them. And so, of course, here, first of all, they try to give information to people that everything is normal, that everything is under control. And what strength? The air defense forces of the Russian Federation fully control the situation. In fact, we see, and the main point is that those attacks that have been carried out since 2022 by the defense forces of Ukraine in Crimea the stench in the first place concerned military facilities, strategic facilities, and logistics, and in essence, to say that some were damaged objects. There is no administrative control, of course, and therefore they have not yet felt it themselves. Another question is when the second part of your question, which of course some officials try to make the most of it, receiving supplements from the federal budget, well, of course, we know that on all those objects of construction infrastructure of Crimea, of course, many are not only local officials, but also from the center of Russia, that is from Moscow, because funding comes from the federal budget. They earned a lot of money. How well? Completely. Well, we already know about many cases when representatives of the local occupation authorities at one time they held ministerial positions or deputy positions or positions, chapters, administrations today, they are either already in pretrial detention or have already received terms of up to 10 years of imprisonment. That is, such processes are actually happening in Crimea.
And finally, after the destruction of the oil depot in Feodosia, Russian troops found themselves in logistical hell. This is reported by the Atesh partisans. According to their information, intensive movements of military fuel tankers have begun on the peninsula, and the destruction of the oil depot has caused a serious fuel shortage for Russian troops. According to the partisans and the military, the Russian Federation is mass creating mobile gas stations, which constantly change their location, of course, counting on strikes. And now, regarding the artery. The deliveries that they currently have in stock, let's say the Kerch Strait, off-season, let's say autumn, winter, spring, beginning, are probably not very subject to this.
He lives, as you can see.
Iskander, we literally have 30 seconds. We have 30 seconds.
The data of the ATC, they confirm the expert assumptions that were made that they are the maximum. Use compositions, use oil tanker or fuel tanker cars, and really they have nothing left to store after the explosions. In the territory of Feodosia, they only have Sevastopol left. approaching the oil depot to Baalbek. We really expect that there will be serious problems with fuel supply, not only in the southern direction of the armed forces of the Arsenian Federation, but also the civilian population.
Thank you very much for participating in our broadcast. Thank you for always being glad to see you on the Freedom TV channel. Let me remind you that Skander Bariev, the head of the Crimean Tatars, was in touch with us.
I will let our colleagues continue the broadcast. I will meet you at 12 o'clock. Stay with us. There are still many interesting topics for discussion ahead.
Only he is worthy of life and freedom who fights for them every day. Goethe.
Freedom, break free! Fight your house!
Why did the governor of Zabaikalya wipe the contents of his nose? Ah, the jacket of the head of the forestry department when she reported on the fires. Will there be a war between the Chechens and the Ingush? And what does Kramzan Kadyrov's blood feud mean? Quad bikes across the... how the children's movement has upset the Russian government and why this topic is being blown up at the interstate level. There is so much propaganda and disinformation around. How can one not get confused in this? I have selected for you the most important events of the last few days, only what is really important and what will help you understand where the truth is, but you see for yourself. I have news for you. The West is rotting, morally and physically decomposing, against the backdrop of freedom of behavior and thought. Everything living and non-living is being destroyed. The existence of the entire human civilization is now in question. And first of all, of course, Russia. Just think how many enemies there are. LGBT, Jehovah's Witnesses, foreign agents, child-free, all these groups of people are carefully denounced in Russian society by Russian elites.
We understand that LGBT and propaganda is a direct threat to our demographic security. So we have taken and will continue to take the necessary measures to protect children from these menacing phenomena.
Problem. The news about the decaying West is no longer news. Do you know who Stepan Petrovich Sheverev is? He is a Russian literary critic and public figure of Slavophile convictions. Here is his portrait. He lived in the 19th century. He was born on October 18, 1806. He died on May 8, 1864, well, a long, long time ago. In 1841, he published an article in the first issue of the magazine Moskvityanin under the title, A Russian's View of the Education of Europe. That's where, for the first time, the phrase Rotten West was documented, which later became the Soviet. Well, and following it, Russian propaganda rephrased it as a decaying West, and according to Russia, the West is decaying both morally and financially. That's how things are with regional economics.
But America is not alone here. The growing economic difficulties are precisely one of the very characteristic features of the outgoing year, and indeed, comrades, chronic inflation. There is huge mass unemployment, problems in the currency and financial sphere, very low growth rates, and a rise in all sorts of protectionist sentiments. The worsening of relations with developing countries, these are the signs of a very serious economic disease that is now affecting the West.
Are getting better.
And they're fundamental. The foundations do not crack during the repair. I mean, not only their duty, which is off the charts, but also that they don't always meet their inflation targets. Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, even Donald Reagan.
And Joe Biden, who is already leaving the post of US president, is simple. for decades, tirelessly urinating in Russian entrances and elevators, LGBT and child-free are diligently undermined. The birth rate of Russia, and only the great Putin promises to save the whole world. Well, I hope you guessed that everything I just said was sarcasm. Historically, it is necessary for Russia to invent its enemies, to remove from oneself the responsibility for the fact that, fourth, as Putin says, the world economy lives like this. See for yourself.
So, I'm just in time.
And yes, we understood that the West is rotting and Russia is flourishing, but from time to time, agents of influence break through to a tight territory. Well, let's shake the system. The persistent Russian world. And here's a new threat to national security, Quadrobursts, a children's movement that has taken over TikTok.
For watching.
Lenient Tverinki, and what's most frightening, they put on masks of cats and dogs, tie tails to themselves. Of course, quadrobing does not just not go unnoticed by Russian propaganda on federal TV. They are blowing it out of proportion here, but see for yourself.
Absolutely all V-Contact quadrobing chats intersect with Fury communities, and this includes pedophilia and child partnerships.
What do we mean by child pornography in this case? When these anthropomorphic animals coincide with the second one in very ordinary poses that imitate the act of pain, that's all.
Everything connected with this, from the moment when the LGBT community was officially banned in Russia, the Ministry of Justice banned it by law, suddenly quad bikes and Furies appeared.
LGBT sodomia, what else? They peck at minors in general under the supposedly malignant influence of the bad West. It's a different matter when it comes to talking about important things in schools, where they explain intelligibly why it's absolutely normal to hate. Go to your neighbors, write denunciations, and kill people. This is not like crawling on your knees in a cat mask. This is wow. By the way, regarding children and their specificity or something, October 7th, as we all know, was Putin's birthday. Putin is so loved in Russia that it would not be a sin to put children on those very knees and sit them down so that the sacred name. Putin succeeded. This is what the teacher of school number 2 in the city of Gubensk in the Yamalonenets Autonomous Okrug did directly. The teacher, of course, is an ardent member of. The photos were immediately published on the social network VK, although they did not remain in the public domain for long. Apparently, not all parents penetrated the pro-Putin quadrobing network. They seem to like cats and dogs better, and the Commissioner for Children's Rights in Tatarstan, Irina Volinets, even appealed to the State Duma with an initiative to recognize quad. Ye fury and therianism of LGBT propaganda and destructive, I quote, movement, and also take the necessary measures to ban them. Mall, this quote, sub and e. No, life's traditional values and norms of society. The community of followers of these movements, as the Ombudsman writes, also spreads calls for sex and promotes same-sex sexual relations. And practices BDS. Ukrainian trace in this story will look for? We will. Volinets also stated that the international Fury community supports Ukraine and finances it. In the SU. What can facilitate the involvement of Russian representatives of the FUR in illegal, I quote, activities? Wow, this is nonsense, of course.
It would be possible.
Don't comment at all, but no. Please, Mrs. Volinetska, find out what absolutely all matinees looked like in Soviet kindergartens. Should we ban morning ones? What if bunnies in tights finance it too? There was the SU, which prevents Putin and his henchmen from waging a war of aggression against their neighbors. Putin longs for demographic growth in Russia. He naturally needs more people, more manpower, more soldiers, more opportunities.
It is necessary to preserve the national population, increase the birth rate, create conditions for people to have a large family. to make it fashionable to have many children, as once in Russia there were 7, 9, 10 people in families. Only children are somehow not born in Russia.
The country's population is decreasing by approximately 500,000 people every year. The country's central bank recently released a report on the demographic and financial status of Russian households. According to the study, since 2010, the number of households saving from one person has increased from almost 26% to 42% in 2021. And this trend continues to gain momentum, at least among low and middle income citizens.
But there are most of them in Russia.
Demographics are affected by unaffordable housing, rising prices, and fears for the future. Bad ecology and mostly unhealthy lifestyle. But it is necessary to fight all this for a long time, difficultly and systematically. But first, to promote some quad bikes and then to win for... At the same time, let's be honest, it's very easy. Experts say that the quadrobika is just a way to protect oneself from external aggression. Roughly speaking, children really want to pretend to be a cat. When there is so much violence around. And no, it is not only and not so much about the external war, but about all the actions that the Russian government is taking inside the country. Or do you think that childish the psyche doesn't notice anything? Oh, and who now remembers, for example, the Rudin PMC, which the Russian authorities were so thoroughly scared of via federal television? Remember the mass arrests of teenagers who wore clothes with spiders and fought with other groups? Chiwaka Ryudan, by the way, is a purely Russian phenomenon, inspired by the absolutely harmless Japanese series Hunter. Hunter. The movement had absolutely nothing to do with private military companies. We will not name them out loud. The abbreviation PMC also appeared exclusively because children practically copy everything. I think this is clear without me. It turns out that the previous object of all Russian moral panic, PMC Ryudan, lived exactly 1 month. The first reports about Ryudan appeared in Infrastructure 22, February 23, 2023. Well, and already on March 26th, the Zabito channel stated that the Ryudan PMC was forgotten. But for this, the month in Russia has seen everything, and State Duma deputies called for a ban on the destructive subculture, and the Kremlin expressed concern, and the police detained teenagers in shopping malls every day, and EFRA. The FSB checked the detainees for extremism. So where is all this now? Into what sands of time did all this sink? Now here's the details. Russians were told how dangerous and immoral it is to be a quad biker, while Russian deputies were looking for ways to fight this, as they consider it, evil spirit. Another summit of CIS leaders was held in Russia. Yes, this structure still exists for some reason. More precisely, all this was called a meeting of the heads of the CIS State Council. Putin received Azerbaijani President Elkan in Moscow at the same time. President of Armenia Nikol Pashinyan, President of Kazakhstan Kasim-Jomart Tokayev, President of Uzbekistan Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of Tajikistan Emomali Rahmon, President of Kyrgyzstan Dira Japarova. Of course, Lukashenko was also there. What in fact made this summit memorable? Well, in addition to the fact that publicly, irreconcilably, Armenia and Azerbaijan worship perfectly, to Putin. It is interesting that the head of the Mid-Army, Ararat Mirzayan, who refused to join the Duma with the cooperation of his colleagues, ministers from the CIS countries, meanwhile, supported another initiative to recognize cultural. The capital of the CIS in 2025 is the Azerbaijani city of Lakin, which, by the way, was recently the Armenian settlement of Berdzor. We all understand that the voluntary transfer of Yerevan, Berdzor, and 2 other settlements were helped to collapse in the good hands of Baku. Lakin Corridor, the only road of life connecting Nagorno-Karabakh with Armenia. This is the time. They discussed Pashinyan's bike ride around Moscow. He was riding a bike and recording himself on his mobile phone. Well, and then it turned out that Pashinyan was accompanied on his bike ride by a whole motorcade of security guards, accompanied by an ambulance, as we can see on these maps. Footage that somehow got onto the internet. It is unclear why so many guards and an ambulance were needed. What was Pashinyan so afraid of? Ilham Aliyev, who arrived in Moscow with him, or... You can see for yourself what kind of heart attack you can get from such a carefully planned bike ride. What did the heads of state of the CIS members talk about? It goes without saying. About sanctions, celebrating the 80th anniversary of the victory over fascism, and about quad bikes, where would we be without them? In particular, Lavrov asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, Ararat Mirzayan, and the ambassador of the army in Russia, Gurgen Arsenyan, do they have the same quadroburst in their republic? The video conference of the diplomats before the meeting of the leaders of the two countries was published by a telegram. You listened to Mayak and shot?
Next, Sov Agveska.
Lavrov then explained why he actually asked his Armenian colleague about quad bikes, saying that he had just looked at them. More videos of these same quad bikes being walked, with the mother leading the child on a leash. Such a not very clear thing, he said. The mustachioed nanny did not miss the most important geopolitical topic either. Putin's Peskov hanging around the sidelines of the CIS summit. Peskov was asked whether Putin even knows about the existence of quad bikes. Well, it's a logical question in my opinion, since senators and State Duma deputies are discussing them like, you know, to threaten us to Russia's security. Well, to which Peskov actually responded, I quote, I hope not. Putin's secretary also told Russian journalists that the quad bike theme is not cool at all. Go to the Kremlin agenda. Well, here I am, to be honest, completely confused. So do children moving on all fours threaten Russia's security or not? And what does this say about the nuclear doctrine in general? Isn't it time to be horrified?
If you decide in hundreds of kilometers on our own territory, somewhere over, Siberia, thermonuclear explosion, for example, a nuclear explosion, then nothing will be on Earth.
So, summing up the important summit, it turns out that the leadership of the CIS countries discussed the quad bike movement, decided to introduce the title of the City of Labor Glory of the CIS, and declared the inadmissibility of distorting the history of the Great Patriotic War by us. To celebrate the 80th anniversary of the victory together, it was not in vain that they gathered. Meanwhile, the agency writes that in Russian schools they began to conduct those very lessons dedicated to priests and Cossacks perform at them. The publication found 10 reports of such lessons in Rostodar Krai, Saratov Oblast, and Chuvash in groups of schools and kindergartens of the VC. Children are told that quad bikes are supposedly harmful to physical and mental health. The hobby is called, I quote, a serious ideology, and it is claimed that it is connected with our involvement in LGBT. In addition, the authors of the lessons claim that Quadrobics allegedly has serious lobbyists. As an example, they name Ksenia Sobchak. Sobchak herself, who personally has 1,000,001 questions regarding Russia's war against Ukraine, commented on the accusations against her as follows.
I'm not a lobbyist. I just want to stop 10 kids from clogging up the news cycle.
I must admit, this time I completely agree with her. In Russia, workers in the education sector, in particular universities, have been complaining for months that the industry is not up to, it is being definanced. But who cares about that anyway? This is not a conversation about something important. All the money goes to the war. For example, Astrakhan Regional Duma Deputy Oleg Sheins reported that from the funds allocated to universities, every 10th ruble this year went to the line of ensuring the country's defense capability. Well, and next year, the deputy says expenses on the university will be reduced because their indexation does not cover the price increases. The modern school program is being liquidated, and the provision of kindergartens with modern equipment is being halved. At the same time, the government, Russia is preparing to cut funding for key federal projects in the healthcare sector for the second year in a row. In particular, from 2026, the authorities will stop funding the project to modernize the primary project, the Russian Federation's healthcare system. This is stated in the explanatory note to the budget law posted in the State Duma database. Already next year, the project, within which in the regions, they plan to renovate 6.5 thousand hospital clinics, purchase 13,000 vehicles and more than 66,000 units of equipment, and spend 121 billion rubles. Well, from 2026, the amount of funds will be reduced to zero and will remain zero in 2027. Financing of the federal project to combat cancer will be cut to 140 billion rubles. In the current year's budget, almost 150 billion was declared for it, and in 2023, almost 160. Thus, over 2 years, expenses to reduce the fight against cancer by 12%. But this is only in absolute figures. Don't forget how much the ruble has depreciated over these almost 3 years of war. Inflation hasn't gone away. Almost half of the funding will go to the federal project fighting cardiovascular diseases. This year, 20.5 billion rubles were invested in it. Well, in the next one, only 11.5 billion. Every third ruble of funding will be lost by the federal project for the development of healthcare infrastructure. In the 2024 budget, 58 billion rubles were allocated for it. Yeah, only 36.5 billion. So it will be increasingly difficult to study and receive treatment in Russia. But you see for yourself, the Russian authorities have their own public introduction of how teenagers should and should not look and behave. This does not necessarily have to coincide with the realities of the reality around us. This is how the Russian world is structured. Close and lock. Why delve into understand and understand? Thinking about this process, is too complicated. Here, for example, they blocked Messenger under Discord's names, which the general public knows little about. And of course, the TV immediately reported this achievement to the people.
The West is still trying to destabilize the situation. And on the territory of Russia, a completely fresh story. An attempt by curators from the main intelligence directorate of Ukraine to recruit Russian gamers, school children and students through the American social network Discord.
The FSB carried out the operation in almost 80 Russian regions at the right time. More than 40 people were detained.
Well, at the same time, Russian war correspondents write in Telegram channels that the blocking of the Discord resources on Moscow carried out a blow to the control of UAVs in the so-called SVO zone, and the situation returned, roughly speaking, in March 2022. According to the Vaincore channel Russian Engineer Messenger, not very popular, mainly used for game streams, and actually, due to good video image transmission quality, used for combat control to combine images with UAV reconnaissance data. Another channel informant writes that there are already reports of serious violations in the work of UAVs at the front. There are no broadcasts without pilots, chats do not work, and in fact, there is no cardio. When you are at war against someone and you are afraid to even call it a war, you can somehow remember to shoot yourself in the foot. However, this is not the first time the Russian authorities have done so. Instead of a period, woof or meow. Well, now urgently put a like on this video, generously share it with friends in your favorite groups on social networks, and be sure to leave your thoughts in the comments. And in general, subscribe to our YouTube channel. There is really a lot of interesting stuff here, and this way you definitely won't miss anything. The scandal surrounding the Russian marketplace Wildberries has given rise to, or rather revived, ethnic strife between Chechnya and Ingushetia. Let me briefly remind you that the largest online trading platform in Russia, Wildberries, belonged to a married couple, Tatiana and Vladislav Bokalchuk. And then, at some point, Tatiana decided that she and her husband were no longer on the same page and announced her desire to divorce him. And he, in turn, wanted to take away her business, which, as it seemed to him, Tatiana was managing incorrectly, having decided to merge it with the wrong company. In general, family corporate showdowns at some point grew into gangster showdowns, in style strongly reminiscent of the beginning of the 90s. And yes, on September 18th, Vladislav Bokalchuk tried to break into the company's office in Moscow with security. There was also a shooting. 2 people died, 7 people were injured.
Among them are 2 police officers.
Thanks for watching.
The Russian Investigative Committee opened a criminal case under articles on murder, attempted murder, illegal possession of weapons, attempt on the life of a police officer, and arbitrariness. It was reported that 33 men were involved in the case. Among those arrested was Umar Chachayev, who stated that he served as a deputy commander in the Akhmat regiment. At the same time, Bakalchuk, released from custody, he said he would continue to fight for his family and family business. We can explain the project. I conducted my own investigation and found out that Kadyrov, it turns out that he painted wild berries for many years, and Vladislav Bokalchuk came to him, I quote, to solve specific problems. And that is why he tried to reconcile the Bokalchuk family.
Inhuman approach to destroy a family, not manly. I will not allow you to interfere.
In such ways, family life is destroyed by some Lebanon. Journalists.
The project found out that Kadyrov's functions were at some point taken over by his brothers, the Mirzayan acting in the interests of the Rus group, the same one with which Tatiana Bakalchuk planned to merge her business. The youngest of the aforementioned brothers, Levan Mirzayan, was for a long time business partner of the former president of Ingushetia, Ruslan Aushev. It was on his initiative that the office security was replaced with Ingush. It was reported that the deal was actually approved.
Putin himself.
But we understand that everything that happens with multinational business in Russia does not remain without the attention of the first, so to speak, face of the state. Truth, shorter. The Kadyrovs came to Wildberry's office and thought that such people would come in, say something in Chechen, everyone would be scared and quickly attack their cities, but reality is not TikTok. The company turned out to be no less prepared guys. It is obvious that behind the Mirzayan brothers is billionaire and member of the Federation Council of Dagestan, Suleiman Kerimov. Kadyrov stated that he has a dean's office, allegedly evidence that Kerimov and two State Duma deputies, Mikan, Barakoev and Rezvan Kurbanov, were going to order his murder. And if, they say, they did not prove In addition, Kadyrov stated that the relatives of one of the two killed in the Moscow office, the guards from Ingushetia Jacobi, declared a blood feud against Kadyrov on social networks. He demanded that they do everything according to tradition and contact his uncle personally, after which the head of Chechnya, attempt on the life of the respected Kadyrov Ramzan Akhmatovich.
I officially declare that I have never participated in the preparation of attempts on the life of the respected Kadyrov. Kadyrov to Ramzan Akhmatovich and to that witness Всевышний.
But Barahoev and Kerimov did not publicly respond to Kadyrov's threats to declare blood revenge. Local media reported that on October 10th at about 9 p.m. local time in Odintsovo, Moscow region, an assassination attempt was made on the former deputy chairman of the Ingush government, Sherip Alikadzhiev. Footage from the scene of the incident was published by a Russian businessman. Ale Haji Yumu carried out the operation. Security forces from groups of federal forces in the North Caucasus. Alikadzhiev is called an associate of the former head of Chechnya, Akhmat Kadyrov, that is Ramzan Kadyrov's father. In the 2000s, he headed the Shalin district of the Republic and was the first deputy chairman of the State Council of the Republic. Well, in 2022, an improvised explosive device was recovered in Al-Hajiev's office. The media then claimed that the Chechens had put a $40,000 reward on his head. In 2003, Putin presented Al-Hajiev with the Order of Courage for, I quote, courage about. Appeared in the performance of official duty in conditions associated with a risk to life. But in 2006, Al-Hajiev was appointed deputy chairman of the government of Ingushetia, and after, Exactly 1 year ago, Ramzan Kadyrov, already the head of Chechnya at that time, called the former head of the Shali region, quoting a criminal, and stated that a criminal case had been opened against him in Chechnya. After Kadyrov's words about the preparation of an attempt on him and blood revenge, the authorities of Ingushetia reported provocative calls to the Republic, servant of the Ministry of Foreign Relations of National Policy. Press and Information published a screenshot of a call circulating on the internet to stop cars with Chechen license plates and kill Chechens. So far, however, there is no one. Bill, but on Saturday, October 12th, an explosion thundered at a gas station in Grozny. They wrote that a fuel tank exploded and a second one caught fire. According to preliminary data, as reported by Interfax, the fire could have been caused by the detonation of a fuel tanker or a fuel tanker. It's unclear what caused the first to catch fire, but at least this time no one was looking for a Ukrainian trace. Who knows, maybe they will find an Ingush or Dagestani one. Well, maybe it's all pure coincidence. Anyway, we'll see. It's interesting that the head of Dagestan, Sergei Melikov, said that the Republic, I quote, will always support the Senate. Taras Suleiman Kerimov, after Kadyrov's controversial elections about a bloody dream and possible massacre. I'll just remind you, suddenly you forgot that back in August 2018, Chechnya and Yangusheti divided the territory. The Ingush people went out to protest, and in the store they closed the entrance and turned off the internet. As a result, on September 26th of the same year, Ramzan Kadyrov and Yunus on fixing the borders between the regions, but the residue, as they say, remained. Chechnya and Ingushetia dispute dozens from the Dasunjinsky district. Years. Music is playing. Awarded the medal Excellent Ambulance Worker. This was reported by the Minister of Health of Chechnya, Alkanov. He said that in emergency cases, citizens call 103, and when support, if the Republic needs a healthcare worker, then the DRC personally provides an ambulance. I don't even know how to comment on it. Oh, well, what do you think? Write in the comments. If you watch this issue on the internet, also bet.
Thanks for your support. Please share
them as friends on social networks and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You definitely won't regret it and won't miss anything. Russia for Russians in a country that attacks its neighbors, Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine without direction. In the phenomenon of war, chauvinistic and racist sentiments are increasingly strengthened. Moreover, both at the semi-official and everyday level. As we all know, one of the ideologists, not just anyone, but the entire head of the investigative committee, Alexander Bastrykin, is standing up for the migrant in Russia.
What is a migrant worker behind the columns? Well, and so on. I won't upload it. You can see it in the presentation there, but I think the most important thing is to change the policy. Migration policy of Russia. Precisely justify the necessity and maybe even make it so that we can decide at the expense of internal resources, which I mentioned, at the expense of internal migrations.
In the 6 months since the attack on Crocus City Hall, Russian officials and deputies have proposed the entire enemy of initiatives to limit the rights of working foreigners, but once again did not use the chance to clearly explain to Russian citizens and the Central Asian states how. What kind of labor migration do the authorities need? There are no formal barriers to migration, but the life of each migrant in Russia is becoming increasingly unpredictable. For many, the only alternative to deportation is a contract for military service, and it is reliably known that at least 10,000 migrants have already arrived in Ukraine.
Ukrainian front.
The terrorist attack in Crocus worsened the already poor attitude towards migrants after the suspects were caught. Anti-migrant raids began all over Russia. In Russian earnings talk about the abuse of security forces and the disrespectful attitude of Russians towards migrants. In early October, one of the Central Asians who works as a taxi driver
in Russia contacted us.
And a journalist from the Current Time TV channel. He said that one of the passengers cursed him at least 20 times during the 4-minute ride. He provided the editors with a video recording of the ride as evidence.
See for yourself.
I'm not from Uzbekistan.
I'm from Cabrius.
I don't care where you're from. All the same, you are not Russian.
In criminal reports, Russian law enforcement officers now specifically emphasize nationality. UN offenders. Here, for example, wild and simple footage from an outdoor surveillance camera in Moscow. The janitor attacked an 11-year-old girl who was walking her dog. He stole her in broad daylight and was lost over the baby. The rape suspect was detained. But the fact is that absolutely all Russian telegram channels and the media itself gave away this night. The news was under headlines that emphasized that it was a migrant who committed the rape, as if migrants never rape anyone. Only in Ukraine is there a regular Russian army where citizens... Russia has committed hundreds, if not thousands, of war crimes, including the rape of children. Russian MPs are solving the migrant problem in their signature style. A whole bunch of bills are aimed at making life in Russia even more unbearable. For example, a State Duma committee recently approved a bill that proposes crimes committed. Illegal migrants should be considered a circumstance. Aggravating the punishment. Constitution, human rights, equality before the law regardless of race, skin color, religion, no. For Russian deputies, all this is alien. They have hardly heard of such a thing. They should have already started putting marks on people or something, or immediately recognize all foreigners as obviously guilty upon entering Russia.
In all crimes.
There are rumors now that the Moscow authorities and security forces are preparing to conduct a massive inspection of the activities of the so-called Muslim clubs about the Kremlin Telegram channel. The channels prepare their readers for the fact that in such clubs they give lectures, conduct masterclasses for all sorts of extremists, criminals, and Islamists. This was a direct quote. The activities of such clubs will be regulated, but shopping centers will not be able to provide venues for their events. This will be prohibited. All this causes for which Kadyrov is fighting. There are simply no workers there, even despite the rather high salaries of 100,000 rubles. More than a dozen regions of Russia have banned migrants from working in a whole range, including in transport, in public consumption, in logistics. Against this background, there was a shortage of builders who usually came from other countries of the CIS, which just met after Putin's birthday in Moscow and discussed the May 9 party, and the fight against quad bikes. At the same time, the chairman of the Federation Council, Valentina Matvienko, in an opera diva dress, talks about between Russia, Tajikistan.
Ill-wishers are trying to drive a wedge.
Here's a photo from Rostov. An anti-migrant raid was conducted at one of the large construction sites in the Pervomaisky district. Migrants are being chains. Kidney from the site, forcing to put both hands on the one walking in front. Such a method of driving people from point A to point B. By the way, a case was opened against the developer for organizing an illegal megra. A raid on migrants was also carried out at a warehouse in Domodedovo. It turned out that 280 people who received Russian citizenship but forgot to register for military service. Now, 161 employees of the warehouse will pay a fine of 5,000 rubles for the fact that they worked without a permit. Well, after that, they will be elected from the country. Video from Domodedovo airport. Migrants are being deported from Russia, and masked security forces are leading people to the terminal exit in a manner that is already familiar to them. The Associated Press writes that Russia has already gone so far as to recruit residents of African countries for internships in the region. The areas of hospitality or public affairs. But in fact, they are taken to Tatarstan to collect drones. The Kremlin is recruiting women aged 18 to 22 years from countries such as Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, South Sudan, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and also from Sri Lanka. But residents of African countries use it not only for Kubrick Krinsnadel. A group of black migrants called Putin's Dogs has appeared in Russia. They happily confess their love to Putin. See for yourself.
We will verse. We want to congratulate our President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin on his birthday.
I don't think it will help them in any way, but it looks funny. Remember, in one of the previous programs, I told you about migrants from India who were deceived and sent to the front in Ukraine, and then they even recorded a video message demanding their return. So India and Russia may once again find themselves on the brink of a diplomatic row. Rumor has it that the Russian Defense Ministry is extremely reluctant to demobilize those who have found themselves in the so-called SVO of Indian citizens, despite the fact that Putin promised Modi that this issue would be resolved. All this led to the Indian Foreign Ministry asking Moscow through informal channels. The truth is that it will not be possible to achieve this, says a high-ranking source in the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I wonder how Zakharova will explain this to the public later. Well, write what you think in the comments. Thanks for watching. And at the end of the program, there is a new section which will probably become, not constantly, but certainly regularly, shots from the past week. The governor of Zabaikal, Alexander Osipov, for some reason rubbed the head of the forestry department a booger. At that time, she was reporting on about large fires in the region. Here, see for yourself. The situation is so bright. Journalists from various publications even began sending official inquiries as to why Osipov wiped his, biological secretions from his nose on the officials' clothes. Later, however, the deputy chairman of the regional government on information policy and information projects, Vyacheslav Kulakov, explained that all this, they say, was misunderstood. Osipov, they say, did not wipe any booger on Shalyapina's clothes, but scratched his nose because a midge had flown in. And Shalyapina, Kulakov added, is not upset by this whole story. Well, you can see for yourself. Well, that's all for today. This was Dadim Runitz. Watch the program yourself. I hope you found it interesting. I look forward to seeing you again next week.
We always call a spade a spade.
Not a negative offensive, but a disaster.
It wasn't the plane that went supersonic, it exploded.
Not a gesture of goodwill, but a defeat.
Not SVO, but war.
We always speak as it really is.
We know better because we are at the epicenter of events.
Responsible issue of the day.
Our time has come.
Daily, at 16 and 21:00 Kiev time, on the Freedom TV channel.
Live broadcast on the Freedom TV channel. My name is Yuri Hrihorovich. Kulinic, well, let's talk about the aggravated relations between Budapest and Brussels. In general, this confrontation between the European Union and Hungary is intensifying, writes the publication Politica. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban threatens to bring illegal migrants to the main square of the Belgian capital. For what purpose is he blackmailing the EU, and what appropriate steps is the European Union preparing?
Viktor Orban threatens the European Union again. The Prime Minister of Hungary promised to send migrants to Brussels if the EU does not stop punishing Budapest for
statement. Been such a pro-Russian voice in the European Union? This is exactly pro-Russian. Or is he just trying to use such duality? Not everything is so clear-cut. Just to make a louder statement about oneself, to knock out some political dividends for oneself in the same European Union.
Maybe he wasn't a pro-Russian politician at first, but now I think he has no other choice and too much money. It was received from Russia, and there are too many connections, because one thing is, as a matter of fact, another example is Robert Fico, who is considered pro-Russian, but they balance when there is a benefit for his government personally. When there is an opportunity to get money for Slovakia, then he balances, actually speaking. And when Ukraine refused to receive Russian gas from 2015, then Slovakia provided transit gas from Europe to Ukraine, although Robert Fico was then the prime minister, and strictly speaking, we say that he is considered pro-Russian. Orban, he often acts, even in spite of it. Their personal interests defending Russia's position, actually, it was the situation with Sweden that I was talking about, because in this way, he turned quite a lot of people against himself. And there are quite a lot of other examples. For example, when Hungary categorically spoke out against sanctions against Patriarch Kirill, the leader ROC. Strictly speaking, where is Hungary and where is the ROC? But nevertheless, no less. And that's why I think that Orban is already so much in the system that he's unlikely to be able to get off the hook.
Well, we'll see how things develop. Well, and in particular follow the news, which we will definitely have following the results of the election campaign of the United States of America. That's at least. Alexander, thank you very much for the conversation, for joining our broadcast. Alexander Leonidovich. Penta was on direct line with us. We are now taking a short break. Then we will return to discuss new topics. Stay tuned.
Amid record spending increases on the war against Ukraine, next year more than 13.5 trillion rubles, Speaker of the Federation Council of the Russian Federation Valentina Matvienko called on governors to abandon large infrastructure projects and save money. After all, in 2025, it is assumed that the financial support of the regions will be reduced by another 10%. In 2024, it was already reduced by 9%.
With calls to tighten the PSA, the Russian leadership is making it clear to regional leaders that the cannon fodder they have been supplying to the war for almost 3 years is no longer enough. The resources that could be used to build roads. Moscow will also let schools and hospitals go to war. The Center for Countering Disinformation of the Press of the NBU of Ukraine writes in Telegram.
According to experts, Moscow wants to annually recruit at least 225,000 contract soldiers for one-time payments to volunteers in the federal budget for 2025. And 90 billion hryvnias were issued. In order to fulfill the amount from the Kremlin for the recruitment of people, the regions constantly increase payments. Yes, in the Rostov region it is rewarded. The law on signing a contract with the Ministry of Defense increased from 700,000 to 1.2 million rubles. Together with federal funding, the one-time payment will amount to 1.7 million rubles. In Moscow, it's almost 2 million rubles.
At the current rate of losses, of course, we need to recruit at least 30,000 soldiers every month in order to compensate. That's why the numbers say that 225,000 new contractors are needed. This is not a very easy task, so the payouts are constantly growing.
While Putin is desperately trying to seize the sovereign territories of Ukraine, the economy of the Federation is sliding into the abyss. According to the research holding Ramir, food inflation in the summer of 2020. In 2024, in comparison with July 2023, it grew approximately 5 times. So since the beginning of 2024, the price of potatoes has risen by 90%. The 54% cabbage has become half as expensive. The inaccessibility of products for part of the population has forced the government to grant regions the right to conclude an agreement with businesses for stabilization.
Any regular intervention in pricing distorts market realities and carries the risk of additional pressure on the economy of all participants. Supply chains and unpredictable impact on the production of a specific product. This pressure can be critical and increases the risk of a decrease in interest in the production of individual products. Commodity shortages, growth of the shadow market or declining product quality. Igor Karavayev, chairman of the Accord Presidium, is quoted by the Moscow Times.
Tariffs for utility services in Russia next year. From July 1st, electricity will travel by 12.5%, gas by more than 10%, and the total payment for utility services will grow by almost 12%.
That's not all. From the new year, tariffs for railway passenger transportation will increase by 11.6%. Budget law for 2024-20.
MMI analysts write.
And in Telegram.
$6.5 million, of which a little more than 3 million are laborers. In a survey of the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, it was found that almost 80% of personnel shortages are observed. Almost every fifth company complained about hiring restrictions imposed by regions or a direct ban at the regional level on hiring migrants. Yulia Granovska for Freedom TV channel.
Russian soldiers or not, they were local self-defense forces.
This is a fact. We have never hidden it. Our armed forces, frankly speaking, blocked the armed forces of Ukraine.
End of briefing.
Against Ukraine, a futile defeat has greatly exacerbated the contradictions between clans. The Kremlin is increasingly talking about an impending struggle for influence. Who does the Russian dictator trust? How? Is Ku holding on to his entourage, and will he be able to retain power? The Russian war against Ukraine has divided the Russian elite and even people from the dictator's closest circle, and the state has turned into an unofficial dictator's zone. Influence. Putin's protégés in the regions have essentially appropriated the country for themselves over many years. Vladimir Putin's FSB clans resemble organized crime groups. Many of them are real representatives of the criminal law.
If we are talking about the head of state, then the main professional task is the development of this state itself. That is why, from my point of view, Putin is so early.
He is not so much a personnel officer, but a farmer, because his main thing is personal loyalty, not professional qualities.
People are how he came into politics, and he doesn't get rid of them. That is, this is his closest circle, people whom he apparently trusts, who are understandable to him, but in relation to which there are, of course, a lot of questions regarding, for example, their competence. But competence is absolutely not important for Putin in this situation. Personal loyalty is important to him. And this is what the entire pyramid that exists is built on.
Putin's system of power consists of a number of influential groups. Some of them have their own army, like the head of the Russian National Guard, Viktor Zolotov, and the former secretary of the Security Council is now Putin's personal assistant, Nikolai Patrushev, controls special forces or various types of PMCs. These groups own large companies, state corporations, and banks and are subordinate to, not by law, but by order of the head of the Kremlin.
They compete for influence, and Putin moderates them, determines who to push aside, who to put down. In principle, there is nothing new in comparison. With the Stalinist model, who sometimes brought someone closer, sometimes sent someone to the chopping block, and it was completely impossible to understand.
What is important at this moment in time? Everything that exists today is there. The State Duma, the Judicial Federation, the government. Well, of course, the government is probably acting in some of its powers.
In many ways independently, where Putin allows this independence, but where Putin makes decisions unilaterally, he makes them unilaterally. And we saw it very well in that at the Security Council itself, where he forced everyone to swear allegiance, making decisions on the entry of the DPR.
For many years, the Russian elite covered up bandits, oligarchs, and corrupt officials. The dictator acted as a judge in conflicts between his close associates. Putin maintained the balance of power in such a way as to prevent the creation of a leading clan. But the position of the head of the Kremlin in this system has recently of the Russian ruler. Among them are the Rotenberg brothers and the Kovalchuk brothers. Yuri Kovalchuk is the owner of Vladimir Putin's personal bank. Putin's Russia and the media mogul.
There were many different studies that told us that part of the inner circle came from the OZE cooperative. That is, from people who lived nearby and accordingly interacted with each other a lot. From there, for example, such a famous person as Yuri Kovalchuk, and he is one of the main actors of this propaganda machine of Putin. And this is one of Vladimir Putin's closest friends. Well, that's how you can tell about many people who are truly close to him.
Another influential clan of those close to Putin are representatives of the military-industrial complex. Among them are Sergei Chemysov, First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Makarenko, and more recently, Putin's new assistant, the former governor of the Tula region, Alexei Dyumin. The Rostec Corporation, headed by Sergei Chemysov, is a monopoly in the field of armaments. The backbone of Putin's power has always been and remains intelligence officers such as Nikolai Patrushev and Alexander Bortnikov.
This is a constantly living structure, breathing, engaged in mutual dirt, and it is precisely in this sphere of mutual dirt that Putin is he knows how to breed very well, provoke each other, fuel mutual jealousy, and so on.
However, Putin is gradually losing control over influential groups. Failure to win the war puts his authority at risk. This is confirmed by last year's march of Prigozhin and his PMC and the current mass purges in the security bloc and the Ministry of Defense, a full-scale invasion of the USSR. Ukraine and Russia's hybrid war against Zakhar threatened the once comfortable life of Putin's closest entourage.
In those conditions, when Putin ceases to perform all the functions that he assumed today,
what are the functions of the guarantor of the savings of his inner circle abroad? He has ceased to be such a guarantor. Assets are being seized, accounts are being seized, and everything is bad in this sense. He has also ceased to be a guarantor of the preservation of assets within Russia because
The defeat and loss of the Russian army on the battlefield affected relations between Putin and New Europe. When the influential Minister of Defense, Shoigu, before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, they had vacationed together many times and were extremely close, as evidenced by many photos. However, when the so-called Blitzkrieg, the cry failed and Russian troops began to retreat with heavy losses, Shoigu found himself in the crosshairs. People from the Ministry of Defense suddenly began to be caught in corruption. In May, a Moscow court arrested the head of the department. Kazakhstan. Bribes on an especially large scale. Deputy of Sergei Shoigu, Timur Ivanov, was detained under the same article. 1 billion rubles were confiscated from him. According to various sources, the corruption cases are just cover for information. Bills for unforgivable offenses.
This is the principle that operated, for example, in some organizations like the Mafia or the Japanese Yakuza, that we will not touch you because we are tied down. There are such immovable bonds, but if you are guilty of something, Shegosh is clearly guilty of something, and it is clear even in what you must suffer some kind of punishment. This is, as they say in the Middle Ages, it was understood that the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. And it operates somewhere to some extent in Putin's system, but at the same time, when somehow someone must be punished, they begin to punish their vassals, demonstrating to Tsar Putin that, you see, I am ready to do anything. That is just to stay in the place where I am.
Some kind of apology and not fall out of this system.
However, while purges and arrests are taking place in the structures of the Ministry of Defense, its new head and Putin are faced with another challenge: the loss of control over part of the Kursk region. It hurts that thousands of square kilometers came under the control of the armed forces. The actions of the Ukrainian army showed that Putin does not monitor the situation in the regions, and the Ministry of Defense is not capable of protecting the country's borders.
every day it is more and more clear that Putin is not running the country. The main signs of this and the beating in the Kursk region, and I'll say it again, the conflict around wild berries is just evidence of loss of control, obvious to everyone. But there is a lot of such evidence, because if we look at what is happening, every day in Russia, we see that some excesses happen every day. Firstly, a huge number of decrees. Officials are imprisoned almost every day, including army generals. And just some officials of the rank there, deputy governor, mayor, or someone else, when we look at the history of each individual official, if we dig deeper, it will also turn out that either this is some kind of clan war, and this returns to what we have already discussed, that Putin has ceased to be the supreme arbiter. He cannot reconcile the clans. Therefore, one clan imprisons representatives of another clan through the policemen or detectives under its control. And this war goes on every day. And this war is intensifying because we can see it by the number of landings. And the sharper this war within the clan will be, the closer the final fall of Putin.
Wait. I don't see any grounds for a coup or a conspiracy yet. I don't see any reason to think that the people could throw out such a government. In the sense that only it would take a not very smart person to talk about this now. And at the same time, if suddenly this happens, then we will see in the usual weakness, flabbiness, and incompetence of this very Putin vertical. No one will put their pants on a machine gun for him anymore. But for some kind of alternative,
they can become...
Force and fear, which were Putin's main levers, no longer have the expected effect. His decision divides society and his inner circle. Now, possible replacements are heard more and more often. However, by destroying state institutions, liquidating political competitors, and creating mafia clans, Putin left Russia no chance for peace. Appropriate transfer of power. According to the rules of the bandit world, the reins of government are given to the one who has the power, not the right. And this is the law by which Putin's Russia lives.
Exclusive and significant materials from the Russian-Ukrainian war. Fire, about how.
How are Ukrainian wars fought? Let's resist to the last projectile, to the last cartridge. How do frontline towns and villages live? It's scary, but this is how we live slowly.
We are here. We will not leave ours.
News and reports about heroic defense, struggle, and striving for victory.
The country, it is as one whole, it is all the house of Ukraine. Front News, every Saturday at 10:00 Kiev time on the Freedom TV channel.
Following the summit, Ukraine, Southeastern Europe, President Volodymyr Zelensky told about the preparation of another package of military aid for Ukraine from Croatia. He emphasized that I will add not only the army that will be in this package, not only protection of our country, but also stability in the region.
Ukraine is capable of producing more modern weapons, and for this we need investments, and this will help us now. But after this war, it will be a guarantee of the strength of your own arsenals. The production of drones, electronic warfare, equipment and ammunition in Ukraine are opportunities for your republic. Region, also protect your peace. And I want to emphasize the production of ammunition. Your region has potential here. Please invest in the development of these industries in your countries, especially ammunition components.
Croatia will also continue to provide the Commission with equipment and share humanitarian demining experience. These are implied agreements. Long-term cooperation and support between Ukraine and Croatia. Its structure is similar to that of already signed security treaties of Ukraine with a number of other partner states. By agreement, Croatia will continue the reform and ensure the rule of law.
I hope we can help in the most powerful directions. You know that Croatia was subjected to aggression in its time, and now it is.
Croatia declared its support for joining the USSR, Ukraine in NATO and the EU. In addition, the country will contribute to the sanctions pressure on Russia, holding it accountable and collecting compensation for damage caused by aggression against Ukraine.
Some countries of our region are members of the EU, some are approaching membership. It was very nice of Croatia to help Ukraine on its way to the EU. Let's understand how difficult it is to carry out reforms while fighting at the front.
Such regional cooperation gives us a more concrete matrix of how we should act according to experience. In previous countries, there are some rakes we shouldn't step on.
During his speech at the summit, Volodymyr Zelensky noted that a document with a detailed plan for a fair end to the war would be ready by November.
The president stressed that in the next 3 months, Ukraine will have a real chance to bring peace and long-term stability closer.
The situation on the battlefield creates the opportunity to make this choice, the choice in favor of decisive action. With the war over no later than 2025, we look to President Biden for leadership. We look to Britain, France, Germany, and Italy to take strong and wise steps to bring security and peace to Europe, and we count on each of you, all of you. Together we can achieve everything we need.
Participants of the third Ukraine Southeastern Europe Summit,
Europe expressed support for Volodymyr Zelensky's peace formula as a necessary basis for restoring a just peace. This is in particular enshrined in the summit's joint declaration. They called on the international community to strengthen support for Ukraine in its struggle for freedom and to provide assistance in ensuring energy and food security.
It shows how important Ukraine has become for this region and how important it is for us to maintain connections at the regional level, sign agreements with the countries of Southeastern Europe, and continue to develop.
Volodymyr Zelensky also held separate meetings with the prime ministers of Albania, North Macedonia, Greece, and the president of Slovenia. The president of Ukraine spoke about the situation on the battlefield, the defense needs of Ukrainian wars, and the leaders discussed current issues of bilateral relations.
Paying for the Freedom TV channel.
They warned that it might not happen, that because of an overly rolled out lip, some people didn't have to go around. After all, the people behind the curb still mostly believe the television, and they are completely sincerely happy. Listening to tales about the capture of the entire Donetsk region by the end of the year.
The Russian army has launched a summer offensive. The #1 goal is to liberate the entire territory of the DPR.
In this direction, we literally every day, one could say, in 2 days, as they say, new headlines about another populated area being liberated. I think that soon, let's speed up the hour and we will be able to confirm the fact of the complete liberation of the Donetsk People's Republic.
And about the end of the war in a month or two.
Victory is 100% this year.
There is enough strength for this, of course, I am absolutely sure. I think that there is not much time left until, the moment when the front is getting stronger. It seems to me that we are approaching this line, beyond which there is already movement. There can be no reverse movement.
And although the Russian army does have local successes, it is already possible. It can be said that nothing that was promised will happen. Even Russian experts admit that the wet stories about the lack of reserves in the Ukrainian armed forces, or about the last strong, and it is in the Ugledar area, designed only for Dodics, unencumbered by intelligence.
Yes, we have certain successes. Sometimes it will even turn out that the Ukrainian front is beginning to crumble, but in fact, the enemy is currently preparing strategic reserves. I mean, these 14 brigades that they have not yet brought into battle.
I just remember these conversations when Avdiivka was taken. That's it. There's almost the last fortified area, a serious fortified area of the BSU has been taken. It will get faster and faster from here, and so on. There's settlement after settlement. We'll crack it now.
They say almost the same thing.
The qualitative turning point will not come when the last lines of fortifications fall. They will never fall, because many such lines of defense can be made, and therefore already in
the near future, deceived servants may start asking various questions. For example, where are the wars that were publicly promised to everyone?
We can already state the fact of the complete liberation of the Donetsk People's Republic.
It is known that, realizing their sad situation, Russian propagandists decided to somehow get out of it, but the poor fellow. They couldn't come up with anything better than to interrupt old fakes with new ones. Like now the deep people will be given new victories, and they will forget about the old ones. Well, so that you all understand what we are talking about, we are not now. We will show several striking examples.
Meanwhile, the global firepower resource, which compiles a rating of the combined military power of countries in the World Army ranking, dropped Ukraine from 15th place in 2020, in 2023 on the 18th in 2024. And this is nothing other than the most publicized demilitarization of the Kiev regime, which is already impossible not to note, even in the West.
What is not clear to anyone, it turns out that all the goals of the special operation are being successfully accomplished. It is going according to plan. Everything is exactly as Putin initially wanted.
We will strive towards the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
The Ukrainian army was in the 15th place in the rating, and now it has dropped to 18th place. What other proof do you need, huh?
Source global firepower. I let Ukraine go from 15th place in 2023 to 18th in 2024.
But it's not for nothing that we always tell you that Russian news is designed for... And the stupid ones themselves, why do these pathetic people want to measure the success of the war with ratings? Well, that suits us just fine. Let's open the same rating for 2021. And we will see where they started and what they came to.
The Ukrainian army took 25th place in the Global Fire 2021 ranking, being the 7th most powerful in Europe.
That is, before the start of the special operation, Ukraine was ranked 25th in the ranking of the world's strongest armies. And after 3 years of Putin's most powerful demilitarization, it became one of the world's strongest armies. Placed on the 18th.
This is nothing more than the most blatant demilitarization of the Kyiv regime.
Everything is going according to plan. It turns out either the skis do not go or...
Demilitarization of Ukraine is happening in the opposite direction. That is, they tried for 3 years. Tens of billions of dollars were spent, and the Ukrainians only became stronger. And I just want to clarify, so what is there to build? Prokopenko, shall we play some more, or will you immediately merge? However, here it is still necessary to honestly clarify that the deep people are not strong in revelations, and therefore could well have believed in the pathetic manipulation. Ren TV channel. Yes, and why not? Exactly these same people, if anything, sincerely believe that relations between allies can be measured by the criterion of who sits where at joint meetings.
Just analyze the results. Zelensky's visit to New York, and I found that there were more losses than victories. The delegation, Denis Ablay, was even planted somewhere in the far left corner between the Vatican and Thailand, and before it seems was planted near the US. It turns out that the owner abandoned his beloved woman.
My God, how poor they are. That is, the Russians will not experience a record package of military aid.
Tell me, what kind of idiots are these?
Although again, in such information, politics behind the curb is nothing new. It was like in the fairy tales about Vanka, who sat on the stove and grew rich with his thoughts. That's how it is now. Only instead of a stove, people have a TV, and instead of the Tsar's daughters with all the jokes of various political wishes and fantasies. Moreover, no one is trying to come up with anything new. The schemes for fooling the serfs are well rehearsed to the last detail. Let's say, is it worth it for any escalation to happen in the Middle East?
The Middle East is on the brink of military Armageddon. For the first time, Israel's air force struck the central area of Beirut.
Putin's anti-fascists instantly pull out two favorite manuals from their wide trousers. Well, firstly, about how all the allies will now forget about Ukraine.
People in Ukraine are now very worried. The situation in the Middle East will overshadow the not-so-active Western attention to the independent country.
They lack resources for both. America is willing to sacrifice.
APD certain interests in Ukraine, but is not ready to sacrifice interest. Otherwise, as far as the Suez Canal is concerned, Israel is a U.S. naval base.
2 known losing wars, and the pinched Washington Hawks will not pull. And of course, they will give preference to Israel. Harsh winter and absence will await Ukraine.
And secondly, about the terrible and insidious fascists of Israel, who you can't feed with bread, just let them provoke world wars and kill innocent terrorists in panties.
Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi reported that Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was ready to make peace with Israel, or at least to cease fire. What do we conclude from Israel does not need peace. There is no need for peace at all in any way.
In general, the level of anti-Semitism on Russian channels breaks all records. Not a single good word about Israel or the Jews. Beyond the curb, there has been no more for a long time, but there are streams of dirt and endless darkness.
The hatred that drives Israel's top officials is the same hatred. Officials of the Bandera Ukrainian authorities, right?
By the way, we won't be very surprised if soon these mothers will measure their noses on anti-fascists. Judging by the rhetoric on state channels, everything is heading this way.
Schools and mosques have already been destroyed. Make a West! Open your mouth and say something. Sanctions against Israel. Were they convicted of excessive force? No.
There are no exaggerations here at all. If anyone has forgotten, we can always recall the Jewish pogroms in Dagestan.
A group of anti-Semitic Gromshchika burst into the Makhachkala airport, encountered no resistance, and essentially captured the airport.
Is it worth saying that the serfs were emotionally wound up back then solely because of the TV? The Temniks were exactly the same as in Ukraine, only the Ukrainian guys.
They were crucified in their panties in Donbass, and Jews in Palestine.
The present. Chemically pure brutality. You can't choose the side of those who throw 3-ton bombs on residential areas and kills hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of children.
At the same time, it is not difficult to guess that all these tantrums are Kremlin-dotics. Nothing other than fear for his scheme, because let's be honest, the real allies of Putin's Neo-Reich can be counted on the fingers of one hand. So, from all this unpretentious, Iran is truly the strongest and highest country. And if he flies there, Russia may be left without this number of losers. That is why the Kremlin is so hot.
All our flows are now going south through Iran. If we strike Iran now, it will stop a lot of processes.
At the same time, we are personally always amazed by the cosmic hypocrisy of the Ostankin people. Durachkov. That is, on the one hand, propagandists always try to demonize disagreeable countries. The latter allegedly only have escalation in mind. The sleepers see how more countries would be drawn into the war and destroy the planet.
Faisal Nimbenzi called such valid Tel Aviv open rudeness. Our representative at the UN believes that Israel wants to keep Iran and the USA. Israel does not need.
The world is not needed, the world in any way at all.
In short, it's just awful what's happening in the world. We haven't heard any statements from Israeli officials yet. They're supposedly the subject of a tribunal.
Statement by the Israeli Defense Minister. According to the Nuremberg Tribunal, it falls under all the articles for which Keitel was hanged.
Yodel and other heads of the fascist rail.
Well now, friends, we will show you the statements of Russian officials who, it seems, are not worthy of a tribunal. There is all good, spiritual.
Completeness and responsibility.
So, where is this Alpha Lizhnitsa? Come on, tell me when the world's best Meldonium team will return to competition. I will probably say things that perhaps should not be said at all.
It seems to me that if we dropped a serious bomb in the center of London, everything would be over by now, and we would be allowed everywhere.
What is not clear to anyone, it turns out that London is needed as a nucleus, with a multi-million population to destroy, and then we can immediately go to the start. Oh, these anti-fascists, what would we do without them if we threw some serious bomb into the center of London?
If only it were all over already, and they would have let us in everywhere. And once again, this scarecrow, this is not just a crazy old woman in the kitchen who watched Solovyov too much and now retold it.
Expresses his horror stories in his own words.
England has great planes that have great daggers.
They still have lithospheric disconnections. Well, of course. Well, how about now?
Well, it's like Bilbanesh, and a fault has appeared.
Velby, just a second, is one of the leaders of the Russian Olympic Committee, the very one where They crowed for a long time that sport is outside of politics. But now no one has condemned the bloodthirsty woman or has throwing nuclear weapons at cities with a population of over 1 million become part of sport. Only a few Z patriots have noted that. Such rhetoric does more harm to Russia than it helps.
Well, and in general, I would classify this proposal as rather irresponsible. After all, everyone listens to it there and they accept it knowing English humor.
Friends perceived directly and concretely.
And the rest, including the management, simply remained silent. And silence, as we know, is a sign of consent. And why didn't they agree? Bielby, in essence, simply repeated what state television channels bring to the masses every day.
Well, fuck, it's stupid to fire nuclear missiles at Paris, at London. Well, why such theft? A tsunami occurs.
Mevla Manshu.
What's left of the London area after this? A beautiful fertilized onion, only the pebbles need to be removed.
But the most interesting thing here is that exactly the same audience over time, as if nothing had happened, he will squeal about global conspiracies and the politicization of sports. Although why over time? They are already doing this. It turns out that the black mouths are not to blame for the disqualification of Russian athletes. Bloodthirsty officials and under-the-carpet games of Ukrainians.
Olympic figure skating champion Svetlana Zhurova urged Russians not to have illusions about the athletes' return. From the Russian Federation to international tournaments, a State Duma deputy complained that Ukraine is conducting underground propaganda.
That is, the huge country stubbornly did not regret its mistakes. Well, it's better for us because ignoring mistakes always leads to their repetition. So let them continue to step on the same rake, setting the whole world against themselves, if not then something like that. And the new world order declared by Putin must end with the complete isolation of Russia. And it is gratifying that the bloodthirsty Russian hamsters are doing everything to implement this scenario.
Ukrainian. Ukraine is the heart of Europe. Ukrainian statehood is more than 1,000 years old. It was established when Vladimir the Great christened Kievan Rus, Kiev. One of the oldest capitals in Europe, the first stone Orthodox church was built here in the 10th century. On its walls we find a carved trident. Coat of arms of modern Ukraine. One of the first constitutions of Europe was written for Hetman Ukraine. Independence has always been yea, and will be the main value of Ukrainians. Ukraine is the heart of Europe.
He started a war and condemned his people to a life of poverty.
I will pay for the apartment and everything, and they die of hunger.
You can't scrape together enough money in your wallet and you can't keep up with the prices.
In Russia, almost everything is becoming more expensive, more than twice as much.
Has drove up record inflation in his country. And does the Kremlin have a way out of this situation? The situation is quite a dead end for them. Despite the fact that the regions of Mordor bordering Ukraine are already... It's not the first month that they have been living in the format of a real war. And in different parts of Erefia, drones are constantly flying in where they need to. Admit it, many of you have thought more than once that this is certainly not enough. Like, it's all unfair, they live early but can't cope. Russians do not know any troubles. They do not feel the war unleashed by their own country at all, but this opinion is quite erroneous.
Drink meat and whatever.
Wages do not increase, but prices increase. You remember that in the Russian Federation, literally, from the first days of the invasion of Ukraine, the prices of absolutely everything jumped. Think it's wrong?
%1 per week is crazy inflation. 1% per week, that is 50. How much per year? 52.
Some, yes, tens of percent per year.
We haven't seen such rates for a long time. Recently, the Ramir Research Center calculated that since the beginning of the war, real inflation among Russians has exceeded 70%. But in general, there are no special studies or calculations here.
Friends, I have a check from a Moscow store in my hands. Pyatorochka for May 2021. Previously, a loaf of bread with trubs cost 35 rubles, and now it costs 62. The price of a 140-gram pack of Lay's chips has increased from 75 rubles to 150. A jar of olives cost 85 rubles 3 years ago, and today it costs 160. We could buy our favorite juice for 90 rubles, but now it costs 190.
Well, that is, in other words, the goods taken as an example are in just 3 years, prices have doubled, if not more.
I've been working at Magnet for 4 years. That's how I was hired, roughly speaking. Look how much the prices have gone up. Sugar was 30 then, and there were eggs.
Clothes have become more expensive.
Medicines, food. I don't want to talk about prices. My pension is miserable and the prices in LLC. Prices for equipment, cars, and taxi services have skyrocketed.
Am I correct in understanding that this service is coming back again? It again becomes an attribute of luxurious life. You know, like in the USSR, this is the phrase.
Our people do not take a taxi to the bakery.
It is also a hot topic in the Russian Federation today, and most importantly, very painful.
According to your wallet, get your child ready for school.
And this is much higher than the annual inflation rate. So look, soon you will have to take out a loan to prepare your child for the 1st of September.
Well, tell me, how much money do I need to have right away for the 1st of September?
Well, at least 20,000 is needed.
What does the increase in housing and communal services tariffs cost?
It's very expensive here, yes. Everything in general, gas, electricity.
It is especially sad for pensioners to pay for utilities. After paying the utility bills of this superpower group, the population is left with practically no means of subsistence. By the way, we did not come up with this. They themselves are crying and indignant.
No, I pay more for utilities than, well, like more than half a pension. And I have 8,000 left for food, well, in general, for life, for a month. Can you live in them?
I would like to ask Putin such a question, but what do they actually dislike? Most of them support Putin's regime. They support our Ukrainian bombers happy? Rejoice. And all the costs of SVO are tolerated with smiles on their faces and do not complain. This is logical. Music is playing.
I look at the letters that people write to me. They say, well, how come I used to work at the same job? I got a salary right away, and I was completely middle class. Every year he could go on holiday abroad, but now what is there to talk about? In general, it is not possible to store ends with ends.
Recently, a deputy from the CPRF stated that almost 20% of Russian families with children have enough. Money only for food.
There's just enough for food. Speaking at the Eastern Economic Forum, she added that 70% of families with children are truly poor and cannot even afford refrigeration.
Refrigerator and TV. Without a refrigerator and TV, you say? But what about the famous struggle between these two giants, shaping the worldview and thoughts of citizens of the bond-bearing country?
This looks kind of weird. What does this lead to?
From the requests of the recruiting platform Headhunter, it follows that the number of Russians whose salary is not enough to meet the most basic needs has increased from 20 over the course of 2 years. Up to almost 50%. It looks like this is some kind of special operation to impoverish Russians. It can't be any other way.
Well, we try to save on clothes and food.
Of course, we don't particularly allow one that we would like.
I know many people who literally live paycheck to paycheck because everything is expensive.
The price of octopus is increasing.
And now the question.
How does this happen?
Why are prices in the Russian Federation soaring so rapidly, while people's opportunities are falling? Look at all those Siluanov ministers who say that the Russian economy is developing at an enviable pace.
We see that the economy is developing at a faster pace than we expected, than the experts expected. In the first half of the year, the dynamics of the economy
Mishustin reports that everything is great in the country. Average salaries are not the same as in the US.
Not 20, but a whole 70,000 rubles.
The fact that the salary is worth, Gennady Olegovich, here I will allow you to disagree with the reason for not protecting 20,000 rubles in the average. It is not so. The salary in the country is 73,000 rubles.
And if you listen to Putin, you can actually believe that the economy of Mordor will become the first in the world any day now.
It seems like we are being strangled and crushed from all sides. We have become the largest economy in terms of volume. First in Europe, we overtook Germany.
They took 5th place in the world. But this is all, of course, in their Kremlin reality and on TV. In the reality of the deep people, everything is completely different.
In relation to the prices that here multiple times every year, the salary has already become ridiculous.
Well, they have statistics there. We don't have such statistics.
No, we don't buy more, but we spend more money. It seems that we buy more because prices have risen.
Yes. The collapse of the economy in the first months of the Great War did not happen. Somehow the Kremlin managed to adapt to the complex realities of sanctions. We are now seeing what many sane experts predicted. In such an environment, with such insane military expenditures, the Russian economy cannot stand. Today, this depth is already beginning to settle.
To burst at the seams on all sides.
Despite the fact that Vladimir Putin has somehow managed to survive more than 2 years since the start of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, today all these problems for him
converge at one point. First, Putin's SVO. The rise in prices in Russia simply does not stop.
The price increase since the beginning of this year is already more than 9% since the beginning of the year alone. Annual inflation. Already 21.5% on consumer goods.
But what exactly is it that is driving inflation so mercilessly in Mordvinia? In other words, rising prices. First of all, it is of course the gigantic growth. The Kremlin spends all the money on the military industry, on superinflated payments to the military, on signing contracts, on their salaries, and on compensation money for relatives for the death of the occupiers.
5 million here, 200,000 there, and now these millions are poured into the economy, obscuring the already unsatisfactory rubles, driving up prices. All this money entering the economy heats it up and provokes demand, he said.
Which Russian production simply cannot cope with.
more money than she can stomach, because there are no conditions in Russia to develop own production, to develop import substitution, to invest. All this is impossible under sanctions.
So speaking about Russian production, let's remember for a while about the sanctions, which supposedly don't work. They don't work because for some reason they don't allow Russia to increase its production capacity.
More than half of Russian enterprises could not find an alternative to the materials and equipment that came under the sanctions.
The economic reorientation of the sea does not help, and sometimes even worsens the situation. In this connection, it is possible to mention the news about the components of the Russian-Chinese trade. In short, Chinese banks are ceasing to service SRF operations, fearing secondary sanctions. All this again says that
the price of consumers is precisely the increase in prices.
Miracles don't happen if you transport by roundabout routes, then your transport costs increase, your number of, as they say, reloads increases, as transport workers say.
The situation with gasoline in Russia is having an impact on the situation. Today, dozens of oil depots and refineries are burning all over the Russian Federation after drone strikes. It is said that Rostat even decided to hide information about the volumes of fuel production.
The government is certainly trying to somehow stop the panic now. The same thing happened in the spring of 2022 when the crisis was secretly...
Data on Russian foreign trade, and what happens to gasoline in the swamps after point-to-point flights of drones.
Meanwhile, for the 5th week in a row, the rate of growth of gasoline prices has exceeded the rate of inflation.
Simply put, the price of gasoline is rising faster than the price of everything else.
According to Rostat, gasoline prices have increased by 7% over the year and by 2.4% in July of this year alone.
And then it seems to follow a chain.
And soon Russians in the regions may feel the consequences, especially now when the harvest time is approaching and the need of farmers in...
Fuel prices are rising, and therefore so are the prices.
And finally, the labor shortage that arose in Mordor due to war and mobilization is driving inflation in Russia to record levels. In search of personnel, employers are forced to... It is necessary to artificially increase wages, which in turn increases costs and therefore prices.
We are talking about the fact that there are simply not enough hands in Russia. The demand for hands is growing as at the front, as well as in the rear, and therefore there is a struggle for specialists. You can fight for them exclusively in rubles.
Due to Putin's shameful special operation, inflation in Russia is running rampant. And in fact, at this stage, the Kremlin supporters can do nothing about it. Recently, the central bank, trying to do at least something, raised the key rate again.
They decided to raise the key rate to 19% per annum.
This means that loans will become more expensive, businesses will invest less, and people will spend less, which in theory should happen.
Slow down the growth of prices. According to experts, such actions of the central bank directly indicate that things are very bad in the racist economy.
This, in my opinion, is the harshest confession of all. The systemic difficulties that Russia faces due to war, international isolation and sanctions, difficulties from which there seems to be no way out.
Economists say, and Nabulina herself understands this very well, the decision to raise the key rate will not help the economy in any way and will not slow down price growth.
Because, well, you can't, if your pool is leaking in 3 holes, you can't solve the problem with just 1 hole.
There is a way out. Stop spending on water. But the Kremlin is unlikely to agree to this.
When there is a war, it is impossible to refuse the military-industrial complex, because then the Prigozhensky rebellions begin, where the shells are. And then everything has to be beeped and so on. So while the war is going on, this whole story with inflation will only get worse.
And again, we do not want to say that the Russian economy will collapse tomorrow, but the first signs of its logical collapse are already breaking through the earplugs in my ears.
It understands that the decline is coming. It is already a painful feeling for them. But it is still far from the peak. They predict that the negative impact on the economy will begin around the summer of 2025.
Even Putler has already become demonstratively alarmed by the state of affairs and publicly complained to the entire government about the ineffective actions of the central bank.
Monetary policy, as is known to contain inflation, the Bank of Russia changes the key rate, regulates the bank lending market, and here the dynamics are ahead.
And the Kremlin ghoul, of course, can transfer the status as much as desired.
Trilky and exchange their subjects in economic failures. But in order to know who to ask, first of all, the bunker grandfather just needs to look in the mirror. There he will see what? A man who condemned his people to a life of poverty, taking away from the entire country even the smallest chance for a bright future.
"12 o'clock Kyiv time, Natalia Sopit in the studio. Thank you for your trust in spending this day with the Freedom TV channel. We promise you prompt. Information is always important. In fact, let's start with it. 4 civilians in Donetsk Oblast were killed and 3 more were wounded over the past 24 hours as a result of shelling by Russian occupiers. The head of the Donetsk Regional Administration, Vadim Filashkin, reported this. Also in the Chasovoyarsk community, 12 private houses, 2 multi-story buildings and non-residential buildings were damaged. And in the village of Shevchenko, Dobropilska community, 3 warehouses, 2 buses and 3 cars were damaged. In the city community, 17 houses were damaged in total. During the day, the Russians fired 12 times on populated areas of the Donetsk region, Filashkin reported. Soldiers were wounded in the Kherson region as a result of strikes by the Russian army. This is reported by local authorities. Over the past day, the villages of Antonovka and Kamishani came under fire and airstrikes. Sadovaya, Belozerka, Romashkova, Stanislav and the city of Kherson. Russian military also shelled residential areas in various populated areas of the region. 3 multi-story apartments were damaged. 6 private houses, garages, cars. The Russians also hit a warehouse and a gas pipeline. One skirmish took place on the front on October 13th. The enemy was most active in the Kurakovsky direction. There were also many attacks on Pokrovsky, Limansky and Kupensky. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine reported this. The Russian Federation maintains a military presence on the border with the Chernihiv and Sumy regions and shells populated areas. From the territory of Russia, from mortars and artillery, it is also maintained that the Red Army continues to strike the Kursk region. Aviation of the Russian Federation dropped 31. In Russia, a Tu-134 military transport aircraft was destroyed. This happened on the night of October 13th at the Orenburg II military airfield. As reported by the main intelligence directorate of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, the plane belonged to the 117th Military Transport Aviation Regiment of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation. Usually here 134 is used for transportation. The leadership of the Russian Ministry of Defense, it can carry up to 96. 670,000 are such losses of the Russian army in the war against Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Over the past day,
Ukrainian Defense Forces eliminated another 1,260.
Russian occupiers, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine reported. Also, the Ukrainian military destroyed 4 Russian tanks in 24 hours, 19 combat armored vehicles, 11 artillery systems, and also destroyed 40 units of special vehicles and fuel tanks of the enemy. NATO's 2-week exercise Steadfast Noon, aimed at protecting the alliance's member countries, has started in Europe. This year they are taking place at air bases in Belgium and the Netherlands, as well as over the North Sea in the airspace of Great Britain and Denmark. Corresponding aircraft from 13 NATO countries and about 2,000 military personnel. Among more than 60 aircraft, modern fighters are capable of carrying American and nuclear bombs placed in Europe. The North Atlantic Alliance emphasized that the exercise is not a reaction to Russia's aggression against Ukraine. However, as the DOI notes, they are intended to send a clear signal to Moscow that the alliance is ready to defend itself in that case, including with the help of nuclear weapons.
In an uncertain world, it is vital that we test and strengthen our defenses so that our adversaries know that NATO is ready to rescue. Capable of responding to any threat. Mark Rutte, NATO Secretary General, from a Reuters publication.
Under separation near the border with South Korea to be ready to conduct fire. According to the South Korean agency Aeon Hub, the corresponding order was given by the General Staff, the DPRK Army. Earlier, North Korean troops were also instructed to prepare comprehensive countermeasures at all levels. Pyongyang is responding to the alleged authorities with such actions. South Korean drones may enter the country.
By 20 on the 13th, put 8 fully armed artillery units on combat alert. Artillerian brigades in combat formation and complete various measures to ensure operational security, from the order of the DPRK General Staff in the publication of the edition.
In addition, the DPRK is likely preparing to blow up roads leading to South Korea, the Joint Chiefs of Staff of South Korea said. Jacoby, this could happen today. According to South Korean officials, Seoul is preparing for possible provocations and will respond decisively to them. Kursk operations stopped the Russian offensive in the Zaporizhzhia direction, but the threat of a repeated advance of Russian occupiers in the region still remains. The head of the Zaporizhzhia Regional Military Administration, Ivan Fedorov, reported this.
Is there a threat that he will advance in the Zaporizhzhia direction? There is always one. After all, the enemy's human resources are practically unlimited. He uses them as cannon fodder. An Fyodorov, head of the Zaporizhzhia Regional Military Administration, in an interview with Goose America.
Actions of the Russian army on the border of Donetsk and Zaporizhzhia regions. That does not look like part of a large-scale offensive. This is what analysts at the Institute for the Study of War say. Earlier, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine reported that Russian troops had begun to attack to the southwest of the large Novoselka, starting around October 11th. Meanwhile, the spokesman for the Southern Defense Forces, Vladislav Voloshin, reported on October 3rd that the Russian army prepares strike groups for offensive operations in Zaporozhye. But Ukrainian military personnel in the south have not detected large concentrations of Russian troops. Alexander Kovalenko, the speaker of the Zaporizhzhia Regional Military Administration, is now on the phone with us to discuss what is happening in the Zaporizhzhia region, in particular in Zaporizhzhia, and we will discuss it with him. Alexander, hello.
Good afternoon. Greetings to the viewer.
The army is not expected, at least in the near future, as Ivan Fedorov indicated, but nevertheless we see how Zaporozhye is being actively shelled by Russian troops. Only in the Zaporizhzhia region, enemy shelling caused a power outage for 4,500 consumers, and during the weekend, the energy industry caused damage that occurred in the Zaporizhzhia region. Zaporizhzhia networks, and in the Osilkovsky district, this is also stated in a message from power engineers. What is known about the state of... To date, what is the current situation? With electricity?
Unfortunately, to our great regret, the destruction of the power supply system.
Finding others.
Water supply became regular for Zaporizhzhia for settlements that are closer to the front line. Perhaps the most tense period for Zaporozhye we experienced from September 22nd to October 12th. It was on September 22nd that Russian terrorists began shelling the regional church. The center, controlled by metal bombs, caused enormous damage, enormous destruction, damage primarily to the housing stock. This is more than 150 multi-story buildings. This is more than 500 private one-story houses, a colossal destruction. Repair and installation work is still ongoing, and the rest are still working. Getiki, working as a representative of other public services to return all the benefits of civilization. Well, naturally, there is a restoration of housing at the expense of local resources, the local budget. At the expense of donor, at the expense of volunteer assistance, the necessary means and amount are provided in the city budget so that residents can repair it, first of all. Roofs of houses, more than 360 people. You received compensation, more than 58,000 hryvnias and other settlements. Work continues, the arch is closed. The OSB, so that we understand that now Zaporizhzhia and all of Ukraine is on the eve of the drowning season, so we have to do everything to the maximum. It is necessary so that people do not freeze. People
were with warmth.
Walked like this in winter period. According to our estimates, Zaporizhia and the Zaporizhia region were shelled approximately 3,000 times over the past week. Every day there are 400 plus or minus attacks from various types of weapons. This is a multiple launch rocket system. This is artillery. These are unmanned aerial vehicles, various modifications. Katya is other types of weapons, including aviation. Fortunately, the past few days have been calm enough for the Manual Center. First of all, they joined the revolution. The shelling continued. The only thing that is a little alarming is the figure. On the one hand, it is pleasing, but on the other hand, it is alarming. The marriage was shelled twice less.
The territory of Zaporizhia region is under the control of Ukraine.
Now that you have answered, I would also like to clarify what weapons are most often used to fire at Russian troops in the Zaporizhia region and right next to the bridge. Also, we have recently observed activity in the use of cabs. This is because they were aware of them, and that is why such an opportunity arose. As you can see, if we evaluate how much the escalation of hostilities has been felt over the last week, the civilian infrastructure is suffering the most. This is maybe houses of citizens, or is it energy infrastructure, to deprive the city and the region in principle by winter without energy resources. Here are your observations.
And of course, the first targets of the Russian occupiers are industrial enterprises, public infrastructure facilities, but unfortunately,
Robot bomb
gets into the housing sector, so people suffer first. Well, as for the video of weapons, well, for example, the 5 main types are aviation equipment, a reactive warning light system, artillery, and unmanned aerial vehicles.
They are the most
are used by the enemy, and it passed in the summer.
The sharp increase of the drone
compared to artillery. First of all, they work on nearby settlements. This is 10, 20 kilometers. Zone of open introduction of hostilities. Zaporizhia is 30, 35 kilometers away, so the modified controls of the aerial bomb began to fail. The approximate flight range is 70, 80 kilometers, so the carriers of these bombs are Russian aircraft that fly close. Front at a distance of 40 kilometers, well, and they actually release these bombs. They reach the regional center, at least to the left bank part of the region. The main center, this is approximately the situation. Unfortunately, people have very little time after the alarm is declared, after clarifying what kind of weapons you will be fired upon by empty terrorists controlled by an air bomb, as well as missiles and ballistic missiles. They move quite quickly, so people unfortunately do not have much time to find them. Or go down to a shelter, to a cover, or at least use the 2-wall rule.
Alexander, what is the situation in the temporarily occupied territories? How do people live there? Who managed to leave? Those who stayed, having survived the winter, what are the main problems there? Is there any information? How is it received? I don't know whether it's possible to talk about this or not, but here's everything you know about what's happening in the temporarily occupied territories of the Zaporizhia region.
Of course, communication exists informally, as you understand. Because what is happening there, we will learn what is happening in Berdyansk, in Litopol, in Tatmaki, and in other populations. But it should be noted that mass evacuations from temporarily occupied territory was recorded in 2022, 2023. Years, roughly, we can say 30, 50%. The population left there. Zaporozhye became a kind of humanitarian hub in its time. The main center received approximately 200,000 displaced persons. Some of them have remained in the city of Zaporizhzhia until now. Some have decided to go further to the western regions of Ukraine and to the side of the European Union. The situation is catastrophic. It needs to be described in a few words. It is terror, it is humiliation, it is mockery, it is constant filtration. I would obviously highlight three main ones. Such, calls or threats. The first is the forced passportization, which did not stop. She is already in it. Runs for more than 2.5 years. For the summer, occupiers established on January 3rd. After January 3rd, everyone who has not received a passport or a certificate of migrant status. And there's another one, they're Mohau. They will simply be deported from the territory of the temporarily occupied Zaporizhzhia region, where it is still unclear. Well, now they are already saying that without a passport. The Tashil Federation is very difficult to enter into Russian territory, like Rostov and other regions. For now, a loophole remains. Crimea, through which you can still leave, does not know how to hold a racist passport. The second challenge is total propaganda and mediarization of educational processes. Secondary and higher educational institutions. This is a lot of discipline of introduction. This is the creation of cadet classes, Marine Corps. Rosgvardia is the study of the device and handling of unmanned aerial vehicles. Moreover, it is the production of these unmanned aerial vehicles. Propaganda, including its visual representation, almost everywhere. Here are 3 carpets. They are on the streets, in schools. That is everywhere. And the third, I would call it the challenge of the last decades. Start of the recruitment campaign. The bunker grandfather wrote a decree on conscription. More than 130,000 Russian citizens will have to be called up for military service before the end of this year, but also including Ukrainians who are in the temporarily occupied territories are also being called up. Unfortunately, this is happening. Some of them are already serving. In the Rostov region, in the Krasnodar region, in the Crimea, and then they are offered to sign contracts. Well, the signing of the contract is, strictly speaking, getting ahead of the game and participating. The war with Ukraine is on the side of Russia.
Citizens who are engaged in propaganda, who teach in the temporarily occupied territories regarding Russian passports, those who receive them, they can... If the goal is to return to the territory of Ukraine, under the control of the Ukrainian authorities, what's next with this Russian passport?
How to perceive them?
Like them.
Perceive. Territory, because there are very serious problems with real estate. They created a registry already without late property, so it's just, they are squeezing out, excuse the slang, housing, apartments, houses, cottages, recreation centers on the Zvenovsky Sea and the residents, which unfortunately, Ukrainians are faced with a choice of what to do, keep their property or leave for Ukrainian-controlled territory, forgetting about those that they've been collecting and planning all their lives. As for the teachers who come, I said under them, 30–50% of the population left. These are class specialists, these are managers, these are education workers, these are doctors, these are workers of vital utilities. Thus, a shortage of personnel was created. Therefore, a bunch of touring performers arrived who tried to replace Ukrainian specialists. from different parts of Russia, from remote parts, as a rule, marginal or semi-marginal elements, they are promised high salaries, promise them free housing, and that is why such pitiful specialists come to the territory of the Zaporozhye region. Actually, we set a goal. Organization attempts to compensate, make up for losses in human resources. At the expense of the settlers, that is why former military men and pensioners come. There are a lot of different categories, and so, including mainly labor resources, and erodes our Ukrainian ignorance at the expense of the total present. All Russian, including in education. Second words.
Zaporizhzhia. We will continue our broadcast in a few moments, and there are still many interesting topics ahead.
Feeding them with different propaganda methods. This has been going on for generations. They sincerely believed that we were their enemies and that we needed to be isolated from society.
Ungulata, a priest of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, in the series of interviews with Sekenay Mursev, People of Goodwill, tomorrow at 10 on Kyievska.
On the Freedom TV channel.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin called for a diplomatic end to hostilities in the Middle East. Dagona and Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant discussed Israel's operation in Lebanon. According to the press service of the U.S. Ministry of Defense, Austin confirmed Israel's right to self-defense. He also expressed the U.S. commitment to diplomatic agreements, which will allow citizens to return to their homes on both sides of the border. Yesterday, Hezbollah militants carried out a drone attack on a military base near the settlement of Benamin in northern Israel, as a result of which 67 people were injured. The legislation was maintained by the Israel Defense Forces. 4 people died, 7 were seriously injured. The other day, the UN maintained that Israeli tanks had entered the territory of the temporary forces base of the organization. The statement said the tanks left after about 45 minutes. Sakal explained that the vehicles were entering the base to evacuate their own. Soldier wounded, seriously wounded, and early on, Israel called on the UN to take it out. Peacekeepers from southern Lebanon, where the IDF is conducting a ground operation. The country's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu recorded a video address to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. According to him, the peacekeepers now serve as a human shield for Hezbollah fighters. Let me remind you that the UN interim force in Lebanon previously stated that the IDF had struck several of the organization's posts, which resulted in injuries to their soldiers.
We are not fighting the Lebanese people. We are fighting the Iranian terrorist group Hezbollah, which has taken over Lebanon. I want to address the UN Secretary General from here. It is time. Withdraw the UN interim force to Lebanon from Hezbollah strongholds and combat areas. Tzahal has repeatedly asked for this and has been repeatedly refused in order to provide Hezbollah terrorists with a human shield. Your refusal to evacuate. The Provisional Forces soldier makes them hostages in the hands of Hezbollah. This puts both them and our soldiers in danger.
We will discuss the topic of Israel's operation with our governor. Mark Bobot, military expert, Lieutenant Colonel of the General Staff of Israel in the Reserve, is with us now for the holiday. Hello, Mark.
Hello. I wish you all the best in Ukraine and victory over.
It's absolutely mutual. Mark, I'd like to clarify. Let's start from the latest information. Why is this exacerbation occurs between The UN is actually leaving, yes, and Israel's proposal is to at least withdraw your troops for a while. This is some kind of interpersonal conflict we already understand. That UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has become persona non grata, and here is the address. Neither Netanyahu led to anything. How do you understand this situation? Why does it happen that his representatives really become hostages of the situation, of the operation that the Israeli army is conducting?
And unfortunately, this is not new. I was personally wounded in 1982, 50 meters from a UN facility, which should. It was necessary to preserve this section of the road that led to the east of Lebanon. And we have seen this for more than 1 year, more than 1 decade, when UN soldiers, they can hardly defend themselves. And when people with weapons order them not to see what, either not to know it or not to drink enough about it, they do it this way. Unfortunately, this is not new. If we take at the political or global level from all the decisions of the UN resolution, I think that more than 2/3 of them are directed against Israel, despite the fact that Israel, in terms of population and territory, is some insignificant fraction of 100% of the population and area of the entire globe. However, not me. And it turns out that if Hezbollah wants to attack Israel, the UN does not prevent them at all. And when does Israel need to respond to a violent attack? Either Israel, which began on October 8th, then suddenly UN soldiers and UNIFIL forces, that's what they call it in South Lebanon, they suddenly music is playing. Therefore, Israel, realizing that here we are not fighting a war for survival, but a war for survival, then we must act. As you know, in many places, the rocket launcher of the football is literally in the foundations or next to the foundations. UN entities, how can this be explained? If it is not explained only by the fact that they are helping, or at least not paying attention to the fact that, let me remind you that the mandate of the UNIFIL unit is precisely to implement one of the latest resolutions, 1701. With full resolution. Clouds of Hezbollah fighters and their withdrawal from South Lebanon in contact with the Israeli border. Meanwhile, Israel finds, I'll just give you this illustration. Israel is creating a new division within the Israeli Ministry of Defense and within the army that will deal with captured weapons and introduce them into the Israel Defense Forces. The amount of captured weapons that have already been taken out of Gaza, and which now it is being withdrawn from Lebanon, it is simply not transferred to awareness. It can fully arm several infantry brigades. These weapons will now be transferred to our unit to be used against our enemies.
So indeed he, referring to his mandate, refuses. This is all understandable, but now to call French President Emmanuel Macron, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez condemned the shelling of the defense army. UN peacekeepers live in Israel. How will Israel act next? We see how the Pentagon is already calling on Israel for a diplomatic solution to the conflict settlement infusion. I
just want to answer, I would like to see what Macron and France would do if the sovereignty of Marseille attacked a group of terrorists from Algeria, killed more than 1,500 and kidnapped more than 200. I would like to see how France reacts to such a situation. So, yes, unfortunately, this continues what we've said in the past. On this fundamental issue, the entire international community, the entire United Nations, absolutely constantly votes and acts against Israel. There are more than 50 Muslim and Arab countries in the United Nations, and therefore these decisions a priori have an anti-Israeli tendency, even more so. If we speak collectively, more than 50 million Muslims live in Europe and influence this conflict precisely to the side. Muslim countries or organizations, and in France, in Spain, and again, if there is an uprising in old Europe, an uprising of Muslims, it's not a fact that it's France or Spain will win. They don't have enough army or police to do that. So Israel has to act. Music is playing. There will be no military action by Israel in the near future, because if Hamas and Hezbollah emerge victorious from this conflict, then, it will be necessary to extinguish the world in Israel.
Well, returning to the losses, to be honest, I was even surprised by the Israeli army. Hezbollah attacked an Israeli military base with 2 kamikaze drones, one of which was shot down in the Haifa area, and the other hit a military base near Benjamino, in the north of the country. And as a result, 4 servicemen were killed, 58 were injured to varying degrees of severity, the Israel Defense Forces reported. The attack, as the report says, was the largest since the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th last year. As you can see, the reason for all this, it would seem 2 drones and such costs. See, for comparison, 48 days for the first time, a night in Ukraine without shelling of mortars and Iranian drones. This night passed peacefully for the first time in 48 days. Every day our air forces shoot down 45 or more drones, and here 2 drones. How do you explain it? It really is low and high.
The air raid alarm didn't go off in time.
Unfortunately, I know personally what Ukraine offered Israel. According to the fact that Ukraine is very big, tragic, and positive experience of destroying such types of lesions. Israel, with its arrogance, with its own untouchables in the BBC, and brushed off this problem, not seeing its relevance. Unfortunately, what happened, by the way, the police reported the Air Force surveillance agencies in the north of the country were informed that residents, they report that drones are flying. The Air Force decided that it was a friendly aircraft and closed the incident. Just a few minutes later, there was an explosion at the base of young fighters. There are, unfortunately, a lot of Golani brigades in the north of the country, and he ended up right in the canteen, where literally at that moment, hundreds of recruits were having dinner. Unfortunately, 4 people died, 5 were seriously injured, but fortunately they are now out of danger in hospitals, and there were a lot of lung injuries. Fragments, because there it was literally on the spot, and terrible fragments flew. And of course, Israel is working on some kind of system, a laser system. The system is said to be already in the testing phase in combat positions. However, it is still a very big danger. Israel dismissed it for many months or years, thinking that the BBC, our planes are a panacea for everything, considering not without it. We pay a very high price for our arrogance. I hope that there will be fewer and fewer such cases in this war, although our boys will study on the territory itself. Those who are active in South Lebanon are very professional, very, very careful. In most of its fighters, Hezbollahs run in or are destroyed. The stinks don't accept direct combat. Israel is pulling weapons out of these logistical tunnels, and we are advancing literally village by village. To say that the villages, most of them Shiite, which gave Hezbollah the logistics and opportunity, the base of creation.
Attacks on Israel.
We will find documents, we will find computers that say that this attack was ready if they had started together with Hamas on October 7th or 8th. I don't think we would talk as calmly as we do now. And yet there are shellings. Hezbollah is no walk in the park, despite the fact that Israel has already destroyed 3 times. The entire leadership of this organization is far from a walk in the park, on the ground at tactical. At the company levels below, there are still fighters who need to take away and destroy all possibilities for Hezbollah to attack Israel in the future. It takes a lot of time and a lot of explosions.
Well, let's hope, yes, that Israel will be ready for more, God forbid, yes, mass attacks by kamikaze drones. We see that the Iranians are preliminary. Kamikaze drones of the Ziad 107 model. If we have more Shaheds in Ukraine, then here we see some new drones. We understand that Iran is only expanding its drone system. We will prepare for this. And then if we talk about protection, there is more information from the Pentagon. They announced deployment in Israel or of the TED missile defense system with an American crew. This was stated by Pentagon spokesman Pat Ryder, and according to a statement ordered by U.S. President Joe Biden, U.S. Secretary of Defense. Aloit Austin approved the deployment in Israel. Aid to boost Israel's anti-aircraft defenses after Iran's April 13th missile attacks. And the Pentagon emphasized that this battery will complement Israel's integrated air defense system. What can you say about this complex, Ted? We haven't heard about it yet. How does it work? How will it work in the Israeli system especially?
The system is the American one. The mobile system is inconsistent. Packet defense in the stratosphere at a distance of approximately radius of 200 kilometers, it is almost equivalent to ours. Heads 3 systems. And the fact is that it is a little more massive in its deployment. There are 6 or 12 There are several dozen of these anti-missile systems on each launcher. Missiles, they already, I know this personally, they are integrated. It is integrated into the Israeli missile defense system, that is, into all the radars. They all talk to each other electronically, and there are even such systems that they just connect. Literally fit into the Israeli missile defense system, which, let me remind you, consists of 4 tiers. The system should provide additional protection. Stratospheric level, that is, we see that 181 ballistic missiles are still in operation, which it was fired by Iran. It was the largest ballistic attack in the history of warfare, and we saw that even though we shot down the majority, the vast majority, more 90% of these missiles are still the same. Some did not fly accurately. They hit open areas nevertheless. And this system of battalions it will practically close the small open space that still remained in Israel. Let me remind you that Israel is a tiny country. Such a battery covers the entire territory of Israel, which of course is not relevant in another country which is greater, and this is in principle complements our first and second level of protection, that is, in the stratosphere against strategic weapons, against ballistic missiles.
Music is playing.
I think it's just the Americans are showing that they don't really want us to attack Iran in a massive way. It's because of the US elections before November 4th, so as not to interfere with the Americans' choice on the day of the election of candidates. It's a shaky story there.
I absolutely agree with you, but just in this context, it is important to discuss something else. Israel, they say, has narrowed the range of targets for a retaliatory strike on Iran, NBC reported, citing US officials. There is no indication that Israel will target nuclear facilities or carry out attacks. It plans to strike military and energy infrastructure. While at the same time, of course, the media reports that Israel has not yet made a final decision regarding act. But what interests me is why there is such concern about nuclear facilities in Iran. If it can be understood in the context, of course, of the elections regarding hits on oil depots, and here, of course, it can affect world prices. It is not very interesting before the elections. Of course, let's say this is understandable for US politicians, but why is there no nuclear facility?
You know, I think that here, as it were, it goes according to the principle we don't care. Israel, as a separate state, cannot nullify Iran's nuclear program. This is due to several factors. The main thing, the sites of Iran's nuclear program are located deep in the bedrock. That is, you are dug, so to speak, into the base of the mountains. And the exits or exits themselves, tunnel exits from these installations, from these objects, they are located deep below the gorge. Therefore, no aviation is sufficient here. And in any case, the conventional army will not take it. In addition, there are about 40 main objects which they dispersed already after. Kyle destroyed the nuclear reactor of Iraq and then Syria. And so they began a program that lasted almost 15 years, the dispersal of nuclear facilities. Iran's nuclear facilities can be effectively defeated only with the participation of an international coalition, including ground special forces, which will be able to designate targets and so on. That is why from the very beginning, there was no talk about Israel attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. If it is different, then it will be. It's about 4 or 5 meters, which are absolutely not protected by Iranian air defenses, which are generally considered to be at a very low level. So Israel has enough targets, and I hope that this will happen anyway.
Thank you, Mark, for your time. We are always happy to see you. Marco Bobote, military expert, Lieutenant Colonel of the Israeli General Staff and Reserve, was in touch with us. A few minutes, we'll be back live.
Where are you? Mother.
According to the revealed data, the Russian Federation has kidnapped more than 700,000 children from Ukraine. Russia is forcibly deporting the mother. Little Ukrainians, tearing them away from their homes and parents. This action has already been recognized as a crime of global scale and is being investigated by the International Tribunal in The Hague. Children are not war trophies. Do not become accomplices to a terrible crime. If you notice that your neighbors or friends have a child who was kidnapped from the criminal code of the Russian Federation, leave information about his whereabouts on the Freedom website or in the I'm Here Telegram channel. Your information can help the child return home.
Help me, I want to go home so much.
Tell me, Freedom TV channel.
2024.
Record beginning of a full-scale loss of a Russian. Into Ukraine on the losses of the Russian army. According to the assessment of the British Ministry of Defense at the beginning of the war, the average daily losses of the Russians did not exceed 600 people. Now these numbers have doubled. According to British intelligence, the combined losses of the Russian army in Ukraine since February 2022 have already reached 610,000 people. And according to the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, they are approaching 670,000. How many more people is Putin ready to send to slaughter in Ukraine in our own country?
Dolgorod region has set a record one-time payment to those who agreed to sign a contract and go to war against Ukraine. Now they have exceeded even the record Moscow ones and amounted to $2 million.
200,000 rubles, and this is only from the regional budget.
From all sources, from the federal budget, regional budget,
municipal budget,
and extra budgetary funds payment from October 7 to December 31st, 2024. From today will be 3 million rubles.
But the local resident does not really believe in such promises, as evidenced by comments on social networks.
It would be nothing, but where does the money come from in a broken region? It is not from the governor's pocket. What started flowing, flowed away from somewhere, I suspect from our taxes, from education, medicine, social security, science, and inflation will eat it all up so that in the end there will only be enough money for bread and water.
The payment is very cleverly written. Finally, after 2 months. Well, try to survive these 2 months in the meat storms. Read to the end. The payment is possible only after 2 months. Comments in the CTEL Vitro Telegram channel.
The cities to settle the so-called issue of military registration. Such raids affect not only Russians of draft age, but also foreigners, human rights activists report. The conscripts complained that they received payment for signing a contract with the Ministry of Defense, although they did not sign anything and refused such offers.
I categorically refuse this money. My colleagues and I have been repeatedly approached to agitate and very persistently tried by hook or by crook to lure us into signing a contract. Wollimy stood their ground, did not sign anything and refused everything. I did not put my signature anywhere and did not intend to. Mark Leonov, a conscript soldier, in an interview with the publication Ostrożno Novo.
In villages in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, cases of conscription of 18-year-old Ukrainians who received Russian passports have been recorded, the Center for National Resistance reports. The occupiers are intensifying their military conscription campaign.
City and district military commissariats, in cooperation with the illegal Ministry of Internal Affairs, have been given instructions to identify draft dodgers and initiate. I am filing criminal cases against them in order to then persuade them, within the framework of a pre-trial agreement, to sign a contract with the Russian Ministry of Defense for service in the so-called SVU zone. Oh, from the Crimea Reali publication.
The conscription service itself is now the main channel for getting a contract, human rights activists say. The autumn campaign of 2024 has already lasted 2 weeks. And all the time they receive many appeals from conscripts and their relatives who claim that conscripts are being actively persuaded to sign contracts with the Russian Ministry of Defense. For further participation in the war against Ukraine.
Recruitment procedure, including the conclusion of a contract. Now, it is possible to conclude a contract with any citizen of Russia from the age of 18. No training is needed.
Over time, Russia is losing more and more people on the battlefield. Thus, September 2024 became a record month for its army in terms of losses for all. A time of a full-scale war. The New York Times writes about this, citing Pentagon officials, and since February 2022, according to the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Russian losses are approaching the mark. 670,000 people. Natalia Husak, Vladimir Stengelov for Frida TV channel.
The Human Rights Project, the first department, is in touch with us. Hello.
Hello.
Evgenia, you have an answer. How much more Putin is ready to put, let's say?
Their own citizens in the war against Ukraine?
Well, there is no answer here, and there can't be, because this will continue as long as it continues. This whole war. The longer it will take us, the more losses there will be among the soldiers of the Russian army.
We have seen how recently they decided to increase the number.
Fighters of the Russian army. That is, this practically means that there are exactly theirs, yes, this is the minimum. Mom, another 300,000 or even up to 1 million easily, just to make it clear.
Well, these numbers are about quantity. Soldier of the armed forces of the Russian Federation, this is not about the number of losses. This is about the number of permanent staff of the armed forces of the Russian Federation. That is, if he brings the water hand there, you're 2 million people, then the Russian armed forces will have the right to recruit up to 2 million people so that they are permanently on staff. If we talk about losses, then here, it is correct to talk about those people who are recruited to replace those who have dropped out as a result of difficult storage or as a result of death on the battlefield.
This numerical advantage, if we consider it from this side, Russia in the war against Ukraine will begin to shrink by the end of the year. Moscow is facing very serious difficulties against the background of... American military analyst Michael Kaufman told Business Insider that there were large losses. According to him, the advantage of the Russian occupiers in personnel will decrease. In winter, thus, the Kremlin will not be able to maintain the offensive pace for long, and at the same time, Russian commanders complain about too much.
Almost age contract workers.
Half of the new recruits in the Russian army were over 50 years old, the publication Verstka reports, citing its sources among the invaders and representatives of the Kremlin regime. You tell such a belief, these are those who cannot find a normal job at this age, so they will agree to the colossal payments that we also mentioned in our story. Which, by the way, are growing and growing. How do you explain such increases?
Look, the Russian government is behaving very cunningly. They create such conditions under which, in essence, the only opportunity to earn money in Russia or the only opportunity to solve problems in the Russian Federation is participation in the so-called SVO. These are those who are brought to criminal responsibility. A very large group. We see that. The state is betting heavily on them. Tens of thousands of soldiers are being called up from detention centers, from pretrial detention centers, from detention centers, or from those who are brought to criminal responsibility. In Russia, they are simply closing colonies. Probably dozens of colonies already closed because there is no staff. Here is one of my clients already. Russian authorities for the recruitment of armed forces are those who have encountered financial difficulties. Look at what is happening with various loans, mortgages in the Russian Federation. Exorbitant rates that cannot be compensated by anything except some kind of super profits. The only possibility of super profits is, again, participation in the war. Therefore, Russia created such a layer of people who have financial problems, who took out a loan, who has a mortgage, who has elements, well, that is, various difficulties. She sets their conditions that they cannot earn money anywhere except on the water. The only way to pay off all these loans or stop payments on them is to go to war. Instead of mobilizing, students are putting people on their knees, literally, and giving them no choice but to go and sign a contract themselves. That is why, of course, the growth of the educated population is here. Such people always have a lot of problems in the Russian Federation, so they later enter the contract so as to get rid of your problems, financial problems, or problems with the law.
And now in September, yes, on average daily. Approximate mathematics, now we will try to determine. The losses of the Russian army have already reached a record amounting to 1271. People killed and wounded per day, and according to the intelligence of the British Ministry of Defense, such a number of deaths is connected with the expansion of military actions in the Kharkov and Kursk regions. Analysts assume that the average daily Russia's losses will remain at the level of 1,000 people a day until the end of 2024, and taking into account
Total number of Russian.
the army of active armed forces of Ukraine is about 771,000. This is the general data that can be found on Wikipedia, but it is probably less now. There will definitely be losses. The army will be flowing by spring. Is there a possibility that they will indeed attract more soldiers from North Korea? Now, this information is actively appearing in the mass media, and the president of Ukraine has already said that there are such agreements. What do you think? Well, there are 30,000. I don't know how many more they can attract from North Korea, and will they be involved? Will Putin go for it, considering that there could be a response from Western countries, Ukraine's partners?
At the beginning of a full-scale invasion, music is playing. After a full-scale conflict, we see that these two countries, these two rogue countries, which are only not terrorist states, are actively sponsoring Russia militarily with its equipment, including ballistic missiles and drones. Against this background, I will not be surprised if these are the same armies, the armies of North Korea, will take any part in the armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine. This could in principle be of interest to the command of these armies, including in order to so that their officers, their soldiers, would gain some combat experience in real conditions. Conflict between Russia and Ukraine learned. They used weapons, various equipment, and then shared this experience with their soldiers.
Literally briefly comment.
Literally the day before yesterday, our news, Kazakhstan were able to obtain European visas. They reached France and even asked their refuge. I forgot the Russian word. How do you see the shelter? Do you see rare cases of such desertion?
To my knowledge, this is the first time that a European country ready to accept people who fled Russian army. A huge number of soldiers and officers deserted from the battlefield, their units located on the territory of the Russian Federation. But now, they live in such semi-legal conditions. Some are forced to live in countries where a visa, residence permit, or any permits are not required, while others hide in Russia. They cannot be legalized in any way. And if conditions are created, if there are any programs of at least initial assistance and support for those who flee the Russian army, we believe that the numbers will increase. Although I know many Russian soldiers who are ready to sit in prison for several years, the main thing is not to go to the front.
I hope that there will be more of them. Yevgeny Smirnov, a lawyer representing the Human Rights Project First Department, in touch with us. Still, Freedom continues self-broadcasting on this sequel.
Thanks for watching.
We always call a spade a spade.
Not a negative attack, but a flight.
Not only.
The pallet went supersonic, and what about the explosions?
Not a gesture of goodwill, but a defeat.
Not SVO, but war.
We always speak as it really is.
We know better, because we are the ones who know. We know ourselves at the epicenter of events. Final issue of the day.
Our
channel.
Tsetse are real special forces. Tsetse are those who carry out their task in close proximity to us.
In ours?
We actually carry out operation in 3 backpacks. At this point, patient dies.
If we don't perform emergency heart surgery now, this wounded man won't have a chance. This is a unique division of the world level, therefore it is classified. Sometimes death can wait.
It happened on December 25th, 2022. We were on a combat mission. The anti-aircraft gun was used to target enemy forces. At that moment, we were hit by an anti-tank missile.
Get out!
I was on the back of the car, where the anti-aircraft gun was located. My legs were already completely shattered. Due to these injuries, to get out of the truck on my own. The fire was already reaching me.
Our BC was lying nearby.
And I am.
I was already ready to die.
Give it! Put it down, guys! Kill it!
According to us, our combat medics and employees of the center appeared. The guys were the first to provide medical assistance. Max, everything will be busy. From the moment they started helping me, I was still sane.
Max, eggs in place? Yes. Everything, bro. Everything is the most important thing. I agree.
Then I switched off and don't remember anything else.
Now, brother.
Stan is serious. Amputation of the right leg and partial amputation of the left. The guys carry him to the evacuation point. How did he receive it?
Reception.
The guys who saved me turned out to be SBU Special Forces.
If it weren't for them,
I would have died. The Alpha Special Operations Center has essentially been fighting since 2014. But at the beginning of the full-scale war in 22, there were completely different challenges. All other threats related to the 300 seriously wounded, the situation required the appropriate medical department.
The greatest of unit our service is human life. That is why we bring and keep the surgical team as close to the place of residence as possible. Carrying out the operation. If the enemy of our fighters from the Center of Special Operations is, in fact, an enemy. contact line. These are hundreds of people, military personnel who return to their families, to their parents, wives, and children. The hospital may be far away, the road to it may be broken. Our task is to fix all this and save. Wounded at any cost, not wow.
There is monitoring, there is ventilation of the respiratory tract, there is a blood pump.
Each member of the surgical team carries about 20 in a backpack. 5 to 35 kilograms, plus for us, we all still have a separate container with a supply of blood.
In ours.
In 3 backpacks, we actually carry our operating room.
This is real special forces.
These are the ones who carry out their mission in the immediate vicinity of the contact line. In fact, there are 10 to 15 kilometers to the front line.
They perform complex surgical interventions and bring our people back from the other world.
There was never a safe place where we worked. If it's not artillery fire, then rockets are coming. If it's not rockets, then UAVs, Shaheds, or something like that are arriving.
I had to change a lot in my head. We are no longer ordinary doctors. We are not looking for comfortable conditions. We doctors always really want to develop. Work where it is convenient for us. If I'm an anesthesiologist, I want it to be an intensive care unit with instruments laid out, good surgical lighting. That's our philosophy. The goal of specialized surgical care is to get as close to the wounded as possible.
As a special forces doctor,
You study not only military medicine. This is special mountaineering training, engineering training, diving training, airborne training.
Batteries in place, charging.
A unique team. What a dozen people do. They divide into 3. We call them Angels of the CSO, because they are actually capable of saving lives and sometimes even bringing soldiers back to life.
Fighters.
We must be absolutely sure that we have used all the means available in the world to save the wounded. We must be familiar with the latest and all the latest. In the very protocols of assistance in both technology and medicine. Wonies are constantly evolving, they are in constant search. There is something advanced in the world that they should have. They should know how to use it, and they certainly do. Selected equipment. Extremely small in size. In addition, some of the equipment can be called combines, that is, 2, 3, sometimes 5 devices are combined in one device.
5 APRATs.
If we turn around where there is some source of the world, then it will be 1 socket, not 5 sockets. Outlet.
When we expect
that we will have many wounded, one of the options is to turn around in any room where conditionally there are 4 walls, the ceiling does not blow. And it is desirable that there was an opportunity to set up electricity from a generator or something like that.
It can be a house with 3 walls, it can be a truck body. To Aili Minivena, an old abandoned building in which at least some walls remain. But in reality, it could even be any basement.
The first thing we fight is death, and what are we fighting for? So that the quality of our help is much higher and better than that of our enemy.
Preparation makes us special.
We train a lot.
It even happens that we operate on an imaginary patient. At the same time, we process the coordination of our movements in the use of tools. We simulate all medical and non-medical activities around a non-existent object. We
conventionally call it a shadow.
Vitamin 100 mg, more precisely intravenous. Vitamin 6 and a hanging catheter.
We always find some small nuance, some trifle, we talk about it and they follow it. Next time we will work a little better. Medical support and a surgical team are special key elements of performing special operations. We will talk about their existence next time. The movement must be a secret for the enemy. Why? Because on the basis of this information, he can understand in which area certain events will be held. That's why we keep them secret. Information about their existence and movements is kept as closed as possible.
As closed as possible. Everyone should understand that.
They don't work. Everyone should understand that they work not only for the SBU Special Operations Center, but with all defense forces. And they bring back from the other world all our Cossacks who are in this.
They delivered it to us once.
The patient is supposedly a happy patient. Just lost weight. He received a shrapnel wound. There was a small wound here, and at first it seemed that... These are trifles. He communicated with us, he talked. We saw at once no additional damage was found. We had to hand him over to the next stage of evacuation. Which would last 2, maybe 2.5 hours. But apparently the members of the surgical team had experience intuitively.
Already an experience.
Intuitively, he looked worse than he should have been given the injuries we were informed about while he was still being transported to us. When we examined his heart, we saw blood around the heart. The picture came together and we realized that this was exactly what... Entry hole. At this point, the surgeon thinks if the entry hole is here, but the heart is clearly injured, then what is happening inside? Then you understand that now will be a big trouble. We admitted that if we do not perform an emergency heart surgery now, then this wounded man has no chance. Will no longer exist.
Of all the operational light,
just the lights that we have on our heads, and nothing else. The blood supply is the blood supply that we carry on ourselves, and nothing else. And there are no complicated devices. In such a heart-lung machine, there are only our hands and a set of tools. But we carry a supply of tools with us and enjoy ourselves. Heart injury. As soon as we see a patient with a catastrophic heart injury, we select in a few minutes to the place of damage. These are completely different rules. Rules of the game in war. Bleeding can kill in a few minutes, but how can you save? We can perform surgical intervention without treating the skin with a sufficient amount of antiseptic, without covering the surgical field with sterile napkins.
The second moment
was already inside.
When we opened the chest and got to the heart, we realized that the wound to the heart was through and through. When we found this hole, the surgeon's assistant quickly inserted his finger there. At this time, the surgeon prepared the suture material. This patient had catastrophic bleeding. He had a crooked pericardium, which could cause his heart to stop at any moment, and he also had significant penetrating retraction into the pericardium. A lung injury with bleeding into the chest. This is a challenge for the surgeon, for the anesthesiologist. Our hearts were beating a little faster too.
It is very difficult to calculate a ballistic fragment in soft tissue and understand where it has landed, and while the surgeon is thinking, while he is deciding how to get to the bleeding vessel, at this time, the blood
flows out and the patient dies.
It was an atypical chest wound. The shrapnel entered from behind, from above. The surgeon determined where to step. Put one small stitch to tighten, to seal this lung. Well, and then there was already a jewelry surgical technique. When you realize that someone's life depends on your actions, you concentrate so much that you don't see what is happening around you. This is a very fast job requiring full. With the anesthesiologist and my assistant, we can carry out this kind of intervention without talking to each other, but I know that I have one of the best anesthesiologists. The anesthesiologist gives me the opportunity to concentrate and do only my own things. Their work. At this time, both anesthesia, pain relief, and blood transfusion occur as they should. This is a joint effort. It was necessary to stitch up penetrating wounds of the heart and penetrating wounds of the lungs. With less significant injuries, we sent him to the rear hospital.
There is one moment when we provide assistance to our employees. We accompany them to the next stage. We know their fate from the moment. The wounded when they came to us and what happens to them after that. Unfortunately, we are not always able to control and know the fate of those wounded who came to us from the defense forces. Because after they came to us, we provided our assistance and sent them to the next stage of evacuation. It is very difficult to trace their further fate. We did not know.
We didn't know whether he would survive or not.
The situation could get worse at any moment. The only thing we were sure of was that we had done everything possible. Everything we had to do in that case, under those conditions.
I came to myself. It was hard. I couldn't move. It was very hard for me to breathe. I could barely speak. All I could see was that my arm and leg were bandaged and my chest was completely covered with plasters. And when there was another stage of evacuation in the city of Dnipro, a doctor came to me and brought a fragment, 5 millimeters in diameter, in a small ampule. Congratulations, my friend. This was taken from your heart. Remember the day you got wounded. It's your second birthday. Another interesting coincidence. I was injured on my youngest son's birthday. I can say that I started living my new life. I just met people. Today, angels, in the direct sense. Vital organs are damaged.
These are the lungs of the heart. These surgical interventions
were carried out at the highest possible level, and this assistance enabled the patient to survive, rehabilitate, and then recover as much as possible.
Renew yourself as much as possible.
For our surgeons of the Central Surgical Center of the Security Service of Ukraine, there is practically nothing impossible. And this rule is supported. If we see this wounded alive, he will live. It is necessary to orient all your work, your preparation, your provision, to implement this rule. If the wounded has lost a lot of blood, then we have blood with us. If the wounded has severe injuries to internal organs, then we need to be able to cope with them. This is a special feeling. It's a special feeling when you finish work with a certain injury and understand that he has a chance. Special feeling. It is difficult to convey and even compare it with something.
A feeling of ecstasy.
Perhaps it is this feeling that has drawn me into this emergency combat medicine for more than 20 years.
For many years,
Before serving in the SBU Special Operations Center, I worked as a surgeon in a regular hospital.
Don't sound like a doctor.
I have never been more comfortable working from a surgical point of view than... It's comfortable to work in this team. This comfort, this coherence is achieved through training and constant improvement of your work. For the entire time they have existed, for the entire time they have been carrying out their tasks, all people delivered to them alive have been evacuated. Alive and continued their lives. It's a psychological principle. They fight for every fighter in the defense forces. And they save them.
In case of further evacuation, since I have a long route,
at every clinic or hospital I've been to, when the doctor took my
medical history, opened the diagnosis, everywhere there was a 5-second pause, and then he would just say, "Boy, you're lucky." With these types of wounds, the percentage of staying alive is small, and this is everywhere, wherever I've been. I wasn't there, I didn't undergo any examinations. Whoever saw the diagnosis and vitrification, they were all surprised.
We don't leave anyone, we don't leave our own. We always save. This is subconscious, this. It's internal, it's what separates ours from not ours.
The motto of the Special Operations Center is Life of the Motherland, honor to no one, but the doctors made a certain correction. We are qualitatively 200 enemies, and here qualitatively they return ours from the other world. And even if you compare one who was returned and another who was for 200, there are much more.
The most important one is the one who was returned.
We are not heroes, we are helping heroes. In fact, we are grateful to the infantrymen. We are grateful to the fighters. We are certainly grateful to the Special Operations Center because their work, their service gives our children the opportunity to see us.
All I want to say...
Thank you so much for pulling me out of that world. I just don't know these people. I may never even know their names. I get a kick out of what I do, and when I see the result on the spot, when I know that at that moment I got in. That's right. I gave it 100%. This is actually the biggest gratitude for me, that we managed this situation, and gratitude from the patients, that everything is fine for them. And the fact that they don't know who we are and what we do is a plus. It means we are doing our job right.
Everything went full circle.
The bigger and brighter.
The bigger and brighter. And the better we save people, the more help we provide, the faster our boys will recover, will be in service, and will be able to continue to defend our state. Perhaps this is one of the key motives. The comments that encourage our team to strive to do their best work. Characterizing the employees of our medical department of the Center for Special Operators. I can say without exaggeration that these are doctors from God. We had one situation when representatives of this medical department were going to another rotation. Things started to happen. As careful witnesses of road accidents, there were some seriously injured people, and one person, according to emergency services, actually ended up in the next world.
We moved along the usual road and...
We were driving along a regular road and saw a big traffic jam ahead.
We made a decision based on the...
A decision was made. We went forward in the opposite direction because we already felt that something had happened there and our help might be needed. They stopped literally 2 meters away from the wounded man who was lying in the middle of the road. They immediately saw that he was unconscious. We took one of our backpacks and began working as a team, the 3 of us, providing assistance.
We made it.
To ensure the patency of the respiratory tract, they began to ventilate him with an ambu bag. Such a handheld device was connected to the monitoring equipment.
And literally in this moment.
And literally at that moment, the worst thing happened to the patient. His heart stopped.
Where's a minute? I'm out of pocket.
I continuously performed indirect cardiac massage, while the second doctor performed artificial ventilation of the lungs, and the third doctor tried to provide venous access to administer the necessary pulmonary drugs.
Resuscitation.
It turned out
That there are fractures of the arms, and therefore it is impossible to insert a catheter there.
Place a catheter, we saw.
We saw a bag of amber which has a certain resistance. And then they already saw on the monitor that the electrical activity of the heart was restored. He had a pulse, pressure on the periphery.
The boys are simple.
Just don't accept that something is impossible. Quickly turned around and saved his life.
As a basis and as a model, at one time medical laboratories were models for us. The core divisions in the USA, in Germany and France.
But
Frankly speaking, we now have much more relevant practical experience on the battlefield. And in fact, today they are already studying with us. We
are recruiting people for our medical unit, our medical team, to get here. Well, maybe not everyone.
We demand
good theoretical knowledge, we test practical skills.
some special forces of our medical administration deserve to give lectures in universities of foreign countries all over the world. And convey reality and really pass on this experience. I think it will, but already today our partners are very interested in this topic. We are pleased. We share practical achievements that we have received on the battlefield while performing medical tasks.
Sometimes death can wait.
Good day!
People are the main value of Ukraine. They knew the taste of both the sweetness of victory and the bitterness of defeat, strength and strength. Their spirit led to the Olympus of sports history. Valery Lobanovsky is rightfully considered one of the best coaches in the history of football. It was he who led the Dynamo team to the top of world fame. Under his leadership, the Kievans became the UEFA Super Cup winners. Lobanovsky is the most titled football coach of the palace. Ivan Podobny is a six-time world champion in Greco-Roman wrestling. He was adored by the public. He was a symbol and standard of strength. They promised money and citizenship to someone like him, but Ivan returned to Ukraine. The champion of champions had his last fight at the age of 70, Ukraine. Talented and hardworking.
Let's move on to our topic. NATO Secretary General Mark Riegels protocoled on the alliance allies not to pay attention to Putin's nuclear threats. As the new head of the alliance noted, the upcoming nuclear exercises will demonstrate readiness to respond to such threats, the politician writes. Next week, NATO defense ministers are set to review Bluk's long-term policy in response to threats from Russia. My colleague Kristina Dombrovskaya will provide more details.
On September 25th, Kremlin dictator Putin proposed changes to the Russian Federation's nuclear doctrine, after which Moscow declared that the amendments could. It can be considered a certain so-called signal for further support of Ukraine. We are talking about the possible lifting of the ban on Western missile strikes deep into Russian territory. The head of NATO noted that the alliance is strong and can respond to any threats from its adversaries.
We can to confront any enemy, and we will never be intimidated by those who cannot resist. Who outside NATO is trying to threaten us? It would be better if Putin stopped it.
NATO's annual Tetfas Noon exercises have been held for more than 10 years. This time they will take place immediately after Moscow announced the changes. In Russia's nuclear doctrine, the representative of the alliance explained, about 60 aircraft from 13 countries will be involved in the maneuvers conducted by Belgium and the Netherlands. We'll also receive B-52 bombers capable of carrying nuclear warheads.
The exercises will focus on the UK, Sea and the North Sea, as well as Belgium and the Netherlands. In a time of uncertainty, it is vital that we test and strengthen our defenses.
As explained by the Stimson Research Center on Issues of the Sphere, in the security sphere, the basis of nuclear deterrence within NATO in Europe is the forces of the United States and Great Britain. France also has nuclear weapons, but they are not included in the organizational system of the alliance. A wide range of capabilities in the field of both nuclear and conventional weapons should give NATO members a variety of response options, minimizing sharp escalation of full scale.
Other NATO countries, including those that do not possess nuclear weapons, should participate more actively in Russia's nuclear deterrence policy, which has not only increased the types, quantity, and accuracy of its nuclear weapons intended for use on the battlefield, but has also begun to demonstrate field exercises with their use and deployment more frequently and more clearly. And armed with such, says the report of the Stimson Research Center on Security Issues.
A new NATO strategy towards Russia in response to the threat of the aggressor country. This issue has become especially relevant after the start of a full-scale war in Ukraine, journalists from the American publication note. Tim, the Russian Foreign Ministry has just announced the alleged need to protect Russia with a fortress wall to confront the U.S. According to Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov, quoting, "The West has taken a decisive course towards the strategic defeat of Russia."
The Democratic Platform is in touch with us today. Bohdan, I greet you.
Greetings to you. Thank you.
Indeed, today we are discussing a new strategy on the part of Russia. The alliance from NATO, what might look like, let's say, a certain doctrine and strategy, it would certainly need to be really considered, because I will remind our viewers, and they still don't look at the fact that the tone and attitude of NATO towards Russia has changed, but NATO still retains its power. I quote verbatim, "There is such a fundamental act, so how?" The relationship and cooperation between Russia and NATO was based on this act. This document was signed in 1997, 6 years. It was just after the collapse of the Soviet Union. What did it envisage? It envisaged the common goal of building a stable, peaceful, and indivisible Europe. That's it, in short. So, Bogdan, surely it is precisely Russia's war against Ukraine that is becoming fundamental for changes to be defined, and for it to be clearly defined what this strategy might be. Strategy, act, doctrine, you can call it by different names, but still, if we proceed from the current situation, I'm not telling you to outline the strategy here. I think that the members of the alliance are currently doing this, but still, what might this strategy look like? What are the main aspects that should be included in this new act?
In the skids, terminology as doctrine is seen here. They are accepted, and in essence, the doctrine then becomes the basis for tactical strategies. and to consolidate efforts. Therefore, in principle, within the framework of its doctrine, NATO defines the strongest threats for its own safety, that is, for the safety of NATO member countries. Now, naturally, both China and the Russian Federation recognize themselves as the primary threat. And in particular, there are countries that are autocratic, are also trying to destabilize the situation internally and externally, more on a regional level. I have to consider North Korea, Iran, but also acts of terrorism. They also exist as a threat to NATO member countries. Which is also part of this directory, how to counter this threat. But you remembered the context of cooperation between NATO and the Russian Federation, which in principle, it was formulated at the end of the 90s, but I am also far from the opinion that NATO, so to speak, did not define Russia earlier. As a country from which a threat to the North Atlantic Alliance could potentially come. They have always defined, even after the Cold War, after the collapse of the Soviet Union as a potential threat from Russia, Russia was simply at different times in different, so to speak, political and military states. At the end of the 90s, in principle, we remember that Russia was quite immersed in the Chechen wars. That is, there were no such ambitions of a global nature in a different context. It did not happen. In the 2000s, when Putin came to power, in principle, Russia also made such attempts to establish closer cooperation with European countries.
They tried to reset US relations.
This happened with varying degrees of success, but in the end, we see a full-scale Russian invasion and also the annexation of illegal Crimea. In 2014, the invasion of Donbass began to significantly destroy any certainty in the context of European security. Everyone is preparing, I would call it, for a new Cold War, which will at the very least be defined by the conflict between NATO and Russia.
You mentioned the term, as you just said, voice, the Cold War. Just after the Cold War, the Russian NATO Council for Cooperation in the Field of Security and Cooperation Initiatives was created. Speeches in this format have not been held since 2022. It is clear why, and the deterioration of relations with NATO was before 2022. But as far as I understand, the very concept of the Council of the Republic of NATO, today declarativeness still exists. I also think that this moment is currently being discussed, how they can act here. Members of the alliance, what decision can be made? Let's just say, will this Soviet Russia, NATO, finish its activity? Let's say finish its activity.
I think that it has definitely outlived its usefulness, and indeed on the part of Russia, as it were, initially the actions against Ukraine. Yes, this war, it is just determined the non-viability of such formats, which in principle envisage precisely the prevention of conflict. Companions in a military nature need communication channels. This must be understood because anyone interested in history can remember when the world was on the brink of World War III. When there was a Caribbean crisis, both the USSR and the USA were ready to use nuclear weapons, but at the same time, direct communication at that moment, which always exists, even between those countries that may actually be at war. She allowed everything at that moment. Still, we managed to bypass this acutely conflicting historical stage, and we avoided this nuclear clashes of the Third World War. But at the same time, the conflict that is growing will further erode the desire to build some more predicted relations between opponents. Only romantics could define European security as such, even in the 90s. Security in which even Someone said that Russia could also be a member of NATO. It was a kind of trolling, even on the part of the Russian Federation, I would call it that, when they said, let's accept us in NATO too. In principle, there will then be more certainty in the context of security. But as we see, there are some historical reasons. Geopolitical characteristics, they are currently aggravating the situation. Unfortunately, we are the epicenter of the confrontation. The exhibition and the Russian war on our territory, unfortunately, continues.
Even if Putin decides to use nuclear weapons in the current conditions of hostilities, its use will be ineffective. Alexander Kovalenko, military political observer of the Information Resistance Group, spoke about this on Freedom. Let's listen to him, Bogdan, and move on to the discussion.
Even if we take, for example, the Kursk region and simulate the situation that a nuclear strike will be carried out on the Kursk region by a Russian tactical nuclear missile, that's it. The territory that is under the control of the Ukrainian Defense Forces, yes, they can do it. What result will they get? They use nuclear weapons to eliminate a platoon of maximum developments. With a teacher of how military operations are conducted now, how the mobility of small groups is used, but it's like shooting sparrows with a cannon. And the effect may be the opposite, especially from the international community, but it will be colossal.
Nuclear training involvement of 2,000 troops equipment. To what extent can this really influence Putin and cool him down a little? These are the threats and constant nuclear blackmail that he resorts to so calmly.
I don't think it's in context like, yeah, cool it down. Putin is more of a target. Consolidation and coordination of actions on the part of NATO in the context of the nuclear issue. Divination why? Because not all NATO member states have nuclear potential. And also in the plot, it was predetermined that France, not so involved in the process of these coordination actions regarding the use or non-use of nuclear weapons, because in principle it is more, it is compared at the national level of the member states, taking into account their potential as well as the level of threat. That is, they will, as a rule, act, of course, in coordination within the framework of, in case of such a threat, but at the same time, this decision will be taken definitely, for example, by the US President or the UK Prime Minister. The logic of actions is as follows. Is predetermined in some way. I think there is more teaching here. They, on the one hand, really illustrate the potential for that side, which is an opponent. But at the same time, what is holding Putin back in the context of nuclear blackmail is not so much Western countries, in my opinion. Although, of course, potentials are red. There, the logic is somewhat different if we are talking about a nuclear confrontation. Or not the use of nuclear weapons. But I think that the key position is played by countries such as China, India, which are also with nuclear countries, but at the same time they cooperate with the Russian Federation. Their position, their opinion in the context of use, non-use, or the pain, let's say, of the worsening situation on a global scale, well, this pain affects the position of the Kremlin, in my opinion.
Bogdan, the continuation of the development of a new doctrine of relations between Russia and NATO. Here is this material, which we recalled in the Politica publication. The author claims that he talked with officials and diplomats. Diplomats who represent one or another NATO country, yes, and it was said, well, the official is writing, as the official stated, at present the draft of the new strategy has not yet been developed, since the main focus, here is that aspect. The main focus was on the opinion of all 32 NATO countries. But here the question arises about Hungary and Slovakia, two NATO countries, which, after all, oppose the common course. The alliance continues to maintain ties with the Kremlin. If we proceed from what is currently a scramble among NATO members, how will the alliance be?
Should we take action to develop this strategy?
I think there will definitely be no difficulties. A strategy is basically a document that
is accepted,
which should be followed, but at the same time, it is not some kind of sufficiently conflicting internal problems, even taking into account the fact that NATO is indeed a heterogeneous organism. That is, there are countries there that have their own interests, both of a regional nature and in relation to, in the context of Russia. There is also Turkey, which also cooperates with the Russian Federation. And sizes along the line, for example, Turkey.
the USA was at different stages, seriously enough.
But at the same time, Turkey remains a NATO member. And we remember that there were also problematic moments and the process was stretched enough in time. The process of Sweden's direct accession to the North Atlantic Alliance is primarily due to Turkey's position.
Well, Orban is basically the key one there. Restraint.
The biggest factor was RDGN and its positions. Therefore, in principle, I did not expect that there would be a problem with the adoption of the updated strategy, but I expected that the internal one would be valid.
They are in...
At each level of escalation and conflict, that is, in the confrontation between the Russian Federation, China, and NATO,
They cause also different lust within the North Atlantic Alliance. But again, there are key countries with their own military industrial potential and influence on decision making. These countries, in principle, determining in the further strategy.
Let's talk about individual countries, specifically alliances. I wanted to ask you specifically about Germany. The Bundeswehr needs significantly more money, an additional 35,000 servicemen, to meet the new requirements of the North Atlantic Alliance. This was stated by the head of the committee, German Defense Parliament Markus Faber.
If the number of combat brigades in the alliance is to increase from 82 to 131, then Hermia will have a proportion in this portion participation. This means that the army will need 5 divisions instead of the current 3 divisions with 65,000 soldiers. 5 divisions is already about 100,000 soldiers, but this will take time, about 10 minutes. It can also be foreseen that NATO's demands on all 32 member states will increase, and therefore on Germany as well. Therefore, it will no longer be sufficient to spend 2% on defense. The annual GDP should be around 3%. Markus Faber, chairman of the Bundestag Defense Committee, in an interview with R&D.
So, as is known, the army in the Federal Republic of Germany is limited in number. This was the most important question throughout history after World War II. What do you think now? German society will react to such an increase in the number of military personnel. As far as I know, there is active recruitment. The ranks of the Bundeswehr are calling for those who wish to join. How will this change the political situation in Germany?
the Russian war has already changed the situation because at least personnel changes have taken place. When Minister Pistorius began to update the diplomatic defense sector in Germany, which, as it turned out, was quite a crisis. After the previous government of the wheel, and also, by the way, the previous minister. Therefore, in principle, and the rhetoric now of many generals, both NATO and generals of the armed forces, NATO state members. First of all, in my opinion, it is focused on changing the demand of society. That is so that society, a certain German was quite loyal to the fact that before spending on defense, there would be to grow, yes. And there are some pretty strong arguments. That is, yes, this is precisely a Russian war. Therefore, I do not exclude that in principle.
the Germans are ready for more money to be allocated for defense, and this money is not taken out of thin air, but it is necessary to understand that is in some areas of the programs there may be humanitarian, educational, social areas. This money will be redistributed. Naturally, for politicians who are elected in Germany until 2025, there will be elections. This is very sensitive. The real question is how the electorate will react. Therefore, I think that if the linear situation will continue and there will be no definite ones, again, stress for the NATO states and uncertainty, then these will gradually increase. Expenditures on the military-industrial complex. This is not only soldiers, their provision, it is also the production of weapons, it is also assistance to Ukraine, because the Russian war, unfortunately, it continues well, and in particular in the US, they will also play a certain role. Who will become president next? What will be the level for the socio-social union rating? If it is Trump, I think there will be, again, many problems and opportunities for conflict along the lines of European NATO countries and the United States. Mrs. Harris, well, in principle, this will logically be a continuation of Biden's policy. So in principle, readiness for the results of the US elections as well. Motivates European leaders to be more prepared for possible threats and spend more money on defense. Need to.
This is just about threats. We already talked about this with you today and addressed the question to you. Just about threats regarding Putin's use of nuclear weapons by the Kremlin. Well, irresponsibly, I want to say so. The first attention to this word was inappropriately called the threat of nuclear weapons by Putin and the U.S. Secretary of State. And Tony Blinken canceled that. Now the world needs more disarmament. And the minister of the Institute of the Czech Republic. Jan Lipavsky calls for not giving in to intimidation from Russia.
This is absolutely irresponsible. I think many in the world, including China, have been very clear about this before when Putin rattled the nuclear sword. So I would just call for it to be done now, when the whole world is gathered to talk about the need for more disarmament and non-proliferation. Anthony Blinken, guest. U.S. Secretary in MSNBC interview.
The peace plan, as they called it, for the regulation of the military conflict between Russia and Ukraine, that's what they call it. One of the points there was, yes, after all, the issue of nuclear weapons, and they're not. Rest, in fact, in simple words, the same threats that have resumed today, in fact, always in September and October from the Kremlin. I conducted such monitoring for myself in parallel. September and October 2022 was the first year when Putin and Medvedev very actively raised the issue of using the nuclear stockpile. Then in 2023, the same thing happened. Apparently, September and October also worsened the situation. Mood, let's put the word mood in quotation marks, but still the reaction of the countries and members of the alliance. Magdan, it's like that too, right? Well, let's put it this way. The ultimate beneficiary here is Putin himself, who is told, don't even think about it and don't you dare.
Well, naturally, I say logic. The logic of nuclear countries' decision-making in the context of security is somewhat different from the logic of conventional wars that take place without the use of nuclear weapons. Because a mechanism is launched that could lead to an absolutely global catastrophe. And the difference in potentials, or the definition of potentials, or in the use of nuclear blackmail are also elements of this protest. They believe that as a result, the situation of a global nature can be even more promising. Therefore, China, India, and other countries are defined. They are trying to oppose such a situation. They see the Russian war more in the context of their matrix. In which this is definitely one of the puzzles. But at the same time, it is also necessary to understand that against the side you are. You resist, understood. Subsequent actions. This is precisely the difference in potentials or comparison. Comparison of nuclear potentials plays a significant role in this regard.
Thank you, Bogdan. Thank you. Bogdan Ferenc, PhD in political science, founder of the The Social Democratic Platform organization discussed the new concept of the North Atlantic Alliance with the message of the Russian Federation, aggressive policy and war in the context of the war on criminals,
which is being waged by Russia against Ukraine.
Ukraine is not small. It needs to be reduced, which thank God we are doing.
In this war, their main weapon is lies.
Don't you see that you are being fooled? That body parts of the wounded are being removed in Ukraine in order to sell them abroad?
The lowest methods are used here. We are dirt.
We fight for Christ.
The main enemy of our state is Satanism. Now it has become...
Ukraine is not enough, and they want to go further.
There will be no hesitation in using nuclear weapons. Kazakhs look at Ukraine and it will go further, right?
And then there's Washington.
Where will this path lead them? Preemptive retaliation is now on the agenda.
The culprits of war, today at 18:00 Kiev time on the TV channel.
Freedom.
Informational marathon on the Freedom TV channel with Akina Murzayeva and Leila Amedova. We offer a variety of topics for discussion. In particular, let's talk about whom and for what reason Iran is currently threatening. Tehran, by the way, secretly threatens to attack Gulf states if their land or airspace is used to attack Iran, the Wall Street Journal reports, citing sources among Arab officials. They write that the threats were addressed primarily to countries where American troops are located. Andrei Dmitrenko will tell about this in more detail.
Almost 2 weeks have passed since Iran struck the United States. Missile strike on Israel. Tehran allegedly justified the release of approximately 180 warheads as a response to Tel Aviv's liquidation of the leader of the terrorist group Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, and one of the leaders of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh. Since then, Israel has declared its intention to respond to Iran. Washington has declared that it supports Tel Aviv in this.
To stand up for a terrorist organization is an escalation. Israel has the right to self-defense, and we will coordinate with them in response. However, the U.S. has warned Israel against attacks on oil fields.
Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar have also joined in calling for oil infrastructure not to be targeted, Reuters reports. Experts believe that Israel's military leadership may find a way to a serious response to Iran does not attack nuclear or oil objects.
There is a promise of a sharp increase in oil prices. It is not beneficial for the USA or Israel. On the contrary, it is beneficial for countries like Russia. Russia is an oil producer. It is possible that some economic infrastructure will be hit. Another option is that some iconic buildings will be hit. It doesn't matter whether it will deal a big or small blow to Iran's own fighting ability or its economy, but it will be such a clear slap if it happens.
Then Tehran announced that it would again respond to Israel if it decided to attack Iran. At the same time, according to the media, Iran is threatening Washington and Tel Aviv's allies in the Middle East through secret diplomatic channels, with whose territory
an attack could occur. Arab officials say countries threatened by Iran include Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, where American troops are stationed.
Tensions are also rising in Israel's standoff with Iranian proxy forces in Lebanon. In recent weeks, Tel Aviv has killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, as well as several of his exponents. Since then, a more radical command has come to power. If a few days earlier the terrorist group declared its readiness for a truce, now they are talking about a long war with Israel.
To prepare for a long war of attrition in southern Lebanon. Despite airstrikes that Israel believes have significantly reduced its arsenal, it still has There is a significant stockpile of weapons, including top-of-the-line high-precision missiles, which it has yet to use, from the publication of the Reuters agency.
Despite Hezbollah's military claims, war with Israel may result to the bankruptcy of the group. According to the Lebanese TV channel MTV Lebanon, Tel Aviv struck the financial structure of Al-Qart al-Hassan, which stored Hezbollah's cash. Also, patrolling the skies over Beirut does not. It is impossible to deliver available money to Hezbollah by air transport. In addition, according to American economists, Lebanese bankers will refuse to cooperate with the group, fearing to be targeted by Israel. Eventually, with their words, Hizbal found itself in big trouble. Andrei Dmitrenko for Freedom TV channel.
Yevgeny, congratulations.
Good evening, friends.
Well, we all waited and are waiting, apparently, for an answer, an Israeli answer to Iranian terror and to... Rome knew by its size the attack almost 2 weeks ago it passed. As a rule, it was said that these were holy days for the Jewish people. It was New Year, the Day of Judgment yesterday, and that now nothing interferes.
Will Israel most likely respond?
We also have Sukkot starting on Wednesday, so our holiday won't continue. So our autumn holidays are quite long. It must be said that the holiday of Sukkot ends with the holiday of Simchat Torah, and a year ago, exactly on Simchat Torah, at the end of this holiday, the Hamas attack was carried out. In general, we have a calendar. In addition to the regular calendar, there is also a Jewish calendar which has sliding dates. So, for example, only in a week and a half, there will be an official ceremony in Israel on the occasion of what it will be like, when it will be, no one knows. I even recently told my former colleagues, journalists, after all, I was in their chair 6 years ago. I told them that I even told you. I don't envy you because you have to talk about something, and for 2 weeks now you've been talking about something, although you don't know anything and no one knows what will happen. A very narrow circle of people in Israel knows, of course, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense. I'm not sure that even the ministers of the Cabinet for Security Issues know to the end what the blow will be. Moreover, the narrow cabinet, that is, this narrow government, has authorized the Prime Minister. The Minister of Defense will make the final decision regarding the response to Iran. I will tell you my position, the position of our party, the leader of my party, the former Minister of Defense. Pro-Defense, the Minister of National Affairs, Victor Lieberman, quite actively expresses our position. The position is very simple. We cannot play this kind of ping-pong game with Iran. That is, we, the state, wanted. Strong, but in terms of territory, we are a small state. We do not have such a strategic rear. Almost our entire territory is under missiles, not only from Hezbollah, but also from Iranian missiles. And even from Yemen, rockets are flying in our direction. And that is why Israel cannot afford to wage a war of attrition. This, by the way, is not only from Iran, but also from Hezbollah and even from Hamas. Although there is a situation with Hamas, the situation, of course, is already more or less clear. And we and our army, of course, destroyed most of the potential of Hamas. Therefore, in Iran today, they understand and do the right thing, what they understand, and not hide. But strike when it will come, where it will be, at what objects, well, let the Iranians worry about it. They started it. They fired ballistic missiles at us, they thought. I think that they can impose such military exhaustion on us, but everyone knows that the Iranian economy is very shaky today, that more than half of the population in Iran today does not support the Ayatollah regime, which invests in its power. Investment money in terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah, Hamas, Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria, they also know this. The fact that more than 2 million Iranians live outside Iran, and they are ready not only to cooperate with us, but also ready to change the regime in Tehran. Everyone knows this too. And you know, today Iran reminds me of the Soviet Union of the late 80s. I don't know how, when this regime falls, whether it falls early or late, that's for sure. A regime that is supported by such aggression without investing its own billions, which they have from oil, gas, does not invest in its own population, sooner or later it falls. Therefore, perhaps I hope that we will witness this fall. Then, of course, the situation in the Middle East will change because Iran is the main problem for everyone. All the instability in the Middle East, as I already said. The tyrant for 20, 30 years, not only does he strive to create nuclear weapons, investing tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in his nuclear program, he also supports those groups. which in most countries of the world are designated as terrorists. And of course, we deal with them. As I mentioned, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran is still trying to destabilize the situation in Jordan, since Jordan is also a country that it really depends on American aid from the American military industry. Of course, the Iranians are trying to destabilize the situation in this country. The border of Sardinia is almost 250 kilometers. The reason lies in the regime. If the world were more active today, it would act against Iran, both with sanctions and I think that Tehran would act completely differently today with a direct threat of a military strike. Although, as I already said, let them sit and think. Today they are guessing where Israel will strike. A strike in response to almost 200 ballistic missiles fired in our direction.
Evgeny, today we recalled the article in the Wall Street Journal, which talks about Iran secretly threatening to strike the Arab officials who agreed to comment without naming names said the Arab world was among the countries currently threatened by Jordan, Saudi Arabia and Qatar. I think it is because American troops are stationed in these countries. It seems to me that it is most likely these troops that are being voiced. That countries, but at the same time, these states told the administration of U.S. President Joe Biden that they do not want their military infrastructure or airspace to be used by the U.S. or Israel for any offensive operations against. Now I want to ask you, firstly, how to perceive such threats, even if they are secret ones from Iran, about a strike on the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf. This is the first question. And secondly, this is the kind of reaction, if we proceed from, this is the reaction of the representatives of these countries. How can we evaluate such a reaction?
Well, first of all, they can be understood. These countries are closer to Iran than we are. Let's start with this. Secondly, you don't have to go far. In 1819, I think, that is 6 years ago, Iran attacked the oil industry of Saudi Arabia. That is, there is already a precedent. Moreover, this became the reason for a very strong cooling, almost a break in relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Then Saudi Arabia somehow tried to renew you correctly mentioned the American bases. There are also different countries where they are located. For example, Bahrain, Qatar. The main base of the U.S. Central Command is located in Qatar. So General Michael Carrillo, he is in charge of CENTCOM. He is in charge of the U.S. Central Command in the Middle East. That is, this command is responsible for the entire Middle East, for operations in Iraq, in Iran, in the Persian Gulf. He has twice in the last month. I was in Israel, held consultations here, and we have very good, our army, our military leadership have very good, close relations with the leadership of CENTCOM. This is discussed when we talk about some tactical ones. Necessary things. You mentioned the use of airspace. Now I won't give any operational details, but believe me, that's all. Being on the table, everyone knows about the problems that may arise or that have already been solved, but they do not talk about it publicly. Let me remind you that during the attack on April 14th, Iran attacked our country twice. He attacked on April 14th and literally 2 weeks ago. So on April 14th, many rockets crashed in Jordania's airspace while being present and active. The fate of our Air Force. But this is not a secret. I am not telling secrets here. Yes, this must be taken into account. This is exactly what the leaders of our articles are talking about today. And in the White House, in the Pentagon, to be precise. Of course, this option is being considered because we don't want our allies, the Americans. We suffered because of some actions in Iran, but the US also understands perfectly well what our actions are, and they also understand that we cannot help but respond. We cannot help but use such unique power. The opportunity that we have created, especially I emphasize after the successful actions of our army in southern Lebanon. After all, during this month of military actions in Lebanon, including these 2 weeks are ground operations. If we have time, I will be happy to give you the details. We actually eliminated, well, I don't want to throw around percentages like that, but I think 50%. 50, 60 potentials of Hezbollah for sure. At the very least, the army claims that 2/3 of the missile potential that Hezbollah threatened our territory with has been eliminated. which Hezbollah threatened precisely as such an umbrella to cover Iran in case Israel gets hit on Iran. Because after all, 12 minutes of ballistic flight, rockets, and 40 seconds of a rocket that flies out of southern Lebanon, there is still a difference. Let's start with that. And the systems are completely different. Iran does not have as many ballistic missiles as, for example, the Hezbollah has medium and short-range missiles that can fly 50, 60 kilometers. And of course, this will be a big problem for our assets. Air defense, missile defense, but this must be taken into account that we have destroyed part of this potential, and Iran also understands this. Plus one more point, of course, this is, again, here I will quote the leader of Maya, Victor Liverman's party, who said that Iran is very vulnerable in terms of oil. We know where the key ones are. There is one port, the largest one. We know very well where all the oil goes for export. Our intelligence knows this. Moreover, we know the points where, for example, potential ones are located. The threat after such a strike, that is, if Iran responds, will not surprise anyone. In Israel, they have been collecting a dossier for 30 years, an Iranian dossier, including the nuclear program, including the capabilities of the IRGC, that is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is responsible for actions outside of Iran. Therefore, I say again, in Iran, they understand perfectly well what opportunities we have. Friend on the right, will they use all these possibilities? I unfortunately cannot tell you. Moreover, as I have already said, I am not a minister, and even more so, I do not think it is right to speculate at all. But the fact that the answer will be, and he must be tough, I can assure you of this, there is a complete concession in Israel at the expense of this strike. Preparations are underway. The TL service must prepare. We will have an addition to the system. In terms of anti-missile defense, although the US has already provided us with assistance in addition to our systems, we have good systems. There are 2 more from Minsk, which are located in the region with modern systems, which in fact were shot down. Also rockets 2 weeks ago. All this, such complex preparation. Well, I don't know when it will be. On a holiday, after a holiday, before a holiday, let them, as I already said, let them guess in Iran. But you are right about the factor that is taken into account regarding a possible attack on the bases of our allies in the region. This will also be taken into account.
He called on the United Nations to withdraw peacekeepers from southern Lebanon, where Tzahal is conducting a ground operation. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu recorded a video message to the UN Secretary General. Antonio Guterres, according to him, the peacekeepers are now serving as a human shield for Hezbollah militants. Let me remind you that the UN interim force in Lebanon previously stated that the IDF had struck several of their posts, which is why they received wounded soldiers. Now we will look at an excerpt from the statement and discuss it with you.
We are not fighting the Lebanese people. We are fighting the Iranian terrorist group Hezbollah, which has taken over Lebanon. I want to address the UN Secretary General right here. It is time to withdraw the UN interim force in Lebanon from Hezbollah strongholds and from the combat areas. The IDF has repeatedly asked for this and was repeatedly refused in order to provide the Hezbollah terrorists with a human shield. Your refusal to evacuate the provisional forces makes them hostages in the hands of Hezbollah. This endangers both them and ours. Soldier.
With strange statements regarding what is happening in the Middle East, do you think this message from the Prime Minister will reach the UN?
This simply increases the dangers of the UNIFIL forces because we say, again, there is no opposition coalition here. There is no need for the continued presence of these forces, especially in the conflict zone. We have an ambassador, Danny Danon, by the way. We have known him for a very long time. He brought this to the attention of the Secretary General. He explained it. It was not conveyed in a special letter, but maybe I am addressing it openly. The Prime Minister will come, but I don't really understand Guterres. First, it was announced here in person in Israel. Minister of National Defense, Israel Katz, said that he is a person which should not appear in Israel at all. That is, this is a formulation that, in my opinion, is the first time in history that Israel announces to the Secretary General that he is the person of Leningrad. Secondly, look, Israel is acting in the southern left. We have already brought in almost 3 full-fledged divisions there. Just today, our army published data that Hezbollah militants, They planned a raid on our northern cities just as Hamas did on October 7th, and they had everything ready, including weapons of Iranian and, by the way, Russian manufacture. Special packages with blood in case of injury. There are maps of Israeli gardens. Everything is ready there. More than 1,000 such packages, let's call it that. Wherefore, each such fighter, each of these forces, Erdogan they are called, that is, they had to be able to come at the right time, get weapons through underground communications, penetrate our territory. This is what our army is doing now. The territory there is several kilometers. Firstly, it clears this entire territory from 5 to 10 to 15 kilometers. And plus it pushes back these forces so that Hezbollah and the Obovyaki could not fire anti-tank missiles at our northern cities. That is, Hezbollah's main emphasis in recent years has been on missiles that fly 40, 50, 60 kilometers, although I don't know how many are left, but there were high-precision missiles, but the main emphasis was placed on such anti-tank missiles, which are capable of threatening not only tanks, not only our equipment, but also manpower. When a militant is at a distance of 7 to 8 kilometers, this is not the case, for example, in Gaza, because there in Gaza, the distance from the sea to our border is only 8 to 9 kilometers, and in Lebanon. They allow it there. What our military is doing today is conducting such cleansing operations in these southern Lebanese villages. Now, what is the point of the UFIL forces staying together where the fighting is going on? None. This was reported from the first day of the ground operation. This was said everywhere that could be said. This was said to the Lebanese government. Please note, we are not waging war against the government of Lebanon. We are not striking Lebanon's infrastructure. Israel is not striking, for example, the energy infrastructure of Beirut exclusively. The strikes are carried out against Hezbollah militants, against their headquarters, against logistics centers, against weapons storage sites, because they kept these weapons under residential buildings. This is already a problem for Bali and the Lebanese government. For example, in the Dahia quarter where they lived, they kept these missiles there. But what Guterres is doing today, either he is doing it intentionally or he does not understand. And instead of announcing that he is returning these forces for the duration of the fighting, because there are soldiers there who have nothing to do with Israel or Lebanon, from Nepal, from India, from some countries of the Far East and so on, it is not clear why he does this. Therefore, there is no sense in finding these forces today, just as there is no sense, for example, in finding the same forces in the Dutch. Guterres, as I already said, we have a difficult history with the Secretary General. He, unfortunately, for a long time, in general, I did not want to recognize the tragedy of October 7th. I did not want to recognize that here we have more than 700 cases of sexual violence by Hamas fighters. There was a day when they attacked. Well, what can I say? Let it be on his conscience, on the conscience of the General Secretary.
Thank you, Evgeny. Thank you for participating in our broadcast. We look forward to our next meeting. Ness, deputy of the Our Home Party Israel, was in touch with us today.
Satellite audio settings have changed. Please reconfigure your receivers to the settings shown on the screen. If you are unable to reconfigure your satellite receiver yourself, advertising.
The Russians shelled the Kharkiv region, as told in the prosecutor's office of the region, the city of Cooper. The invaders attacked with a strike drone. One civilian was wounded. The invaders shelled the village of Borovaya with a tornado. There were no casualties. Private houses were destroyed and damaged.
Kashki, administrative documents and shops.
During the day, the Russians struck Nikopol 4 times. This was reported by the head of the Dnipropetrovsk Regional Military Administration, Sergei Lmak. He specified that the occupiers were hitting the city with kamikaze drones. 2 public cars were damaged. Information about another loss is being clarified. People were not hurt.
No, I want to involve soldiers and officers from North Korea in the war against Ukraine. After the situation in the Kursk region, the Kremlin realized that the Federal Security Service and conscripts cannot fight well. This was reported by the head of the driver of the Center for Countering Disinformation at the Ukrainian Council for National Security and Defense, Andriy Kovalenko. According to him, Putin will try to use North Koreans to protect the Russian border. Let me remind you. According to media reports, on October 3rd, as a result of a missile strike near Donetsk, more than 20 soldiers were killed, including a civilian and 6 officers from North Korea.
Ukrainian military equipped a laboratory for repairing drones. The equipment can break down at any moment, so it is very important to restore it quickly and efficiently. Natalia found out how the team of craftsmen works.
A smaller room and many different parts. Here are the servicemen of the UAV repair unit of the 57th Separate Motorized Infantry. Brigades are improving and restoring attack drones. Everyone here is a specialist in their field. A master with the nickname Freddy is strengthening batteries for Mavics. After 6 years at the front, he decided to change his activity and in 3 months mastered the profession of UAV repair technician.
I was in the artillery, in the repair unit, on rotations, on business trips where help was needed, and now try something new, something for yourself to develop.
A serviceman with a positive FASA came to the front as a volunteer at the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russia. His work in the workshop on the USSR. Called an intellectual puzzle. There are many modifications of the devices and updates for each one too. The task of the phase is to configure the drone so that it obeys the pilot without question.
Let's consider why so. And then we call, it's magic. Well, that is, some magic happened and it started working.
Here they work mainly with FPV drones. They are used both for enemy attacks and for humanitarian missions. With the help of such a drone, it is possible. Food, water, and medicine can be sent to the front line to the brothers. All drones that are out of order in the brigade are sent here.
In hands now.
I have an autotel. This drone is coming to us as a donor because it is a bit broken. These drones, assuming they are ready, come, and in terms of price, they are also more expensive because they have everything ready. These are digital drones. FPV is complicated.
The 23-year-old soldier is confident in the future. On the battlefield, drones will be able to replace people, and Ukrainians will be able to become leaders in the use of these technologies.
The enemy is now a little behind in this area.
The idea to create mini-engineering hubs for maintenance and repair of drones in the brigade appeared recently. The servicemen themselves acted as apprenticeships. They say that this way, they give the operators the opportunity to rest a little between combat missions.
We implement both day flights and night flights.
If it was prepared by the pilots themselves, it would not be so effective. How now? The pilots have worked for the day, arrived, are resting. The drones are already ready for them because they were prepared in the workshop. And before it was not so effective. This was done by the pilots themselves. They came from the military at night, riveted these drones, adjusted them, prepared them for work, and left to work again.
The team says they are ready to train people to repair and maintain drones.
Poland will open a base against missile defense. This was announced by Polish Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski. He noted that this American base could possibly be used to shoot down Russian missiles flying towards Poland. According to Sikorski, the facility, the concept of which changed against the backdrop of the war in Ukraine, the ceremony should be held in the coming weeks.
Following the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Poland has begun to strengthen its armed forces. According to the Swedish Institute for the Study of Warsaw's defense spending increased by 75% in 2022. Polish authorities and military experts are seriously considering the scenario of a Russian invasion.
This was a signal for all of us. Hello Poles, wake up, we can't wait any longer. It became clear that the Polish state could no longer count on the fact that somehow it would exist, that the Russians would limit themselves to Ukraine. Watching what Moscow is doing, we should consider the most pessimistic scenarios for Poland, and this means that we need to seriously expand the defense potential of our state right now. Tomasz Bong, retired Polish army general, in an interview with Bivis.
Herzegovina in 1017. Alexander Mikhailovich, greetings. Hello.
Hello, greetings to the studios and viewers. Well, our topic is strengthening the defense.
NATO countries, because of Russia's aggression, because of the provocation on the part of the Russian Federation in particular, we just talked about Poland, are really switching to a war footing. Economy and expenses are increasing. How justified do you think such concerns of the Polish state and the strengthening of the military component are?
Life.
Well, there are duties. Because they watch Russian channels, there are constant threats to the side. Poland. The North, what does it allow? Supports Ukraine, criticizes Russia, and shouldn't we move on Poland, and so on. And the second, more realistic scenario is Suwalski. Corridor, i.e., between Belarus and the Kaliningrad region through the territory of Lithuania and Poland. This is the shortest distance for breaking through the corridor. And here, so to speak, there is a very real option that a combat clash may occur. Poland understands the full danger that Russia poses to the Baltic countries. To the whole of Eastern and whole Europe. Therefore, without waiting, it began to strengthen its armed forces and began to spend much more on GDP than the required 2% as required. For NATO member countries, and in fact, it was already 4.5% of the gross domestic product, and by the same, probably if next time suitcases even want to go to 5, would be the country that spends the most on weapons, on the armed forces. Considering that, let the economy be considerable, then this is serious. Figures for strengthening the Polish army, but in fact, the entire northeastern wing of NATO is being strengthened at the expense of the Poles. An important and maintaining factor in the relationship of possible military actions of the Russian army.
Just a few moments ago, we talked about the information that was voiced by Polish Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski. This information should be made public in the coming weeks. Anti-missile base.
U.S. missile defense on the territory of Poland.
Well, what did the minister say? He says that it is from this American base that Russian missiles will be shot down. Perhaps, he added, those flying towards Poland. Here is the opening of such a base. Let us also comment on this topic today because I am emphasizing this. We remember earlier, yes, there were cases, precedents, when Russian missiles that flew into the territory of both the Lviv region and western Ukraine that flew a little bit, and Poland, well, raised its planes.
After all, a decision has already been made to open such a base.
Well, this base is aimed at, so to speak, sterilizing on the border with the Russian Federation. The Kaliningrad region should be considered, that is, it is not near Ukraine, it should be considered that the Russians wanted to transfer Iskanders there to intimidate the entire northeastern flank of NATO, and also to counteract these winged ones. Ballistic missiles and anti-missile defense bases being created there to shoot it down. Therefore, the direction of Kaliningrad, where they cannot fly to the side, more of them, there is a small open border, actually speaking. This one base can cover all this Baltic direction, but I emphasize this is the base that will be guarantee Poland's security by countries that are behind Poland and this weapon, so to speak. There will be an American one under the control of Americans and Poles. Naturally, Moscow does not like this because it simply wanted to shoot. cities of Europe, so someone will interfere with them, so they get indignant there, have some troubles in Moscow on the air and so on. This is another base. The first such base was built in Romania. This is the southeastern plan. Now on the northeastern plan, it is Poland. Well, we see that just in case for anti-missile defense bases are being created to intercept Russian missiles. Naturally, Ukraine's experience of intercepting Russian missiles will be taken into account. This experience will probably be used in the fight against a missile attack by Russia, but here the formula is simple. The more of these bases, the less Russia will want to attack Europe.
Germany is deploying elite special forces to protect underwater infrastructure in the Baltic and North Seas, Spiegel reports, citing sources in the security agencies. You see what the Minister of Internal Affairs, Nancy Faeser, gave in the corresponding order. The naval units of the German special forces are equipped with high-speed boats. Specially trained divers can operate with high-speed boats. Earlier, German security forces recorded dozens of Russian spy ships studying the network of pipelines and underwater cables in the North and Baltic Seas. You know, Alexander Mikhailovich, we previously discussed the new concept of NATO in relation to Russia, in relation to aggression at the beginning of today's broadcast. And often, including NATO Secretary General Nuve Ruta speaks about the northern region, about the security of the countries of the Baltic Basin, the North Sea. Great Britain, but the countries where you work, the south of Europe, is it not exposed to danger?
He is also subject, but the backpack Woland, so he knows the North Sea, the Baltic, the fact that Russian warships constantly pass there for destruction, that's why. Well, plus the threats of the Russians that they will not interrupt the cable message on bottom of the sea and the ocean, they must be protected. Kabelyaev, it is very important that there is a flow of information and messages because their destruction carries very serious national threats. Security of all countries of the regions. Of course, there are pipelines, oil and gas. It is also very important to protect it from possible
Russian provocations. NATO is getting stronger and stronger.
In this direction. Germany, which has access to the Baltic and the North Sea, will probably be the main country here. She has more, so it is not surprising that she comes up with such an initiative. And as for other regions, you asked, so further, can there be a direction? Without hitting him, of course, it's possible. The Kremlin is shaking up the situation in the Balkans, so that some kind of internal conflict would start there then, so that, as it were, with some peacekeeping forces and so on. Therefore, this direction is very dangerous. In the event of any unforeseen situations in Ukraine, the Baltics will be the first to be hit, possibly with Poland, so Poland is making the same moves as the Baltics. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia are special. And the second direction is the Balkans, where the Kremlin would like to settle. Internal conflicts through it are internationalized and turned into international. Therefore, there is a slightly different scheme of action. There is a very dangerous situation there, unnecessarily dangerous in Bosnia-Herzegovina, in the north of Kosovo, somewhere in Montenegro. That is why NATO and the European Union are paying attention to this. Attention to persons. The Dubrovnik summit was recently held there. Ukraine, the countries of Southeastern Europe, and in fact, the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, warned. The thing about the countries of the region is that they can also be under Russian attack. The fact that we have information about how Russian intelligence services behave, how they position themselves. In the region, therefore, you need to be prepared for this and work proactively, student.
I would also like to ask about how in many countries, you just talked about Poland, the Baltic countries, we already remembered today. I looked at the countries of the European Union. I will talk about Lithuania now, but in fact, many countries, in particular the Estonian city. Paide is the first settlement in the country to be completely covered by a siren warning system this summer. In Poland, a bill designed to reform the civil protection system was developed. Lithuania has decided to spend 12 million euros next year on a new and existing shelter in the country's capital, Vilnius. A total of 77 million euros will be allocated for this purpose by 2003. This was stated by the Minister of the Interior, Agna Belatashta, and she noted that in case of danger, 40% of the population of district municipalities and 60% of the city should be protected in shelters. And let me remind you that Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Poland plan to ask the European Union to finance the construction of a network of bunkers, barriers, distribution lines and military warehouses along their borders with Russia and Belarus. The topic of how internal issues European countries are preparing now. I remembered the city of Istanbul, Poland, and now we were talking about Lithuania. With this information, what risks, what kind of aggression are European countries preparing for if they are now preparing the populations of their countries? Wipe the cities.
Well, that's clear.
That with the deterioration of the situation in Ukraine, all this will be reflected further. The strike in the Baltic countries is small in itself. Well, it became known in 22 how NATO would react in the event of a Russian attack. It turned out that there were 30. Only they have 40 days to turn around combat times and come to the rescue. And the Russian army can occupy Estonia in 2 days. There will be mass concentration in Latvia for 3 to 4 days, in Lithuania for up to 5 days. Troops and attacks from Russia, Belarus, that's why these 35 days. And they don't fit anywhere. That's why NATO troops have already been transferred there. Work with the population is carried out in the Baltic countries. Just in case, prepare the shelter and so on. As they say, if you want peace, prepare for war. Therefore, these actions are not justified because of the danger. There are these war cries from the Kremlin about the restoration of the USSR too. This directly concerns Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. Therefore, these actions, far from being superfluous, they are not justified. And the survey of Ukraine shows that it is necessary to work with the population. We have a notification system.
We met and talked about what was happening in Ukraine.
We urge them to be more vigilant.
To set up, to create shelter for the population and so on, all this should be in reserve because anything can happen. But when the country is ready, it is more flexible, more mobile. Well, the aggressor has less desire to attack such a country when he sees that in front of him is not a big country, but to fight back and prepare for this fight to be organized so that the civilian population suffers less. Indeed, they need to be supported.
Thank you, Alexander Mikhailovich. Thank you for this interview. Ukrainian diplomat Alexander Levchenko is a former ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary of Ukraine to the Republic. Croatia, as well as Bosnia-Herzegovina, was a guest on the air. They talked about changing NATO policy, about strengthening security against the backdrop of the war being waged by Russia against Ukraine.
In the ranks of economic decline and impoverishment, which the Kremlin authorities are leading Russians through, under the cover of war, Putin's authorities are raising a new wave of nationalization in the country.
I want to do business with Russian business.
Companies are forced to limit production. The shortage of personnel is simply raging.
The utilities are too big.
I'm raising them for everything.
We show the truth about what?
Oh, how Putin's criminal regime and his war make all Russians poorer. Your money, every Tuesday at 18 Kiev time on the Freedom TV channel.
Russian Gazprom has reached an agreement with Hungary that it may increase its gas supplies via the Turkish Stream. This was announced by Hungarian Foreign Minister Péter Szijjártó during a gas forum in St. Petersburg. Hungary will receive 6.7 billion cubic meters of gas from the Russian Federation. The minister also said that the most important step in energy security in Hungary in recent years has been the construction of the Turkish Stream gas pipeline, through which Russian gas goes from the European country along the southern route.
The country's supply was secure in the long term and at a competitive price. Thanks to the Turkish Stream, the Hungarians did not have to suffer from a shortage of economic flow. Energy security. Péter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Hungary.
This is not a problem for the EU countries. About 5% of gas imports in 2023 came via this route, writes Politico. But for some countries in Central and Eastern Europe, the pipeline has things about Austria, Slovakia, Hungary. However, the first two countries have already found alternative sources of gas thanks to deals with such countries like Turkey. Hungary can buy. Russia has gas via Serbia, and the gas pipeline in Ukraine can continue pumping gas. Negotiations are underway with Azerbaijan to replace Russian gas with its own.
Gazprom became the most ordinary company in Russia by the end of 2023, although back in 2022, Forbes called it the most successful business in the Russian Federation after the start of a full-scale war. In contrast to Ukraine, Russia has effectively lost its largest market, Europe. If Gazprom exported 185 billion cubic meters of gas in 2021, then in 2023. Tim did not stop Gazprom CEO Alexei Miller from declaring that the European gas market is in poor condition. Moreover, according to him, industrial production and in Europe fell to a minimum in 10 years without Russian gas. Minivir also announced possible new price shocks and gas supply disruptions.
We learned from Gennady Ryabtsev, an expert in the field of energy. Gennady Leonidovich, good evening.
Good evening.
Well, obviously you have already commented on this news.
Failures, in fact.
Gazprom, but somehow it's happening too quickly. Yes, they lost the market. Yes, of course, sanctions. But how did it happen that such a giant possessing such infrastructure development, mass of non-core assets, stadiums, radio stations, TV channels, and so on,
and suddenly such a fall, such a collapse? Can this be explained?
It is possible. Well, if, for example, the income from your own activities is not directed to the development of the company is not for the creation of, for example, a fleet of gas tankers, not for the creation of development technologies, gas liquefaction technologies, to be engaged, strictly speaking, in the construction of the stadium and in propaganda and in feeding all kinds of political forces at hand. We run for the great future of our country in quotes until in the end it turns out that we have to pay the bill. There is nothing there, and there is no income, and none is planned for the coming years. It has been known for a long time in general for a reason. A song about the desire to become a Gazprom shareholder has appeared in Russian folklore, and not out of nowhere. These stories have appeared about how even minor officials of this company are wasting their lives. What is happening now is the natural phenomenon that follows. how the company, having inherited from the Soviet Union a virtually inexhaustible source of income, namely the pipeline system, linking the Soviet Union with Western Europe, after a series of political decisions by Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, it turned out to be at the broken corrid. And now he is trying to show, I don't know to whom, probably strictly speaking, to the Russians who have gathered around their televisions. They are trying to prove that it is not their fault. It's bad in Europe, something will happen there after. The Russian Federation stopped the supply of the remaining gas that was supplied to the European Union. The Union before the war, and now it just looks funny. The only one who can suffer from what Miller has twisted. Supplies gas to the European Union is that same Hungary, the foreign minister who seems to have no idea what. Only energy independence. After all, energy independence has one ironclad rule, which is present in all the fundamental documents on this issue. And this rule sounds no more than 30%. One energy source on one route from one country. Or Mr. Hiarta doesn't read at all, respectively. Documents, or is he so confident that everything will be fine with the Russian Federation and it will continue to supply at a preferential price? Gas Hungary, not only gas, but also oil raw materials. Nothing will happen to the Russian Federation at all. For now, it will be an inexhaustible source of energy for Hungary. But sorry, putting money in one. In one wall or eggs in one basket, this is a very bad practice. And in fact, the example of Gazprom demonstrates this. It is a bad practice to have for the last 30 years, not counting the Soviet Union, tied us to the European Union and counted on. Europeans will pay whatever price Gazprom asks for over the next 50 years or more. Well, you could end up in the same situation that Gazprom found itself in, and it is very likely that Hungary will end up in the same situation if it does not. Take actions aimed at truly ensuring energy security, not in the words of politicians, but in deeds, as the European USSR did. A union that can now say with complete confidence that we, as the European Union, are independent of any energy supply. As it was, for example, 5-10 years ago.
Sometimes I just wanted to ask you how the new relations with Gazprom can preserve the situation and condition of Gazprom. Vingri in the question, yes. The decision to provide gas according to Turkish flow. Well, you've already answered that. Thank you for commenting. But I'd like to add what the head of Gazprom, Oleksiy, said. Rosia Miller recently stated that supposedly due to the decrease in consumption of Russian gas, European industry suffers first and foremost. But we remember what analysts, your colleagues, small, only Hermia, which before the war was one of Gazprom's main clients, feels the consequences. But these are not big, let's say, consequences for today, but what is already there. No day of industrialization of Europe, which It is not worth saying that there is no need to give birth to a mile. And also in Gazprom, which predict the revival of the company's influence. Gas exports in 2023, I remind you, amounted to only 100 billion cubic meters, which is 2.5 times less than in 2020.
21. But as the head of the company Miller reported, the world is supposedly seeing a trend towards increasing demand for gas, and by 2050, it will grow by a third to approximately 5.7 trillion cubic meters. But as experts say, this is not so. Only manipulations of the state corporation. So we are without manipulations, but still I would like to analyze. Firstly, the first point is how much European industry continues to suffer here. I will tell you. Well, we'll also try to comment on the second part. Please.
I named two things that were not paid attention to at Gazprom. This is the need to create the fleet of gas carriers and the developed and mastered technology of large tonnage liquefaction of natural gas. One more thing that no one at Gazprom paid attention to and is not paying attention to in the first place. This is energy efficiency, increasing energy efficiency. For some reason, Gazprom believes that European companies are not taking any action to obtain more production using less energy to increase income from industry, from the work of industry, by transferring enterprises not only to automated production, goods of the highest quality are produced with a huge added value. Germany is the leader of Industry 4.0, while the Russian Federation is successfully mastering the reverse industry. That is, it is going in the opposite direction of technological development, successfully using 20th century technologies. Well, if Miller thinks that this will happen all over the world, including Germany, well, good luck to him. Although it seems to me that he understands everything perfectly well. He simply voices what will please his master, since it has long been clear that neither Miller nor Gazprom nor Sechin nor Rosneft have any not have any opinion of their own. They only say what will please Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. What Miller says is what Putin wants to hear, that's all.
Thank you, Gennady Leonidovich.
Let's say it's actually happening, and thanks for helping us understand what's happening. Thank you. Gennady Ryabtsev, an expert in the field of energy, was a guest of this part of our broadcast. Let's continue. Sanctions. While London suspects 37 companies of sanctions, according to the Russian service, on the world market calls into question Russia's ability to withstand this blow. Details, Nikita Skoblikov.
According to statistics, as of May 2024, revenues from oil sales to the Russian budget increased by almost 50% compared to 2023. According to the blogger, Bloomberg Moscow adapts to international sanctions. According to the agency's calculations, total revenues from the oil and gas industry increased by 39%, which is almost $8 billion. However, adaptation to international sanctions, according to the Russian authorities, is based on their direct violation. Thus, the UK government suspects 37 companies of complicity in bypassing Russia. BBC Russian service. The head of the anti-corruption organization Global Witness noted that the British Ministry of Finance has not yet adopted a measure. Response to the sanctions election and called for more decisive action.
If the UK government loses the end of the participation of British firms in Putin's speculation, then I think others will follow suit. Louise Wilson, head of oil investigations at the public anti-corruption organization Global Witness, in a commentary for the BBC News publication Russian Service.
In addition to companies helping Russia evade sanctions, Moscow sanctioned tankers are also used. According to Bloomberg, more than 24 such vessels have started transporting Russian oil again since April 2024.
21 of the 72 tankers sanctioned by the Foreign Assets Control Department of the US Treasury, the UK Treasury and the European Union in the last hour have bogged down a total of 20 tankers. In 4 cargoes of Russian oil since sanctions were imposed in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, from a publication by Bloomberg, the agency writes that from April to June,
only 1 voyage per month, but after successful deliveries, the use of sanctioned tankers has increased. In July, 2 cargoes were transported, and in August and September, 6 each. The Kremlin actively uses the strait, given for their routes. According to Bloomberg, ships of the shadow fleet of Russia are increasingly refusing the services of pilots, which significantly increases the risk of an oil spill off the coast of the country.
Cutting costs by using the Black Fleet, yet there are incomes. Well, and the decision on the Black Fleet has already matured. I think that the Strait, Denmark will be closed in 2025, and Russia will lose this one of its key oil export channels, and it will really come to the point that Russia will exhaust itself in 2025. Possibilities to finance war.
For Moscow, the decline in oil prices has become a real problem, analysts say. Pessimistic news from China only worsens the situation. Companies and economic development officials did not outline the large-scale incentives that the oil market was waiting for, Reuters reports. As a result, the cost of the Brent brand in London fell by 1.5%. That Saudi Arabian Energy Minister Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman warned oil production partners that the price could fall to $50 a barrel if some nations do not want it.
The destroyers do not limit production.
Even $60. But the thing is about the brand, accordingly for URLs, it will be about $55. This would be the situation already.
Let me remind you that in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, EU countries imposed an embargo on seaborne deliveries of Russian oil to the Union countries and also set a price ceiling at the level of $60 per barrel for oil from the Russian Federation. The main goal of these measures is to reduce Moscow's income, which allows the authorities to continue the war. The Kremlin had to redirect its supplies to Asia, as a result of which China and India were asking for huge discounts, and the Kremlin was selling fuel at rock-bottom prices. Nikita Skoblikov for Freedom TV.
Ukraine is the heart of Europe. Ukrainian state. It hurts for thousands of years. It was established when Vladimir the Great named Kievan Rus. Kiev is one of the oldest cities in Europe. Europe was written for the Hetmanate Ukraine. Independence has always been, is, and will be the main value of Ukrainians. Ukraine is the heart of Europe.
For me, that is
what I experienced in the Soviet Union. Soviet power, fascism is better. Fascism did not destroy your people because he destroyed Zeleny intelligentsia of the country. I felt very good because I was treated well. The environment was good. I could talk. It was a pleasure with everyone, but I missed even seeing in Ukraine.
Why didn't you stay in France?
I want to die in Ukraine. I want to die, Dad.
Sister Berry one?
I'm still afraid to go to Crimea. I want to die. If I die, then in Ukraine.
Here's my argument. Clear?
$1925 This is for you. Next year you have an anniversary? Yes. February 24th. How did you know it was starting? War in Ukraine.
This was not a surprise for me. I know being 17 years in Germany, that's all I know.
Having already passed on one's own.
Thinking. There were comparisons. I was from 1942 to 1945.
Germany has for
Me. The KGB is more terrible than fascism.
Why?
Because everything that was done by the KGB, I know how Ukraine was destroyed. I already know. I am a witness. How people were taken to the Black Bridge at night. How did you wake up?
The gentleman was taken away at night.
Fedorov the next night. Falkovich the next night. This Black Raven took everyone. No one gave anything. I already knew what. It's like that. In 1937 and 1938, when people were taken away from the family, they didn't return, but they didn't return to her. It was scary. We knew that people are not guilty of anything, no matter how they think. They were destroyed. The Ukrainian intelligentsia. Why did the KGB take it? And to whom? Who explained? For what? People destroyed. Who was to explain? There was no one. I was stopped. We wanted my sister. I have a sister 2 mountains older than me. And 2 of us were also taken and brought to the point, the city, where the major things were collected. Then they were immersed in goods. Each wagon was accompanied by German soldiers and brought to the labor exchange where the Germans bought us. They bought me. The Germans beat a family of Germans who had a husband. My landlady, they had their own bakery. Your shop, I was also lucky because they immediately invited me. I had dinner with them. I showed how to do things. What should I do? And your sister is older, and my sister was a little better. She got into 2 elderly people. People bought it. But she was less busy than I was, so we were lucky. I had very good ones. I received holidays, Easter gifts too.
How did you manage from Germany?
Return home.
Uh,
I still had to go to prison.
And they already found out where. I don't know yet. Where are our boys in the camps? The camps were like wooden barracks, and they worked in some kind of factory.
To factories.
And they were not allowed to go out, but we took off our badge, did not wear it, and we went to them to see the camp. And when we were returning, there was a Gestapo check on the train. And so they took us away. They took it and brought it to the prison. And since then, after some time, they were sent to, if it wasn't already like a concentration camp, but also Gestapo camp, and we were put in a Gestapo camp. Well, there we were chased around in circles. There we had to. They were hungry. They didn't give us anything special. We were not there for long. How did you get on? How were you chosen? We were bombed by American troops on April 14th, 1945. Did you immediately return to Ukraine? No, we couldn't right away. The war was going on everywhere. And my sister... When we were there,
corresponded with the French.
And he hoped to take her with him to France. And he says, "What about Valentina?" "She will stay here. I will take her with me." And he took us too.
The French...
And he spent 6 years in Foam, from 39 to 45. And they didn't take me and decided that I should go home. He put me on some train. I'll go home to see if my parents are alive. And if...
No. Then get in and come to us.
There was nowhere to go from the Sonetsky Union.
So?
He submitted me.
Sat on the train.
We both cried with him, and we met Matham in the Black Sea. The traders of the motherland have arrived. Got it? That's how we were greeted in Odessa, the Black Sea. They lived.
And there they passed. It was called filtration.
Filter. They passed the filter. They were forced to wait for each interrogation. They knew about someone. And you knew that there was an interrogation. And so they let someone go, and some were left behind. No one told us where they were sent. They gave me, let's say, 13 rubles. Train ticket. I went on the train with this bulletin. I was allowed to go, to return home. Here I came home alone. I was afraid to write letters there. It was scary to maintain contact, to support it. I took the faculty of the Romance Germanic department. I'm on the Romance Germanic. I'm thinking which one I want to choose for this. English is not.
German or French?
3 languages. Clear? Choose I chose. What do you think?
French. You have a sister there.
I have a sister there. After education, I received an assignment. Do you know where I was sent? Where? Tajikistan.
What do you mean?
I have 15 people at the faculty. Everyone, who to Moldova, who to Western Ukraine but me. Do you know why? Relative on the border.
Were you punished like that? That's how I was punished. I was punished all my life. All my life.
I have had no peace all my life, no peace. Because I grew up, and in general until death. Paulina didn't write, didn't tell anyone, tried not to tell and didn't tell anyone and didn't write. She was afraid.
Who do you think is worse, the fascists? Clean or Russian? For me, like...
Resident both there and there for me, that what I was going through. In the Union, in Soviet power, fascism is better. Fascism did not destroy its people. As they told the intelligentsia, Ukrainian, what they did to the Ukrainians, we destroyed. And then the language was destroyed. All the schools that were stolen were closed. Not a single school was left. What is this? Huh? Is this fascism? Or is it the Soviet government?
We'll go wash up, sit down, and have a snack.
The richer, the happier.
You are so clean, is it all your own doing?
Itself. Arrived. I did everything myself, everything the way I wanted.
That is, you clean, prepare everything yourself?
Got to everything.
I introduced the kitchen that I want to introduce at my sister's. Her husband, they had two sons. One was called Serge, and the other was called G. And so, let's say Serge calls and says, I'm here for you. I will come for you. The war has begun. I will come for you. I say, I beg you. Don't do this. I don't want to leave all of Ukraine. I want to stay. One fine day, call in the morning. I see it's frying. My husband has arrived. What are you doing? Not today, but tomorrow there will be a war. Where did you come? Why? Early in the morning he is standing here. You. I came for you. And now he says that Manon has made arrangements with her. And he stayed one day and left, and the war began, and they call me. My colleague Manon said that a car will pick you up tomorrow at 7 in the morning. We wrote, we went to Odessa. From Odessa, they were taken to Poland. Already by plane from Poland, but the plane did not want to take me.
Why?
They looked at the passport. Ukrainian, 25 years old. 98 years old. Probably afraid to take it. They didn't want to. It's a military plane. No, only those who are refugees. That's it. There are no more seats. Yaka's bench around, huge bench. I think there were more than 400. That's how it is. I fell into a trap. A lawyer met me.
How was life with your French relatives?
Serge took me to his place and he lives. Barassi, he went there with me and he registered me there. I broke up there for the first time.
Well, were you happy with your nephew?
More. What's good?
First of all, everyone knew me.
A long time ago, because after Stalin's death I could write letters to my sister. Medicine, I must... Le Chloride de Magnesium La Rousseau Publishing House. This is my grandmother's secret. Well, I think that's the problem.
Did you have no knowledge of the French language in France at all?
There was none at all. I forgot that I know Ukrainian, not only Ukrainian, but when I first arrived, I started lingering. Remember the color of the word that is suitable. And now I am free. I didn't think. I spoke, that's all. Well, 2 years.
Venice, Shamova, Dnipro, Ukraine.
Manon's husband is calling, right? You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. I can't. First of all, nothing. So that's it. Stay. Let it be summer for a while. Let it be the whole summer. But this was my month, understand? I was ashamed. It did so much for me. And suddenly I showed.
Well, I will stay for another summer.
And I stayed.
We live side by side. Musi, Verontina, Plucaturiu and Imagine.
But they didn't want you to leave at all. They wanted you to stay in France.
They remained, but somehow the war did not end. No, I understand.
I'm persistent. She asks me a question on the phone. But you will believe that if something happens to me here, it will be the end. Then they will bring my body to Ukraine. I say, I will not deceive you. I will say that no, I do not believe it.
Meanwhile, it is still very expensive.
You understand what a waste you will cause. That's why I want to come. I love Ukraine in general. I miss Ukraine. I can't live without. She listens to the news every day, every day. And she experiences all the events. Well, you won't give her a wink. She understands everything soberly. She will feel it.
We met through her relatives.
Well, somewhere since the 80s.
Valentina Artemovna.
It's interesting with her. She is a very diverse person, despite the fact that she is only years old. She does not attach importance to her age.
She is considered young. She reads a lot. She serves herself.
Valentina Artemovna never swears. She always forgives everything.
We are in Dnipro. There are shellings, rockets. Why didn't you stay in France? It's dangerous here. You still have to walk. We are close.
I'll even tell you this. How old am I ask my people, and anything can happen. Anything, especially video. I want to get lost in Ukraine.
I want to get lost.
Dad, sis, one is buried. My whole family of 5 people is in Crimea. I want to die. If I die, then in Ukraine.
Here.
Here is my argument. Is that clear? I want to die here. I am grateful to everyone that I have lived so long, it's almost 2 laughs.
I want to be here. To be here. I'm not afraid. No rockets, nothing. A lot has fallen on me. Something I didn't expect. And despite this, I remain myself, as before, unfocused. What do I know there? There is literature. This you see here? You see that there is still one room. My son knew nothing in life except literature and art.
It was his element. Tell me, please, how did it happen that she lives alone?
You know, this happened to her in life. She lived her whole life in a family. But there was
One son.
He was killed. Of course, it was a blow below the belt, but you have to give it length. She pulled herself together. She is holding on, but also what she is. She can't go to the grave. The grave is in Crimea. This is what weighs on her.
Well, my husband died. My mother-in-law died.
Omer is her second husband, and yet she loves people, loves life.
Some real Ukrainian, yes, yes. And, you know,
When were all these revolutions, exits into the world, protests? She was there every day, every day.
This is my family. This is me. This is my husband, my mother-in-law.
Father-in-law and my son.
Father-in-law is in Simferopol, husband is in Simferopol, mother is native in Simferopol, and my second husband. My Barenka also in Simferopol, everyone is buried.
do you think Crimea will come back to Ukraine again so you can visit? For everything? I don't see it yet.
No, no, the war will not end, will not end. They will destroy Ukraine. So that she was not with us either. It is not in the European Union.
This is the second war of your life, yes. This is it, right? Please tell me they are different for you. This is what you are looking at.
You see, I was not afraid of such a question. And what is it like, this second war? It does not surprise me. Russia is all... If it was like that, Ukraine cannot become an independent state in 3 centuries. Hey, what are they doing with Ukraine? They are not creating it as a country. Now, what kind of people support this? How can I tell you?
Is this a bunch of villains?
Columbus, who is afraid of losing his age-old power.
This is what Russia is. Russia was...
She seems like that. She has what she herself demands. Terrible. It is terrible to have such a neighbor. That's what's scary. We will survive. We are being destroyed not only territorially, but also physically. The people left their country. For the first time, millions of people have left. Do they have anywhere to return to?
Where? Should they come back?
He goes to find blood for himself and his children.
For them we are a sect, a church which according to them is cut off from Christ, from God, and we distort the faith. They were brought up this way by their various propaganda methods.
This has been going on for generations. They sincerely believed that we were their enemies and that we should be isolated from society. Bohdan Geleta, priest of Ukraine.
In the series of interviews with Sakinai Mosayev, People of Goodwill, tomorrow at 10 is Ojo Kiev time on Freedom TV channel.
This is a live broadcast.
On the Freedom TV channel, my name is Yuri Kulinic, and we continue to talk about the special position of official Budapest in relation to official Brussels. Yes, Prime Minister of Hungary Viktor Orban did not mention Ukraine. In the context of the enlargement of the European Union, the Hungarian Prime Minister spoke about this during his speech in the European Parliament, presenting the country's priority issues ahead of its EU presidency. At the same time, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen called Ukraine a priority for the European Union and reproached Orban for his sympathy for Putin in the face of Russia's atrocities.
Ukraine's membership in the European Union is not a priority for Hungary during the country's EU presidency, and Kiev and Moscow must agree on a ceasefire. Viktor Orban's speech in the European Parliament caused a storm of emotions among the audience. Supporters of the Hungarian Prime Minister greeted his controversial statements with applause and songs. He repeats the same theses. Real and during the press conference after the meeting.
The Hungarian intention is to achieve a ceasefire as soon as possible because we believe that you cannot win this war on the battlefield. That is our opinion. So you must communicate, you must negotiate a ceasefire, and you must save lives. Watch.
This is a typical right-wing populism that exists not only in Hungary, it is now gaining strength. We know that the AfD has won many votes in Germany. We actually have a right-wing government. Vitaly, but we see after they came to power, in general, the whole position has softened. That is, we will attribute this to the so-called promising pre-election rhetoric, although in Hungary now there is no
At the same time, Orban's reasoning is allegedly incapable.
Ukraine's willingness to run away from Russia on the battlefield caused a wave of indignation among supporters of Kiev. Ursula von der Leyen accused the Hungarian Prime Minister of sympathizing with the dictator Putin against the background of military wars.
Kiev
and military aid.
The world witnessed the atrocities of the Russian war, and yet there are still a few who recognize the guilt of this war not for admiration, but on the captured, not on Putin. There are still some who blame this war not on Putin's thirst for power, but on Ukraine's thirst for freedom. So I want to ask them, will they ever unite to defeat Hungarians in the Soviet invasion of 1956?
In addition to Viktor Orban's controversial statements, Hungary did not allow the European Union to freeze Russian assets for 3 years. Instead of the current extension every 6 months. Thus, the possibility of issuing loans of 35 billion euros to Ukraine is now in question. After all, the funds must be provided. And there was interest from frozen Russian assets. He explains his decision in Budapest, this time referring to the upcoming elections in the USA.
Well, so to speak, the lifting of Russian sanctions, he does not speak about it directly. He formally advocates for the extension of Russian sanctions. He only says that all this must be done right after.
Let me remind you that this is not the first time that Budapest has blocked EU aid to Ukraine, but the country's government negatively speaks about the prospects of Ukraine's membership in the EU. Meanwhile, Kiev's Western partners are looking for ways to circumvent the Hungarian laws, including the allocation of aid to Ukraine in the amount of the accounting budgets. It costs 6 billion euros. On the condition of anonymity, Bloomberg's interlocutors, who are familiar with the discussion within the EU, reported that Brussels is considering the possibility of allowing the state to become a member of the European Union. Make voluntary contributions to the European Peace Fund. Larisa Petruk for Freedom TV channel.
Well, it is worth adding that the ambassadors of the European Union agreed on a decision on a loan of 35 billions of euros, despite Hungary's resistance. Before that, the Minister of Finance of this country, Mihai Varga, stated that Budapest postponed the final decision on the transfer of this loan to Ukraine until the presidential elections. In the US, the European Commission's proposal to extend the period of application of sanctions for frozen Russian assets from 6 months to 3 years must be accepted in order to allocate the loan. This is precisely what this decision is being blocked by Hungary. The Hungarian government believes that it must see what direction the future US administration will take on this issue. internationalist joins our conversation. Vladimir, welcome to the Freedom TV channel.
Good day.
Vladimir, how do you explain your position? Let's put it this way. The special position voiced by Orban and his team.
Foreign policy of the government. Orban's aim is to make this government's rule as long as possible. For this, we need cheap gas, oil, low prices for citizens. Hungary, download Hungarian companies' investments by orders, by robots, so to speak. And this is the way in which Orban hopes to implement his program for the movement. At the head of the country until the early 2030s. In principle, several years ago, he stated that he intended to achieve this, to do also that his government retain power over Hungary until the early 2030s. And of course, where are the cheap resources? Where news? Where are the allies, the political allies of Orban in the fight against Brussels? This is, of course, Trump. Music is playing. Political and economic capital to prolong his stay at the head of Hungary. Let's see what nuances there are in the statement. Orban and the same Minister of Foreign Affairs, Szijjártó. A fairly new moment that we have seen in recent months is the Chinese, so to speak, tech. After that, a campaign to introduce various restrictions against China has begun to unfold in the West. The Hungarian side acted as China's advocate, and the same Orban said that Europe a cold economic war is essentially beginning between Europe and China. Why did Orban say this? Because his course for more than 10 years now, we have been trying to attract as much investment as possible from China to the Hungarian economy. Organization of joint ventures and enterprises for the production of Chinese products on the territory of the European Union. That is, there are direct economic benefits and working cities.
Thank you.
Szijjártó said NATO should not become anti-Chinese bloc. This was also associated with the strengthening of the anti-Chinese bloc. Chinese rhetoric is political, when it was once again stated that China is not active enough. Not enough is widely and actively involved in pressure on Russia. The essentially anti-Chinese statement was prompted by Orbán and Szijjártó make such statements in defense of China. This is China's direction and intensification of rhetoric in this direction. This is a fairly new moment. As with the Chinese rhetoric of the same Orbán, it is added that in Strasbourg, in the European Parliament, one of the Hungarian opposition, he directly accused Orbán of selling out Hungary to Putin and Xi Jinping. The second direction, of course, is important. This is what Orbán is trying to play on his connections and partnership, so to speak, alliance with Trump. That is why Orbán is promoting. It seemed, at least it looked, like Trump's program regarding the war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. What did Trump say? And in general, they talked about this when Orban was at Trump's residence in the US. This year, Trump said that he would end the war quickly, that this war was not needed. Trump's team in its entirety on all, so to speak, power is promoted by this thesis. And while Orban's statements are recent, they essentially look like an attempt to, on the one hand, secure Trump's support, and on the other hand, to do him a favor. Trump in his election campaign. That's why this anti-Brussels, anti-EU rhetoric, it fits in perfectly with Trump's theses. That the war must be stopped, that Ukraine will not lose, that sanctions are harmful, and that the European Union in general is to blame for providing little assistance to Ukraine. Everything is going somewhere, underpaying something, unlike the US in the understanding. Well, in fact, if we talk about deeper motives, then of course the main sponsor, the economic sponsor of the government, Urbana is the Russian Federation, Putin, the Kremlin, the address of the main sponsor. These are gas prices, oil supplies. Before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, invasion 2022, in 2021, Orban signed an agreement with Russia. In supplies, Russian gas for decades to come at very low prices, even taking into account that this gas will flow God knows where. There, yes, bypass the territory of Ukraine. And nevertheless, the prices turned out to be very low. Here is definitely an element of the fact that Orban, with his selfish interests, is beneficial to Putin. Political and economic interests both in Hungary itself and in the European Union. Well, the latest news again concerns the fact that Hungary is still... It was agreed that there would be more gas than Russian gas and that the gas would be cheaper, and how good it is that they say, at least they say that Sharto, at the gas forum that built the Turkish Stream and Hungary, joined this project. Well, and oil, we saw that the oil is Russian. Vingaski refinery with Vinga capital are located on the territory of Slovakia, so not here. There is nothing surprising about this partnership between Orban and Fitz.
He maneuvers, he plays with certain attitudes, but it is clear that put his personal interests first. But let's talk with you about whether everything is so rosy in general. Vingria, as it is all perceived by the citizens of this country. Protests against state propaganda took place in Hungary, RFE-RL reports. Thousands of people gathered near the buildings. The editorial board of the state television and radio station Budapest calls the state media a propaganda factory. The demonstrators demanded freedom of speech and access to objective information for independent Hungarian media. The international non-governmental organization Reporters Without Borders calculated that about 80% of the media market in Hungary is controlled by Orban's party. With the help of his close oligarchs, he built media in the country. A media empire that is completely controlled by the state. Freedom of speech in England is significantly restricted, say foreign observers. Vladimir, but overall it turns out that how? It turns out that Orban, here are his personal positions, personal relations, yes, there with Putin, with Comrade Xi Jinping, there with Trump, yes, to play in such a way that, and to maintain its own unique reputation, not only at the level of the European Union, but also to maintain a certain level of popularity in its own country.
Orban's popularity in Hungary is declining. The latest elections showed that there is, in fact, a tendency to do. There has been a dramatic decline in support for Orban's Fidesz party in the parliamentary elections. The threat to Orban is becoming more real. He will not be able to form a coalition independently and not as part of a coalition because coalition partners will not be found.
Here, actually.
Speaking about why Orban actively monopolized not directly the information space, that is, he is actively engaged in propaganda activities because he is trying to stay in power. The same with this. With this Chinese theme, the introduction of large-scale tariffs on Chinese cars, on Chinese products, this is a blow to one of the knife on which props up the chair, the armchair on which Orban sits, the prime minister's chair, yes, so to speak. Resists and is very actively involved in the fight. That is why Orban's positions are becoming less and less strong. This fact testifies to this. The fact is that as only hard. The question arose that Ukraine would no longer extend the transit of Russian gas. Through its territory, what did Orban do? Orban rushed off on a voyage, kneeling through Moscow to Beijing naturally. He covered up the whole mission. In fact, the issue was gas, cheap gas, so that Orban's government could rule Hungary for a long time. I think that's it. Interaction, conscious. Orban and Putin have once again become. Orban is active. For several months, Hungary has been presiding over the EU Council and has been actively promoting theses favorable to the Kremlin and payment, and on the one hand for what Orban has already done and is doing in these months, and on the other hand, so to speak, an insurance investment in Urbana is new agreements on increasing supplies of Russian gas and at even lower prices. On the one hand, yes, Orban's interest and the understanding that he can still be useful. Parliamentary elections, ceasing to be prime minister, this is a lot of trouble. Lawsuits because it's the same propaganda. Many other things, yes, that is, Orban may disappear from the political scene for a long time, or he may disappear forever as a player who can lay claim to power in Hungary in the future. Therefore, Orban, Putin and Xi Jinping. If China does not particularly show its support with some gestures, then Putin in this case, no. Hiding, not hiding, just invests in insurance image. Putin with larger volumes of gas and at lower prices. This is the understanding that something can happen like this, and the main thing, not a propagandist, but the main one, Putin's lawyer for Russia in the EU can, so to speak, get away with it. Russia is now trying to save Orban. Orban is trying to save his political future, although there is a direct threat of catastrophe.
Volodymyr, thank you very much for the conversation. Thank you for joining our broadcast. Vladimir Volya, political scientist. The international man was in direct contact with us. We will now take a short break, after which we will return to the discussion of new topics. Don't switch.
Russia's wars of conquest have always led it to disaster. The Japanese War of 1904 is a humiliating defeat, and the Revolution of 1905, the First World War in 1914. These are millions of losses and the collapse of the Russian Empire in 2017. The loss to Afghanistan in 1979 is one of the main reasons for the collapse of the Soviet. So Union in the 91st, on the 24th of February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. What awaits her next?
Thanks for watching. There are growing trends that, well, let's put it mildly, people, representatives, and leaders of Western countries have taken this latest nuclear rhetoric from the Kremlin more or less coolly.
If we support the reaction of Western leaders, starting from the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation and up to the present day, then of course there is progress in this sense, because it is worth understanding that even in the first days of the Great War, then there was a lot hope that Putin really will be ready to take such a step that he can use weapons of mass destruction if, for example, Ukraine is provided with certain standard types of weapons that were not on the territory. Post-Soviet countries never, strictly speaking. And when they started the first deliveries, when our partners finally realized that Ukraine needs help to contain Russian aggression and further push out the Russians from the territory of Ukraine, and when, for example, we received the first HIMARS, the first armored vehicles and so on, then nothing happened. Vladimir Putin did not use weapons of mass destruction, considering them to be of a nuclear nature. And actually, it meant that everything he said was a bluff. But it is clear that not everyone understood that this is how it is. And a lot of skepticism even further. The discussion continued on whether it is worth helping Ukraine to the extent that it is necessary. Perhaps it is necessary to somehow negotiate with Putin, perhaps with Kiev. They are trying, like that one, to help Ukraine in some other way, let's say, or force Russia to sit down at the negotiating table. In particular through sanctions pressure and the like, but still more votes were in favor of helping Ukraine. More seriously then, and of course do everything possible to make her run. But it seems to me that this was the most important Rubicon in this situation.
It's an operation after all.
In the Kursk region, when military actions, well, before that they transmitted, of course, before that there were attacks. Armed forces of Ukraine on the same objects of the Russian Federation, both in the occupied territories and on the territory of the USSR. In Russia itself, it was also one of the main remakes, but still there, let's say, there was still no confidence as to how Putin would be ready to use nuclear weapons after all, and when the hostilities are imminent. You crossed into Russian territory. I think this has completely opened the eyes of our partners. And literally a lot of such publications began to come out about the fact that Putin is really bluffing that he is not ready to use weapons of mass destruction against Ukraine or other countries that help us. It seems to me that this is really very important at this stage of the war, that after all, those fears that existed before were unfounded. Or they were overpriced. Fears that Putin is nevertheless ready to take this step, but in my opinion, he certainly will not do it. even if it were not for him, he still understands that then it would be a catastrophe for the Russian Federation itself, because the Western world will not leave everything just like that. And moreover, everyone will turn away from him, from Russia. In fact, Russia will be bursting at the seams because it will mean the collapse of everything that is possible if a doomsday weapon is used. On the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, China Brazil and 10 more of states warned against the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons against Ukraine, and they made joint statements. That is, in fact, even these countries that have close relations with Russia. China is one of the most important allies today. Nowadays, and Brazil, of course, we know that they are just presenting the Chinese-Brazilian peace plan and are trying to stop the war, but already under the view that they have, it is a separate topic, but nevertheless, they maintain close relations with Russia, but even if they warned Russia, and in fact, they made it clear that this would definitely be a step against world security and against all that. How did the international work community for decades? Then, of course, it really is an important signal for Putin that he is not even thinking about using weapons of mass destruction. And this is precisely what this statement says about the nuclear, chemical, and biological type of troops. That is the entire spectrum, which is the most threatened in the world. It seems to me that if he were on this path, if this were to happen, it would unite here, it would unite all of humanity even more, and then Russia would not be able to exist peacefully in the international arena. I think there are positive shifts in the understanding that Putin is bluffing, but nevertheless, he is still being warned not to laugh. I dared to use it after all. Well, something like that.
Stanislav, let's talk further about the reaction that has already been heard from Vladimir Putin to this rhetoric. Putin was called irresponsible by the Kremlin dictator's nuclear threats. Guest speaker of CAA, Antony Blinken, he also noted that now the world needs more disarmament. It was the turn of Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky to call for not giving in to the intimidation of the Russian dictator and stress that such methods are the cornerstone of Kremlin propaganda. Let's hear the details. And we will continue the conversation with you.
So I would just call for it to be done now, when the world is gathering to talk about the need for greater disarmament and non-proliferation. Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State. In an interview with MCNBS,
Jan Lipavsky, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic in the X social network.
What? Something threatens Putin's regime. Why was the head of the Kremlin so surprised? It seems to me that this is not an indicator of the strength of the Russian Federation.
And its weaknesses, because we have to understand that. To threaten with nuclear weapons a country that voluntarily renounced them, I mean Ukraine, when we were also a nuclear power and were able to take this step so that there would be less of these weapons in the world than Russia, which signed the Budapest Memorandum, aims to guarantee us security in a country that has renounced nuclear weapons. an indicator that the Russian Federation is weak. Putin understands that he cannot a state that does not have nuclear weapons. This is an interesting paradox. That is, he actually had no arguments left. He is talking about it now. Yes, we understand that Ukraine does not stand against Russia on its own. They help us. We have our own parties, partners and allies. But the Russian Federation is not fighting us on its own, so to speak. It receives the same military assistance from Iran, from Sine, North Korea. Russia and China help with dual-use goods, and there are also those actors who can Russia helps to one degree or another, and in this regard we can talk about parity. That is, they help us, they help the Russian Federation. But why can't Russia recognize, knowing that she can't win the war, that she can't achieve the goals that were set before a full-scale invasion, and why threaten everyone? Ukraine and actually the whole world with nuclear weapons, because it would not stop in Ukraine. There would be retaliatory strikes from our allies, most likely. Or these strikes that would have hit Ukraine, they could also have hit, for example, state members of the alliance, and then this would have caused... There would be a response from their side, and then peace would be completely destroyed. In fact, it would be a peace catastrophe. And now talking about a nuclear army seems to me to be very incoherent, to put it mildly. This is shocking because Russia, which had promoted its armed forces in previous years before the invasion of Ukraine, when they said that they were not the second army in the world, but they could soon become the first, hinting that they would destroy the United States of America. Resources were spent on weapons, on development, as it were, although in reality we do not see anything coming out in Russia that could really surprise, in a good sense of this word, the whole world. But in fact, no matter what they do, well, it turns out to be a Kalashnikov assault rifle, but the Kalashnikov assault rifle, as we know, is already very outdated. In modern weapons, that is why Moscow cannot win this war. I think that even if we all understand that Putin is bluffing, we still need to constantly speak internationally. An international partner to the entire world community, that the Russian Federation is truly a global terrorist, a regime that it does not take into account either its own people or others. That is, in fact, Russia is a country that definitely can't be free, exist with others, states and other players. Help Ukraine in every possible way, and of course make sure that Russia does not use this type of weapon, because then it will be too late. We must, of course, relax, control all this, and do everything possible so that Russia can never use weapons of mass destruction.
Absolutely, absolutely. Stanislav, thank you for the conversation. Thank you for joining our broadcast. Stanislav Zelikovsky, candidate of political sciences, international expert, was with us on a direct line.
After the break, we will return to the discussion of new topics. Don't switch.
On air our time in the studio, Anna Nichenko. Hello? 1 person died, 8 were injured as a result of the Russian Federation's ballistic missile attack on Odessa. This was reported in the regional prosecutor's office. The enemy's target once again was the port infrastructure. All victims were port workers. 2 civilian vessels under the Palau flag were damaged. Bilis, grain storage facilities, administrative building and cars. Military transport destroyed in Russia. 234 aircraft at the Orenburg II military airfield. According to the stories of the main intelligence department of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, the plane supported the 117th Military Transport Aviation Regiment of the USSR. Usually Tu-134 are used for transportation, driving of the Russian Defense Ministry. It can carry up to 96 passengers. 161 combat clashes occurred at the front on October 13th. The enemy was most active in the Kurakovsky direction. There were also many attacks in Pokrovsky, Limansky, and Kupinsky. This was reported by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Many attacks continued on the border with the Chernihiv and Sumy regions of the Russian Federation. To protect the military presence and shell-populated areas from Russian territory with mortars and artillery. It's also reported that the enemy continues to strike the Kursk region. The strength of the region is 31 guided aerial bombs. 670,000 such losses of the Russian army in the war against Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Over the past day, the Ukrainian forces eliminated another 1,260 Russian occupiers. This was reported by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Also, the Ukrainian military destroyed 4 Russian tanks and 19 combat armored vehicles in 24 hours. 11 artillery systems and also hit 40 units of special vehicles and fuel tanks. The European Union imposed sanctions against early due to the supply of ballistic missiles to Russia. The list includes Iranian officials, companies, and airlines. This is written by the official journal of the EU. The restrictions affected 7 physical Lviv. Minister of Defense, several officials from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, military attachés of the Iranian embassy in the Russian Federation. Also on the sanctions list are 7 companies, 3 of which are Iranian. Individuals are banned from entering the European Union and their assets are frozen. Companies are also threatened with asset freezing. European businesses are prohibited from entering into any contracts. Earlier, the European Union was monitoring Iran's transfer of ballistic missiles to Russia. Meanwhile, Tehran denies the supply of ammunition to Moscow and also condemned the planned EU sanctions. The meeting of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the European Union started in Luxembourg. Representatives of 27 countries will take part in it. According to the media, the topics of discussion, the day will remain about the war of Russia against Ukraine and the situation in the Middle East. In particular, they will talk about sanctions against the Russian Federation, the preparation of military forces for the defense of Ukraine, and humanitarian aid. The opposition party is leading in the first round of the parliamentary elections in Lithuania. According to the results of the processing, more than 98%, the Social Democrats received almost 19.5% of the votes on the ballot, the main electoral commission reports. At the same time, the ruling party, the Homeland Union of Lithuanian Christian Democrats, led by, with Prime Minister Ingrid Šimonytė in second place with almost 18%. Overall, 6 political parties have passed the required threshold of votes and will share 70 seats among themselves. Parliament. Another 71 members of the Diet will be elected in single-mandate constituencies. The Ministry of the Interior of Germany warns, Russian intelligence has stepped up its activities, new within the country. This was stated by the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Nancy Feather. According to her, in Berlin they note that, I quote, Putin's regime is acting increasingly aggressively. In this regard, the department, sabotage and targeted killings are not ruled out. At the same time, Faeser assured that German security agencies are deploying resources to protect the state from missile threats. North Korea has ordered artillery units near the border with South Korea to be ready to fire. The South Korean agency reports that the corresponding order was given by the General Staff of the DPRK Army. Earlier, North Korean troops were also instructed to prepare comprehensive countermeasures at all levels. Pyongyang is responding with these actions to the alleged possible penetration of South Korean drones into the country.
weapons of artillery brigades in combat formation, and complete various measures to ensure operational security, from the order of the General Staff of the DPRK in the public. Complications of Yunhub publication.
If this were to happen, it could happen today. According to South Korean officials, Seoul is preparing for possible provocations and will respond decisively to them. The United States will send its military contingent to Israel along with an advanced missile defense system. That system. The Pentagon announced this on Sunday, October 13th, writes Rosia. President Joe Biden said the decision was made in response to Iranian missile attacks, and Pentagon spokesman Majors General Patrick Ryder called it a deployment of, I quote in part, the broader changes on the American side to support Israel and protect American personnel from attacks by Iran and Iranian-backed groups in the region. President Joe Biden will visit Germany on Friday, October 18th. His visit will be limited to 1 day. This was announced by the German side. According to the government spokesman, Wolfgang Buchner Berlin is in close consultation with Washington regarding the details of the visit, which have not yet been disclosed to the press. Let me remind you that the White House was planning the trip of Joe Biden. The VRG was held last week, but due to the U.S. hurricanes, the American side postponed the meetings. As a result, the date of the meeting of the contact group on Ukraine's defense in the Ramstein format was also changed. NATO's 2-week exercise Steadfast Noon, aimed at protecting member states of the alliance, has started in Europe. This year it is taking place at air bases in Afghanistan, in Belgium and the Netherlands, as well as over the North Sea in the airspace of Great Britain and Denmark. The maneuvers involved aircraft from 13 NATO countries and about 2,000 military personnel. Now, there are more than 60 airborne modern fighters capable of carrying American nuclear bombs deployed in Europe. The North Atlantic Alliance emphasized that the exercises are not a reaction to aggression. Russia versus Ukraine. However, as Deutsche Welle notes, they are intended to send Moscow a clear signal that NATO is ready to defend itself, including with nuclear weapons, if the worst happens.
In an uncertain world, it is vital that we test and strengthen our defenses so that our adversaries know that NATO is ready and able to respond to any situation. Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, from the publication of the Reuters agency.
This is the opinion of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, Radosław Sikorski. He noted that we are talking about missiles that are flying in the direction of his country. Meanwhile, in Belgium, military barracks have been converted into a cart mode. The increased preparedness due to possible sabotage. Kristina Dombrovskaya will tell in detail about how NATO countries are strengthening their defense due to a possible Russian threat.
Poland has officially begun construction of the U.S. missile defense system IGES Eshor in Redzikowo. It is located 165 kilometers from the border with the Kaliningrad region. The area has a radar station and 3 Mk-41 launchers, each equipped with 8 containers for interceptor missiles, according to the Minister of Foreign. The Polish Slav Sikorski Memorial, a facility whose concept has undergone changes in the wake of Russia's war against Ukraine, will be ceremonially opened in the coming weeks.
NATO, we now have 10,000 American troops in Poland, a Western air defense system in Poland, and all this to deter Putin. In the coming weeks, for example, we will finally open a missile defense base in Redzikowo. This is the base that we have already agreed on with the U.S. I agreed that these missiles could shoot down Russian missiles flying to Poland, and not just Iranian missiles flying to the United States.
After the official opening of the base in the north of Poland, there will already be 2 anti-missile defense facilities in Europe. The first is located near the settlement of Diveselu in Romania. This base was commissioned in 1936. Back in 2016. As NATO noted, missile defense systems are purely defensive in nature and are the most important element of NATO's collective defense, the then head of NATO claimed.
Ballistic missiles were widely used in wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. As a defensive alliance, we cannot ignore this threat. Secretary of NATO 2014-2024, from the statement at the briefing.
The General Staff of Russia announced earlier that ICRU installations were deployed at missile defense bases in Romania and Poland. The A-41 can be used not only for defensive purposes, but also for launching Tomahawk medium-range cruise missiles. However, it was Russian targets that regularly flew into the airspace. Polish defense after the beginning of the full-scale loss of Russia in Ukraine. Military aircraft of Poland and NATO allies were raised in the sky to ensure the country's security against the background of Russian missile strikes. And across Ukraine. Thus, the Russian Kh-55 missile, as reported by the Polish radio station RMF-FM, flew tens of kilometers during the next massive shelling of Ukraine over Polish territory and fell 16 kilometers from a NATO training center.
Since early morning, intensive activity by Russian long-range aviation has been observed, associated with the delivery of strikes on objects located, including in the western territory of Ukraine. All necessary procedures for ensuring the safety of Polish airspace have been activated. The operational command of the armed forces is constantly
At the same time, security measures in military barracks in Belgium have been strengthened, according to the Brussels Taal. The decision may be related to attacks by pro-Russian hacker groups on Belgian websites in recent days. Due to possible sabotage against underwater infrastructure, Germany is deploying elite special forces for protection in the Baltic and North Seas, reports the German publication Spiegel. NATO, according to The Times, suspects Russia of mining underwater infrastructure in the North Sea. The estimates are based on data from companies operating key oil and gas rigs.
Minister of Defense of Russia Andriy Bilousov arrived with a message. During the visit, he will hold a number of negotiations with the military and military political leadership of China, according to the message of the Russian Ministry of Defense. On the occasion of the PRC Christmas, an official welcoming ceremony for the Russian delegation took place. Chinese Defense Minister Dong Kun greeted the head of the Russian military department. Large-scale military exercises near Taiwan. This is reported by the Reuters agency. Thus, the PRC stated that it is making a strict warning and practicing the blockade of Ostro. The maneuvers have already taken place throughout the day. The second time, according to the Chinese military, the exercises took place in 9 locations around Taiwan. Both ships and fighters took part in them. The Army of the People's Republic of China said that the maneuvers were completed successfully. In turn, Taiwan's Ministry of Defense called the Chinese exercises irrational and provocative behavior and warned that they were ready to defend themselves.
I greet you both and greet all our esteemed TV viewers.
Let's start with the visit. What is the main purpose of the visit of the Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation, Andriy Bilousov, to China?
Well, we understand perfectly well that any such visit... There are Russian officials in China, there is an official part, and there are... Unofficial, you and I can safely assume that. Officially, and most likely the main part, it of course refers to dual-purpose goods, which, as has been recorded more than once, Western intelligence, including our intelligence, continues to go to the Russian Federation or directly, but if it concerns someone there, electronics, which the Russian Federation can again use for military purposes, but if this is something closer indeed. It usually goes to military samples through third countries. Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan were also recorded. Previously, it was Armenia, or in a word, Asian countries, where there is quite a serious influence of both the Russian Federation and China, which again, do not make money on such transit, getting your profit from it. I think they will talk about economics component, and here it is also important because long-range drones, pilots. They are now being modernized by Russian companies in China with the participation of Chinese engineers.
Well, because it's banal.
There is none in Russia. Their own sufficient level of technological engineers who are ready to work with modern chips. And Chinese companies are attracted to Russian ones. Developments. So, in fact, this is a two-way street according to information from foreign intelligence agents. China handed over a batch of his developed drones to the Russian Federation to test on. The war against Ukraine, because it is a test in real hostilities, we perfectly understand that help is what Ukraine has serious Western air defense systems. These are RIST and NASAMS, first of all, Patriot. And as far as I understand, the Chinese want it. Still, protest your samples as far as they are prepared to counter these air defense systems. This is actually the case with China. Let's say it's not an act. I wouldn't consider it an act of some kind of military aggression, especially since we still need to get confirmation of this information. I would still consider it as the economic component that China is now trying to keep up with the times, and they are already developing a whole swarm of drones. What is it that no Western country's engineering thought has actually reached? This is the most promising direction. Development. But the new Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation was received in China with pomp, with a military guard, his marshal. Actually, the Chinese met, well, that is with maximum pomp and maximum publicity. Politely, yes. Now you are showing it on your 5 screens. This is worth noting because, again, symbolism in China is always at a pretty serious level, and we have to understand that. China itself is showing both to its external opponents and to its internal, so to speak, framework what Russia is for them. Now, an important partner, probably not, such a junior partner, it seems to me that such a definition would be the most correct. In their specific case, and of course for the Russian Federation, for a complete analysis of why the Minister of Defense came to China, it is worth noting that Russia is now activating absolutely all their efforts on the battlefield because they understand perfectly well that the window of opportunity is very small. And as we see now appear, intelligence, information about even possibly the involvement of the Korean contingent, North Korea, of course, the Russian Federation. Well, so far this has not been confirmed. Treschino, again, at the level of intelligence information, we see how much the track of interaction with Iran is being activated. And now there are 3. The third element of this combination, which is, of course, the main point of reference for the Russian Federation, is China. Well, actually speaking, it's not a sin, once again, for sure. Remember to what extent the Russian Federation is in a codependent relationship. Not codependent, but in a relationship in relation to China, because they have mutual... the turnover of goods fluctuates between 70–80%. That is, in essence, Russia is monopolistically dependent on China, including its financial system, because the National Bank's reserves, the National Reserve of Russia, are kept in yuan and not in any other currency that is potentially for the Russian Federation. That is, the Russian Federation. They are now trying to activate the maximum of all flows, all resource capabilities, and in essence, they are going all in order to advance as much as possible. At the front, before the onset of cold weather, and preferably before the elections in the USA, and before the peace summit to which they plan to take Ukraine.
Regarding China's mutual assistance, the Russian Federation, well, it is clear a Chinese company is transferring specially developed military drones to Russia for testing in Ukraine. A corresponding report was received by Western officials. The Times writes about this. Gavrili, according to his data, the agreement on deliveries was concluded last year. Let me remind you that on September 25th, Reuters, citing sources in the European Intelligence Agency, reported that the Russian Federation launched into Russia the munitions in the European Intelligence Agency, launched a program in China to develop and produce long-range strike drones for the war against Ukraine. According to the agency, the Russians have developed and tested a new model of the drone, under the name Harpy 3 in China with the involvement of specialists. Here the question is different. And what does the Russian Federation give in exchange for China? What does he pay for?
The Russian Federation pays in full, as we have already stated with you today, dependent relations. That is, Russia has never had such a weak position, geopolitically weak. Well, of course, there is in the new history, because having absolutely no variability, neither in technologies, neither in the raw materials approach nor in the technological approach, Russia has completely collapsed as a result of such an inadequate anti-Western policy and an unprovoked attack on Ukraine. As a result of the imposition of sanctions, it fell into complete dependence on China. And this is essentially the most important motivator for China now, let's say. To bury this level of interaction with the Russian Federation, because it is the Russian Federation with the help of its resources. And I will remind you that in general, China is now inserts Russia's demands that they energy resources. Other mud resources were supplied, resold, well, essentially, yes, exported to China at domestic prices. That is, Russian Federation sets conditions. Russian raw materials in difficult times for Russia under sanctions time rose. The Chinese economy was in a very difficult upswing. She was in a deep recession. A large number of economic cooperative ties were broken. This was primarily connected with the coronavirus and with the fact that at that time, even several Chinese cities were still, well, essentially blocked, including economically. And who brought them out of this situation? Of course, the Russian Federation. From where they could get cheap energy resources, Russia began to help with a large market. For Chinese goods, in fact, the machines have disappeared in Russia now. Equipment has disappeared, technological products have disappeared from Europe, the United States, the West as a whole. Moreover, all of this over the past few years has been completely replaced, let's say, by a lower quality but more affordable product. Music is playing. Russia, as long as it can. Yes, China will make public obeisances. It will, as shown on the screens, pompously greet Belousov there, the Minister of Defense. They will meet anyone. They will set off fireworks. There will be festive marches. Arranged Putin was coming to China again. But at the same time, China is doing what is primarily beneficial to China, and not to the Russian Federation, and not to anyone else. And moreover, to those who have been closely monitoring for a long time. Follow the relations between Russia and China. They understand perfectly well that these two states, of course, are not friends, of course, not partners, not allies. They are simply situational partners. Yes, because Russia needs dual-purpose goods, technological goods for the permanent, because the front needs constantly new troops. Both missiles and drones, as well as the second nomenclature of weapons. China needs one, China needs money, China needs cheap Syria. China needs more and is now getting closer and closer to realizing its long-standing plan. restoration of the land corridor. Between China, the European Union, and now in full swing through the countries of Asia and the Middle East, two branches are being built. Even in the event that, yes, China is already burned in the Russian Federation, because I will remind those who don't know that initially this Silk Road, as they call it, was supposed to pass through the Russian Federation and Belarus, and even a number of investment projects for the creation of such a trunk road in Jerez were already concluded, but after the attack on Ukraine by the Russian Federation, all the agreements were nullified. And with Belarus, actually the same thing. And therefore, China, of course, takes it very seriously. For example, Russia's declaration of the use of nuclear weapons, because from an economic point of view, it is absolutely unacceptable for them, because they have enough. At a high level of relations with both Belarus and the Russian Federation, inevitably then China will be isolated not only from the countries of the global West, but also other parts of the world, and even including the global South. And this, for China, promises complete bankruptcy of overproduction, exactly what was there. This is a serious question. This is a very serious question, especially when everyone, in anticipation of BRICS, which is supposed to join, but which has already been expressed a desire to join, not only by Turkey, which is also a candidate for the European Union, NATO members, and even more so, Serbia, right from the heart of Europe, has already started speaking out for BRICS. Central Europe, the country, has expressed a preliminary desire to take part in the summit, perhaps even to apply for membership.
We see that.
With the weakening of the Western world, when we see indecisiveness on the part of NATO, we see indecisiveness on the part of the United States, which is deepened. And above all, the internal political, let's say, completely incapacitated affairs of the United Nations. No one needs decisions of the General Assembly resolutions, which are not mandatory for implementation, and the conversation is completely blocked, first of all, by the country that is illegally located there, the Russian Federation, the countries of the global South. They want to unite, yes, of course they are very different. Each of them, they do not have such an ideological foundation as, for example, NATO countries or the European Union, but that is not the main thing for them now. The main thing for them now is, so to speak, to be in the mainstream of the world, which is changing very dynamically before our eyes. Holding BRICS in Kazan, in the Russian Federation, it will rather be the first meeting of the so-called Friends of the World, which China is with Brazil, and the basis of this group of countries, its creation, is the Chinese-Brazilian so-called peace plan. Regulation of Russia's war against Ukraine, as China still calls the intra-Ukrainian conflict, no matter how many negotiations are held with it, they are all. They still continue to stand on this dual position, and against the background of all this, I'll tell you honestly, it looks quite dangerous. These teachers around Taiwan, the more they bear such a name as, if I do not believe, then either a warning or a final warning, somehow in this way. Corrected for those forces that, which China believes are destructive in Taiwan and oppose unification. Well, to add to this, these exercises will take place, in fact, on all sides of the island, somewhere more, somewhere less. China even has an official plan for these exercises. It is really becoming quite worrying for Taiwan, and I will remind you when Xi Jinping was going to this term, which is already his reign. He said that China and Taiwan, they will unite and reunite, and that this is what the Chinese people want. If we add up all the factors, then, of course, I repeat once again, I think this is a rather alarming signal.
Alexei, thank you very much for your analysis. Let me remind the viewers that it was Alexei Borychenko, a political candidate.
Thanks for watching.
Saddam Hussein was found in the basement of a rural home. Mussolini in the back of a truck in the uniform of a Luftwaffe non-commissioned officer. Former Bosnian Serb leader Radovan Karadzic was found, posing as another person. But intelligence agencies tracked him down and took a DNA sample for identification. Manuel Noriega hid from American lawmakers. Paratroopers in the Vatican embassy. The U.S. military did not lose their heads and jammed Norway's new refuge with AC/DC songs at maximum volume. 48 hours of listening to rock, the Panamanian dictator left the building with his hands up. Dictators and their spectacular arrests in the program cycle, The Last Day of the Dictator. On Wednesday at 18:00 Kyiv time on the Freedom TV channel.
Ukrainian state. Ukrainian Ombudsman Dmytro Lubinets called on the United Nations and the International Committee of the Red Cross to investigate the story of the executions of 9 Ukrainian soldiers by Russian forces captured in the Kursk region. According to the Ukrainian Ozon Project Deep State, this happened in the area of the village of Zelenik Shliak.
Information is spreading on social networks again. The possible execution by Russians of 9 Ukrainian prisoners of war in the Kursk region. Such actions are a gross violation of the Geneva Convention relative to the treatment of prisoners of war. These actions must not remain unanswered. Russia is a terrorist country that violates all the rules and customs of war. The international community should not turn a blind eye to such crimes. Dmytro Lubinets, the representative of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on Human Rights, in Telegram.
In particular, issue warrants from the International Criminal Court for the arrest of Russian criminals, increase sanctions pressure, and demand access for international observers and doctors to the sites. There, the Ukrainian prisoners of war are kept and their release is facilitated.
Russia's cruel treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war is absolute barbarity, a gross violation of international. Executions are becoming more common. According to the UN, 95% of prisoners of war are tortured. They are denied basic rights. Andriy Sybiga, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, on social network X.
Yanik in the Kursk region. This was stated by the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Andriy Kostin. He noted that the case was classified as a violation of the laws and customs of war.
With our guest Oleg Kridko, he is an expert and analyst of the Alaman Center for Civic Education. Oleg is in touch with us. Hello, welcome to Freedom.
Good morning.
I will turn to the words of Mr. Sybigi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, about the immediate and apparently effective measures of the international community. In your opinion, what kind of mayors should these be in response, cooperative mayors in response? Such actions of Russian terrorists here, you can come up with a huge number of epithets for these non-humans.
The law should have conducted an investigation, that is what happened, and identified the entire chain that preceded these events. Unfortunately, such cases now it is increasing more and more often, as our representatives and even UN representatives say. Already more than 60 military personnel have been shot, and this is only official data. And here we have to consider especially, for example, cases when one of the participating Russian soldiers was captured in September. I was the person responsible for the execution, which tells about the fact that this is not their personal decision, but simply orders that are already appearing. And in response with this is necessary to use the things of the department to all the people who gave these orders. I am not saying that these are military personnel, but really those Russians to whom it was given. And after that, international warrants are issued, i.e. they are trying to find these people, detain them, and hand them over to the international court. Unfortunately, there are quite a few such examples. It is not enough to bring to justice. Here we can recall the Serbian cases, a number of other events that exist, but this should be done in court. The investigation is so that the international community can see that it will prosecute any violations of international law or any human laws, so to speak. And people will suffer mandatory punishment.
Authorities, what happens next? It is recorded. I want to understand what these appeals influence. You noted that there are few such convictions in history, but we see the mass nature of such convictions. War criminal. I would like to understand how it all happens next. Perhaps in the case of Ukraine, however, there will be more such court proceedings. Well, of course.
Judgments.
But unfortunately, the mechanism of international influence is quite complex, and it will begin to operate most actively, unfortunately, after the victory. Then both we and the international community will get access, well, first to the documents. We tell the post office that the documents should be consumed, destroyed, there is a lot left. And secondly, with a beak, the most vivid example. Punishment for violating international laws is the Nuremberg trials, which are exactly what they show, although there was purchases and regarding the civilian population and military children, which were foreseen, but this is clearly what is happening. And so it will be on the part of Ukraine already exists. The commissions that investigate these actions, their actions are mainly aimed at recording these cases. After all, what is it? This is the appearance of some so far today in social networks video. Therefore, this video needs to be analyzed. Is it a staged video? No. Identify the people who unfortunately died, also if possible. Which are there. And after that, they are handed over to the International Commission, the investigator, you can say, who will deal with it. And later on with them, I emphasize once again, later on they are already being dealt with. So, unfortunately, we cannot expect quick decisions. The only thing is that it may be some political statements and continued pressure on at Russia, and at the same time, not only at Russia, but also at their existing allies. But unfortunately, we see what is happening in Iran, where there is no trial or investigation at all. So it is not prisoners of war that are shot, but civilians. In China, where the death penalty is not prohibited, and North Korea, where even there it is difficult. It can be said about some laws or customs or human relations that exist, but unfortunately this pressure will increase, and here will already go to certain. Perhaps some economic measures that are not directly related, but in this case it is one of the levers for ending the war, and the possibility of a normal distance the sequence of these events that will happen. But as you rightly said, there is no statute of limitations. Ukraine will never forget about this, and everyone is guilty. They will be punished, but unfortunately, this will only happen after victory.
There is information from the American Institute for the Study of War. Analysts say that Russian commanders are likely openly encouraging or directly order the execution of Ukrainian prisoners of war. Institute analysts noted an increase in the number of executions of Ukrainian prisoners of war along the entire front line. The Institute also indicated that Russian propaganda publics have begun to more often make encouraging statements about the executions of Ukrainian soldiers, strengthening the norm of justifying war crimes. Posting materials with executions of Ukrainian soldiers, how do you see it? For what purpose, in fact, is this posting open to many Russian publics?
I already have a number of goals that are happening here, which have been achieved. The first one of the main goals is dehumanization, that is to show what is there and to provoke a response. Our Ukrainian soldiers are also people. Their brothers in arms are dying, their relatives are dying. It's just that the people who exist are dying. They can all hold their nerve. That's why Russia specially conducts this, to show the same thing, that look, who are fighting on the Ukrainian side, they are killing prisoners of war. That is to create such a song. And secondly, this is even a variant of the impossibility of conducting direct negotiations, which exist because it's very difficult to negotiate with a maniac, literally, who kills people, and you will talk to him. It's impossible. Besides, you know, there is such a thing. In slang, you can say to smear everyone, that is to show the entire Russian community, to show that this is what it is, that you are all to blame for this, and therefore it's not even nice to say this, but the unification of the Russian community by showing such executions that are happening. After all, the appearance of this information on social networks especially since this is happening in V-Contacte, in classmates, that is, in networks that are completely controlled by the FSB and other special services of Russia. You could even say that this is not happening at the grassroots level. That is, it is not the commanders who are on the battlefield that is happening, but it is happening above those standing. You can say so, commanders, and it is quite possible that these are special operations, and apparently this is what it is. These are special operations of the FSB, which are directed both at Russian society and at European and American society. Ukrainian society, in order to show that this war is merciless, stop fighting, surrender, and then, as they say, these actions will stop. Well, unfortunately, this will continue, and you see that it is happening on an increasing scale. As you said, in September, there were 2 known cases, now only in October, and at the same time, they are becoming more and more massive, and therefore Russia is conducting targeted everything to ensure that, so that firstly, our Ukrainian society really, explosions are taking place, imagine springs, to see this situation that is happening, and for the international community, for Russia. And the last thing that I would like to return to is the task. Russia has to show that international law does not apply. That is, not only is there an attack, an armed conflict that is a violation of the agreement, which were, but even the Geneva Conventions, the Geneva Appeals, it also does not work. That is, the task is simply to undermine and destroy international legislation, and in this vanarchy, which already exists directly.
Ukrainian law enforcement officials have documented the execution of 93 Ukrainian prisoners of war on the battlefield since the start of the full-scale invasion. This was stated by the head of the Ukrainian Federation. Department for Combating Crimes in Armed Conflicts, Yuri Belousov, he noted that 80% of registered cases occurred in 2024. That is, we see that there is growth. We remember as well that the fact was recorded, the murder of the Ukrainian prisoner of war, Matievsky. Remember, after he said words to Ukraine, he was shot cruelly. I don't understand such psychology. Why do they do this? Because they really feel that this is impunity, and do they understand that they may not carry out criminal transfers? About what you said, yes, that such orders are certainly given from above. This is firstly, and secondly, their prisoners of war are also in Ukrainian captivity. They may be
shot before handing them over, perhaps. That's not how it's done, yes, but they just understand that this can happen, or what do you think?
As we can see, the Russian prisoners of war are now complaining that they are not being given Olivier. Such are their lamentations. Until what time can a Russian soldier not carry out criminal orders? Or does he not realize it at all?
The shootings also show Russian servicemen that they can be shot, so don't give up. That is, this is the example they show in their activities. As for the execution of orders, I would like to recall these local assaults, the latest ones that are happening. If earlier there were motorcycles using buggies, now there are generally passenger cars. Trucks without going through a minefield in a car in which there are dozens of people drive clearly that they will be destroyed, or these famous appeals. The drone commanders who were sent literally the same thing so that they died. And they died and went. I don't know, that is the psyche in the Russian. Something very serious is happening in our beings when people stop assessing the situation realistically and are ready not only to kill, but also to die. And unfortunately, to this, they are prepared since childhood. I would like to give an example. Even before the start of the Russian-Ukrainian war, for example, Yaralash, the release of Yaralash appeared. A humorous issue, but there was a very interesting plot when the children meet a boy from the past who was during the Second World War. He says there is no logic there, that he worked at the plant and was a spy, and in the end he says, and in the end they killed me. And the children ask, isn't it scary to die? What does he answer? That's not the main thing. The main thing is, we won. That is, we are already preparing children for the fact that self-sacrifice is a completely normal means. And this is exactly what democracy is. The radio is based on the same totalitarianism, that people act together in a democratic society so that the state can act. And in totalitarianism, they are ready to serve. At the same time, they forget. Remember Orwell's 1984? Everything is turning upside down, everything is gone, and that's what they are preparing for. Unfortunately, what is happening now in the occupied territories, when they are zombifying Ukrainian children, they indoctrinate them with their reality, which is, and prepare them, well, in the literal sense of the word, to be yamichars. That's why it happens. They show prisoners of war how events are happening there. Again, they don't even, you could say, believe it. Why? Because they see their reality, which is happening to them. These situations are quite complicated. Remember a number of reports where even parents do not believe their children who talk to them on the phone. It is painful for Russian society, which needs, in Russian,
Occupiers have the opportunity to surrender themselves to captivity. I want to remind you of this once again. This fund means more Ukrainians who have returned home. There are several programs. The first is I Want to Live for the Russian military who want to survive. And among them I want to find, this is an information resource for the families of Russian military personnel. This is all information from the coordination headquarters on issues with prisoners of war, the main intelligence department of the Ministry of Defense. Oleg, thank you for participating in our broadcast. Oleg Kridko was in touch with us, expert analyst of the Almenda Center for Civic Education.
Institutions in Odessa bear their names. One of them became the father of the theory of innate immunity. The second, the father of military field surgery. Their experience still helps save people.
In 1908, Ilya Mechnikov won the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. His awards also include the Copley Medal. It's the oldest and most prestigious award of the Royal Society of London. Recipients of the medal include Charles Darwin and Albert Einstein. Nikolai Pirogov, a distinguished surgeon and the founder of topographic anatomy, published an Atlas of Tissue Sections, an indispensable guide for surgeons. This atlas and Pirogov's methods became the basis of all subsequent development of operative surgery. Ukraine, talented and hardworking.
The oil depot in Feodosia burned for almost a week. Crimea after the attack by the Ukrainian Defense Forces. Today, the enterprise is almost completely destroyed. 8 tanks burned down, 4 more were damaged. Meanwhile, the Russians in panic relocated. Air defense in the direction of the Kerch Bridge, since its defense at sea cracked and simply floated away. How the Ukrainian Defense Forces are exhausting the forces of the Russian army in the Ukrainian army. Crimea. Our correspondents will tell you about it.
"8,000 cubic meters and was the main fuel hub for the Russian army. On October 7th, a fire broke out at the oil terminal at the Enterprise in Feodosia. Later, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, the SUP, confirmed the strike on the oil depot used by the occupiers.
The General Staff directly states that this is an attack by Ukrainian missile forces. The aggressor cannot hide the fact of the hit, the fact of a massive military defeat. But at the same time, in Feodosia, in other cities of Crimea, the aggressor does not declare air. October 10th.
New explosions were heard at the Feodosia oil depot. According to Russian publics, there was a release of flammable materials at one of the terminals. In 6 days, the oil depot burned down completely. 8 fuel tanks were destroyed. This is evidenced by satellite snow.
There is no smoke over the oil depot as in the past days. However, the state of emergency in Feodosia has not been lifted. It is impossible to drive past the oil depot, and transport is forced to take a detour. At the same time, the Russian-controlled local authorities have still not reported anything about the causes of the fire at the oil depot in Feodosia, from the messages of the Crimean Wind Telegram channel.
The illegally constructed Kerch Bridge remains the main target for destruction. The Russians have made various attempts to defend it, but none have been successful so far. The breakwater structures, which were installed around the bridge in the sea throughout the summer drift in the Black Sea.
The boom barriers that Russia is using to try to protect the Kerch Bridge from possible attacks by sea drones in the SU are floating in the water area near the shores of Kerch. As the correspondent of Krim Reali reports, fragments of boom barriers are drifting in the area of the city embankment of Kerch. Part of the boom barriers of the sea current washed ashore in the central region.
Kerch, from an article published by Krim Realia.
The Ukrainians are working to weaken the capabilities of Russian air defense in the temporarily occupied Crimean Sevastopol as much as possible. One of the latest significant defeats of the Ukrainian air defense forces is the S-1 in Crimea, which in Russia is positioned as a unique anti-aircraft missile and gun system. Pantsir also protects Putin's residence in Novogorovo.
In fact, again, a myth that is not able, I emphasize once again, cover the most important infrastructure facilities of the Russian Federation. By the way, in Crimea, recorded redeployment of Miss C-1 on the cover of transport, infrastructure, and we are talking about Crimean Moscow,
is aimed at maximally weakening the capabilities of Russian air defense in the temporarily occupied Crimea. In this way, the Ukrainian defense forces cut off the Russians from logistics. Victoria Smirnova for Freedom TV channel.
The head of the Crimean Tatar Resource Center is in touch. Hello, good morning, Nikolai. Good morning. We will estimate the scale of the losses of the largest oil terminal. The transshipment, so to speak, in Feodosia, how do you assess it? And actually, how does Crimea react to this story?
I think the assessment, we will be able to give it in full after serious problems with fuel and fuel supplies really begin in Crimea, because this is really one of the most important bases, the most important storage facilities, fuel, and therefore here for now, despite the fact that 7 days have already passed, there is no such obvious excitement with fuel. But despite all the information they give from Crimea, people are beginning to think that there might be problems, and of course some are already starting to stock up. As for the situation itself, how did the residents of Crimea perceive it? Well, of course, the explosions that happened and the smoke from the fire that was seen in the Kirovsky district Feodosia base, oil storage facilities, then of course this means that Ukraine will continue to support system attack for military logistics facilities in Crimea, and of course people consider it as such. The fact that there will be no peace in Crimea until Crimea is bought back. Well, again, the majority of people who are accustomed to simply using those, let's say, living conditions so that no one bothers them, so that they have fuel, so that they have food, that's what they care about first and foremost. So far, the results, let's say a fire in Feodosia on the territory of an oil depot, so far they have not produced such results, although people constantly to say that food prices are constantly and systematically rising.
In your opinion, after such effective strikes by the Ukrainian Defense Forces, Crimea itself, as it is seen in the Kremlin, the destroyer is unsinkable. I think that's what they say, right?
Well, usually they use an unsinkable destroyer, but recently, after the Ukrainian Defense Forces began attack military bases, attack logistics bases, strategic facilities, we started talking about how when Crimea is completely cut off, all arteries will be logistical. Or if it is cut off, then Crimea will turn into a bag or a cauldron, a natural cauldron for the Russian army and for pro-Russian citizens who illegally. We arrived on the territory of Crimea. Therefore, I think I support the position that when all the arteries supplying Crimea are completely destroyed, then we will really be able to, we can, let's say, easily deoccupy Crimea itself. And in principle, historical events from the history of Crimea, they just confirm that when Crimea, all arteries are closed when under control. Let's say military forces, then accordingly in Crimea, it is possible very quickly. It is already possible to carry out cleaning operations.
These strikes by Ukrainian defense forces on Russian military facilities in Ukrainian Crimea, they affect the so-called authorities, occupation administrations. When it becomes the new normal for them that ATACMS can fly near their administration. You could fly to Storm Shadow via a military facility where I am sure money is being laundered by local collaborators, these same Russian tourists who came for work. In the Ukrainian Crimea here, perhaps it is more about the mental component of the occupation administrations.
And when we talk about representatives of the occupation administrations, these are collaborators who understand that they are collaborators and that they will be held accountable for their actions. accountability to the Ukrainian people. And of course, they are trying in every way to support all those actions that not only implement, but also support. And in terms of propaganda, to fulfill the task set before them by the occupying Russian authorities. And so, of course, here, first of all, they are trying to give people information that everything is normal, that everything is under control, and that the forces, the Russian air defense is in full control of the situation. In fact, we see, and another important point, that the attacks that took place from 2022 carried out by the defense forces of Ukraine in Crimea, they primarily concerned wars, objects, strategic facilities and logistics, and in essence to say that some objects of administrative management were damaged. Of course, no, that's why they haven't felt it yet. Another question is when the second part of your question is that, of course, some officials are trying to make the most of receiving additional funding from the federal budget. And of course, we know that at all construction sites on the infrastructure of Crimea, of course, many are not only local officials, but also from the center. Russia, that is from Moscow, because funding comes from the federal budget, earned a lot of money. And those cases when completely... We already know about many cases when representatives of the local occupation authorities in their time dealt with ministerial plots or plots for the minister. Or positions, heads of administration. Today, they are either already in pretrial detention or have already received sentences of up to 10 years in prison. Such processes are actually happening in Crimea.
And finally, after the destruction of the oil base in Feodosia, the Russian troops found themselves, let's say, in a logistical hell. Atesh partisans report this. According to their information, intensive movements of military fuel tankers began on the peninsula, and the destruction of the oil depot caused a serious fuel shortage for Russian troops. According to the partisans, the military Russian Federation, MASK, they create mobile filling stations that constantly change location, of course, fearing attacks. And regarding the supply arteries, what are they currently in use? The Kerch Strait in the off-season, let's say autumn, winter, spring, the beginning is probably not very much subject to this, as you can see.
Literally 30 seconds.
These Atesh, they confirm the expert assumptions that were made that they will use the compositions to the maximum, use oil tanker or fuel tanker. And indeed, there is nothing left to store them after the explosions in Feodosia. Only in Sevastopol. Bringing oil depots closer to Baalbek. Therefore, we really expect that it will be serious. There are big problems with providing fuel not only in the southern direction of the USSR, but also for the civilian population.
Thank you for the fact that you are always welcome on the air of the Freedom TV channel. Let me remind you that Skander Baryu, the head of the Crimean Tatar Resource Center, was in touch with us.
The U.S. missile defense, which will be opened in Poland, will be able to shoot down Russian missiles. This is the opinion of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, Radoslaw Sikorski. He cancelled that things are about missiles which fly in the direction of his country. Meanwhile, in Belgium, military barracks were put on high alert due to possible sabotage. The detail is not about how NATO countries have strengthened. Kristina Dombrovskaya will talk about defense against a possible Russian threat.
In 2016, Poland officially began construction of the American System Facility. IJS Yeshor missile defense in Redzikovo. It is located 165 kilometers from the border with the Kaliningrad region. It has a radar station and 3 launchers. and Mk-41, each of which is equipped with 8 containers for interceptor missiles. According to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, Radoslaw Sikorski, the object, the concept of which has undergone a change. The memorial, set against the backdrop of Russia's war against Ukraine, will be ceremonially opened in the coming weeks.
Thanks to our NATO membership, we now have 10,000 in Poland. American soldiers, a Western air defense system in Poland, and all this is to contain Putin. In the coming weeks, for example, we will finally open the missile defense base in Rydzikov. This is a base that we have already agreed on with the Third. I agreed that these missiles could shoot down Russian missiles flying towards Poland and not just Iranian missiles flying towards the United States.
After the official opening of the base in northern Poland in Europe, we will already have 2 missile defense facilities in Kyiv. The first is located near the settlement of Diveselu in Romania. This base was put into operation back in 2016. As NATO noted, the missile defense systems are purely defensive in nature and are the most important element of NATO's collective defense, stated then NATO Chief Jens Stoltenberg.
Which were used in the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. As a defensive alliance, we cannot ignore this threat. Jens Stoltenberg, NATO Secretary General 2014-2024 from the statement.
The General Staff of Russia announced earlier that the Mk-41 installations deployed at anti-missile defense bases in Romania and Poland can be used not only for defensive purposes, but also for the launches of medium-range cruise missiles Tomahawk. However, it was Russian targets that regularly flew into Polish airspace after the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Poland and NATO allies were raised to the sky to ensure the country's security against the background of Russia's missile attacks on Ukraine. Yes, the Russian Ka-55 missile, like Russia, did not decide to lose its ages. As the Polish radio station RMF-FM explained, during another massive shelling of Ukraine, it flew tens of kilometers over Polish territory and fell 16 kilometers.
Of such a scenario is increasing, and this, of course, is pressure on the aggressor country. The Russian Federation cannot ignore this, a new additional purely military factor. Now, a political decision is enough to in particular, even close the skies on the territory of Ukraine. The technical capabilities for this are increasing, and this is already obvious.
Russian President Vladimir Putin considered the deployment of American anti-missile systems in Europe as an increase in the US's nuclear potential. And what do you think the reaction might be now? What has changed perhaps since that time? Well, how to evaluate the absence of a reaction?
Well, for now they are still waiting because they are looking at how much these systems will shoot down Russian litation devices, From this, so to speak, it happens in anticipation. It is obvious that all this is connected with context. On the eve of the American elections, the possible application of the peace plan. That is, these are such jabs at each other, unfortunately. Everything is at our expense as usual, but nevertheless, this, of course, does not have a direct potential. These are purely defensive systems that were once created, say, on the territory of Poland to block Iranian missiles flying over Europe are possible, but at the same time, of course, they can be easily used against missiles flying from the territory of the Russian Federation. Iskanderes from the Kaliningrad region, which is a kind of enclave within the NATO and EU countries, the former Königsberg, where the technical possibilities are coming into view. Answer to the experiment. The more NATO is strengthened on the eastern flank, the more objectively it will have an effect. Support by the armed forces of Ukraine. So that in the event of any emergency situations, there would simply be a technical possibility to strengthen the direct involvement of NATO countries in the war.
While full-scale aggression against Ukraine poses a threat and risk to the countries of the North Atlantic Alliance, it is probably worth talking first of all about the Baltic countries. They are mostly called Russian propagandists, so that Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia were afraid. At least they want the same effect in the studio of the conditional Solovyo. Yova and other Skobeyevs. Is the risk real at this point? Or are these messages purely for intimidation? The risk of a real offensive, real strikes, full-scale aggression? Which we will see, unfortunately, in Ukraine.
Such constructive structures as NATO, multi-echelon defense systems of NATO countries are connected. The United States, intra-European, transatlantic, therefore, and so the countries aspire to join the North Atlantic Alliance to Ukraine, because it is real, it is unreal, but they must. It is possible to foresee all scenarios because in reality, the Baltic countries and Poland are truly afraid, unlike, say, Italy or Portugal, which of course have never laid eyes on Russians. Soviet tanks, but the Baltic countries understand this perfectly well. Moreover, I can suggest that if Estonia and Latvia were not members of NATO and the EU, then most likely they and was the victim of Russian aggression, not Ukraine, or even at the same time it could happen, because the response of the alliance countries to aggression is on many levels. Guess what? In the event of aggression against Estonia, strategic nuclear missiles will immediately fly from the territory of the United States to the territory of the Russian Federation in response. Responsibility can be multifaceted, for this self-presence is divided into American, Canadian, British, even if unmarried. They are in the Baltic countries, Poland, Romania, and even more American soldiers. This fact is already a fact of storage for the Russians because, let's say, he entered Estonia. You need to shoot British and American soldiers. This is already a conservation factor, so that the Russians think 20 more times.
Is it worth getting involved in the parental sphere?
In such adventures, and NATO countries must be prepared for this. At the same time, they are working out all sorts of options, updating their equipment, training the military. During the Cold War, this was common practice. When one or another unit of American soldiers was constantly raised on alert throughout Europe, then in Western Europe there were more than twice as many, more than 1 million at a certain stage. Yes, it certainly increases the risks, but containment which eventually stops and leads to peace. Unfortunately, with the aggressor countries, other behavior is impossible. If NATO were not now satisfied with these deployments, OPO, It would not be conducive to the pacification of the aggressor, as some in Europe still believe, but on the contrary, it would inflame him and increase his appetite, first of all, for
Dennis, thank you very much. We are always glad to see you on Freedom. Let me remind you, Iz Kuzmin was in touch with us.
Ukraine is in the country.
Don't you see that you are being fooled? That they are taking away your money? Body parts of the wounded in Ukraine in order to sell them abroad.
The lowest methods are used here. Now Ukraine is not enough for them, and they want to go. You go further.
Now on the agenda is preemptive retaliation.
The Culprits of War, today at 18:09 Kyiv time on the Freedom TV channel.
Russia is moving a unit to the Kursk region. The concentration of Russian forces and the intensity of fighting in the region are very high. This was stated by the speaker of the Seversk Operational Tactical Group of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Vadim Misnik. Our colleagues examined the number of forces the aggressor country has gathered in the Kursk region and whether it has enough reserves to carry out a counteroffensive.
Russian troops using the entire arsenal available. They tried to displace the Ukrainian defense forces from part of the Kursk region with their weapons, but the Ukrainian armed forces continue to hold their positions.
I spoke with the chief, a Syrian report.
Commander-in-Chief Syrski reports on all front lines in our Kursk operation. Regarding the Kursk operation, there were attempts by Russia to push back our positions, but we are holding certain lines.
Bloggers claim that the Russian army allegedly achieved success near several settlements in the Kursk region. However, the American Institute for the Study of War reported that they cannot confirm these statements. Later, the Ukrainian Center for Countering Disinformation noted that the Ukrainian armed forces had foiled the Russian plan. In addition, the enemy suffered significant losses during the assault. The Ukrainian defense forces are carrying out stabilization actions.
What is happening there now is a constant dynamic change in the situation. The situation is difficult, complicated. There are really tough enemies with the use of aviation. The city is directly in the Kursk region. It is mainly forests with separate roads and nodes which the forces are trying to cling to. The dynamics are characterized by certain infantry battles. The enemy uses a significant amount of equipment, which again travels along known routes and is knocked out accordingly. Andriy Kovalenko, head of the Center for Counteracting Disinformation at the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. Nove Vremya Radio is on the air.
Mobile defense is a complex type of activity. Because there is no time to build there, something is done, of course, with fortifications and mining.
For the first time, the Russian army tried to expel the Ukrainians from Kursk. A region in recent days, the army of the country of aggressors has once again stepped up counterattacks. Moscow understands that if the Ukrainian armed forces are not pushed out of the borders in the near future, the Ukrainians will probably control part of the Kursk region.
Bad weather conditions in the fall of 2024 and at the beginning of the winter of 2024-2025 will contribute to positional battles in the Kursk region. and give Ukrainian forces more time to consolidate their existing positions. Russian forces may foresee that the window of opportunity to eliminate the Ukrainian invasion of the Kursk region is closing with the current level of casualties.
Russia transferred about 50,000 from other parts of the front to the Kursk region. Military and thereby weakened its groups in the Zaporozhye, Kherson and Donetsk regions, reported the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Oleksandr Syrsky, from 30 to 50,000. This is the number of personnel that military analysts named when speaking about Russia's needs to stop the advance of the Ukrainian armed forces. But the Russian command was not praised for pushing the Ukrainians out of the Kursk region. Accordingly, significantly larger reserves, which the Federation does not have, should be used. Valeria Nikipelova for the Freedom TV channel.
He is a military political analyst who is in touch with us right now. Good morning, Dmitry. And thank you for... Russia has stepped up its offensive there despite record losses. Experts say the Kremlin is rushing for autumn rains. Does weather matter in modern warfare? Especially perhaps in the Kursk direction. And in your opinion, how many troops have the Russian occupiers really amassed there?
Regarding the situation in Kursk, I would like to respond with quotes from Russian publications that refute the previous nature of the narratives of the official structures of the Russian Federation. We are talking about the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation, and accordingly, serious tactical successes of the armed forces of the occupying country. The enemy is introducing and pulling up reserves to carry out offensive actions. That is, we are talking about the fact that in the Kursk region it is extremely difficult. The situation, but to say that the enemy has success in advancing directly the borders in the Sumy region, moreover allegedly in the Kursk region, the withdrawal of Ukrainian troops has been recorded. This does not correspond reality. Regarding the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces, you have already quoted the nature of the actions of the armed forces. The Ukrtal forces of Ukraine in the Kursk region. This is control over the logistics of the occupation forces. So directly from the scene of events, a message is transmitted that the Russian column has entered. Principles: a tank, an armored vehicle of the Ural military complex, and an BTR-80 were destroyed. There is objective control data that confirms this information, and it is about destruction. You know, the column of not only armored vehicles, but also the number of personnel is more than 20 people. That is, we can say that the armed forces of Ukraine are conducting, in addition to the active nature, a defense and raid forces directly at the locations of enemy forces. In addition, it is worth noting the successful operations of the weapons. Ukrainian forces in a number of areas. The enemy notes that Ukrainian defense forces are counterattacking in the area of Nizhny Klin, Zeleny Shliach, and Cherkasskaya Konopelka. The situation is grave in the area of Tolsty Luk and Novoivanivka, but this has already been reported by Ukrainian media. It should also be noted that in addition to maneuverable, the characteristics of the defense forces of Ukraine, again, based on the reports of Russian publics, are based on the defense lines of the Russian Federation, which were abandoned by the occupiers. In the course of respectively a successful counteroffensive of the Ukrainian defense forces, that is, engineering and fortification structures erected at the expense of reserves are used, and accordingly money from the Russian budget. And the effectiveness of their use corresponds to the fact that, I emphasize once again, they are certain tactical advances of the Russian occupiers, but which do not testify respectively about taking the tactical operational initiative under their control. Here is a more noteworthy point. According to the data of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine voiced by Syrsky at the moment in the territory of the Kursk region, the contingent of Russian troops is about 50,000 personnel. Moreover, I will note that these are the most combat-ready units of the Russian army, concentrated in the rear areas of Russia itself. The Russian Federation, and accordingly from the most problematic areas of the Russian-Ukrainian front directly on the territory of Ukraine, we are talking respectively about the Marine Brigades, the infantry, about divisions of airborne troops and special forces brigades. In addition, a division has been transferred to the territory of the Kursk region. The special forces of the Russian Guard, as we can see, are the most combat-ready unit. We are not talking about conscripts or contract soldiers. Again, according to reports directly from the Kursk region in the area, Plehova recorded redeployment of the RODV of the so-called 22nd and 30th Motorized Rifle Regiments of the Leningrad Military District, which again, responsibility for the fact that operational reserves directly in the Kursk region to solve problems even at the tactical level, that is breaking through the defense of the armed forces. Ukraine is not enough. They are transferring from the Leningrad region, that is the western regions that border directly with NATO countries. Moreover, it should be noted that from the Leningrad region, in addition to personnel, S-300 air defense systems are also being transferred to the Kursk region, which are used by the occupiers to launch missile strikes against the Ministry of Defense into peaceful cities on the territory of Sumy and accordingly Kharkov regions.
The day before, Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, announced that North Korea and the Russian Federation are now... Not only ammunition is being exchanged between Korea and Russia, but now people as well, at least they are planning to do so. Mr. Kovalenko, this is the head of the Center for Counteracting Disinformation, a representative of our security. Defense of Ukraine, they said that perhaps North Korean soldiers would act as a kind of guard near the borders of Russia and Ukraine, where units would control... The FSB controls did not show any particular effectiveness. Dmitry, as you see, in the Kursk region, in other territorial borders of the Russian Federation, internationally recognized, can they be effective? Objectively used by the North Korean soldiers themselves.
DPRK on. The territory of the Russian Federation, especially in the zone of combat reality, so far there is no, maybe relocation. And it should be said that the data about, let's say that the Russian Federation's dependence on the supply of artillery shells from the DPRK is also exaggerated. I'll explain why. It was reported at the time about deliveries of 3 to 5 million shells according to North Korea. But let's say that in my opinion, such figures do not correspond to the capabilities of the military-industrial complex of North Korea. Let me remind you that until 2024, the military-industrial complex of the United States, the most developed economy in the world, produced 24,000 shells per month. That is the annual production of shells. It was about 300,000. By the end of 2024, accordingly, it will be increased to 700,000, but this is after the modernization of production and corresponding capital investments. The US military-industrial complex produces 700,000 a year. A similar amount can be produced by one of the most serious and main players in the arms market, the Reynolds Company. A metal which in 2024, due to the introduction of production, factories in Spain, respectively in Germany, built during 2024 and on the territory of the Balkan countries, the production of artillery shells increased to 700,000. That is the total production of artillery shells in the agro-industrial complex of Europe and the United States. That's a maximum of 1.5 million. To understand, the Russian military-industrial complex, according to the latest confirmed data, could afford to produce about 1 million maximum. 1,200,000 shells. That is the data, once again, about the millions of projectiles produced by the military industry of the Russian Federation is clearly disinformation, and therefore about what 5 million our beloved Western partners tried to convince us, so to speak, of the Snaryadivska NDR. Regarding accordingly the possibility use of the military continental PDR. The total number of armed forces of this country is 1,200,000. Its army is among the top 5 in some of the strongest, and in terms of numbers, I mean the armies of the world. For comparison, the army of South Korea is only 500,000. Therefore, this will be a serious challenge for the Ukrainian sides if this information is indeed confirmed by objective control data. I will emphasize once again, 1,200,000 underarms. Therefore, accordingly, the territory of the Russian Federation, even a limited contingent of 20,000, will have a significant impact. This is what France once proposed for Ukraine, that is the introduction of units of the French armed forces to guard, for example, the Ukrainian-Belarusian border, with the aim of freeing accordingly units of the Ukrainian armed forces that may be but used in other areas of the front. I do not exclude that the DPRK can offer the Russian Federation a similar model, that is not direct participation in military operations, but the implementation of either police functions or accordingly border protection in, well, let's say not entirely problematic areas, which will allow the occupiers to free a significant part of the personal community. Transfer to the territory of Donetsk and Zaporizhia regions, respectively Kursk region.
And then we just wanted to clarify with our Western partners whether there would be mirror actions. The answer to the question about inviting France again, what do you think?
Yes, I would like to believe that it is the European partners who show honest support on the Ukrainian side. Moreover, France stated that accordingly, in addition to the military contingent that may be sent to Ukraine in 25th year, we will receive accordingly Mirage aircraft and the F-5 modifications. This is already a serious addition to the aircraft fleet of the armed forces of Ukraine, and the capabilities accordingly are already. The Ukrainian side, at the moment of opposition, and the Russian aerospace forces, respectively, are launching strikes on military infrastructure, including on Russian territory.
Dmitry, in the end, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that in 2025, if absolutely all the necessary conditions for this come together, perhaps the end of the hot phase of this injustice can be expected. Provoked full-scale aggression against Ukraine by Russia, what is the role in this system of 2025, the near future, the medium-term perspective? I don't know how else to say it. How is the Kursk operation of Ukrainian military forces included in this system? How do you see?
This is the main part of the Ukrainian war plan. I'll tell you what it's about. The presence of Ukrainian troops on the territory. The territories of the Kursk region actually destroy the Russian plan to end the war, that is de facto securing the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine for the Russian Federation. What Russia tried to do to enter the world arena renders military and political and information pressure not only on Ukraine, but first and foremost on our strategic partners. Therefore, the successful nature of the actions on the territory of the Kursk region actually puts a pause or a bold point on the plans of the Russian Federation at the moment of stretching. The introduction of the end of the war itself. I will emphasize once again that the Ukrainian Defense Forces currently control significant territories of the Kursk region, and they commensurate with the territories that the Russian occupiers, unfortunately, were able to capture during the Russian offensive, which has been going on for a year now, October. 23rd year is happening on the territory of Donetsk region. That is, the Russians advanced deep into Ukrainian territory to a distance of about 40 kilometers, took control of from 800 to maximum 850 square kilometers. Even during the Russian counteroffensive, the so-called Kursk region, under the control of the Ukrainian armed forces, according to various estimates, is the key that will not allow the Russian Federation to dictate its terms during possible so-called negotiations.
Thank you, Dmitry, for taking the time for us. Let me remind our viewers that Dmitry Snegiryev, a military political analyst, was in touch with us.
Freedom TV channel's satellite audio settings have changed. Please reconfigure your receivers to the settings shown on the screen. If you are unable to reconfigure your satellite receiver yourself, we recommend that you contact a satellite TV setup specialist. We appreciate that you have chosen freedom.
Export gas via nuclear submarines. By boats across the Arctic Ocean. This initiative was put forward by Russian oligarch and close friend of dictator Putin, Mikhail Kovalchuk. This is reported by Russian media. Kovalchuk presented a project for a submarine gas carrier equipped with nuclear reactors. According to Kovalchuk's idea, this will replace LNG tankers, which are currently in short supply in Russia due to sanctions. Where is the Russian gas industry and how Europe manages without Russian fuel? Andrei Dmitrenko will tell about this. For Russia, gas has ceased to be an instrument of influence on the EU.
If in pre-war 2021 the fate of Moscow in this market was 40%, then in 2023 the import of fuel from the aggressor country was only 8% for the entire European Union. However, it still remains within the EU. Countries critically dependent on gas from Russia are being left behind. These are Austria, Hungary, and Slovakia. They receive it through a pipeline that runs through Ukraine. But on December 31st, 2024, a contract between Kiev, Moscow ends its agreement on transit. Analysts say that Europe's developed energy system will be able to cover this need.
If this gas is cut off, they are still connected to the rest of Europe. They won't be able to access gas, but instead of being at the front of the pipeline, they'll be at the back. Samantha Gross, director of the Energy Security Initiative. And Moto at the Brookings Institute. Comments from Denmark Politico.
Music is playing. The Europe that Niller speaks of is not worth waiting for.
Because energy sources are quite expensive, it is difficult to compete with products from other countries. In principle, the German economy has not died.
Gazprom also claims that the company's influence has been restored. Gas exports in 2023 amounted to only 100 billion cubic meters. That is 2.5 times less than in 2021. But, as the head of the company Alexei Miller reported, the world is allegedly seeing a trend towards increasing demand for gas, and by 2050 it will grow by a third, to about 5.5 times. 70 trillion cubic meters. But as experts say, these are just manipulations by the state corporation.
Europe will consume more than 600 billion cubic meters of gas. But in reality, not only did it not grow to 600 billion cubic meters, then the consumption was about 400 billion at that time, but it has decreased and now amounts to 350 billion cubic meters.
Let me remind you that based on the results,
in 2023, Gazprom topped the list of the most unprofitable companies in Russia according to Forbes. According to the publication's calculations, the corporation's net losses amounted to 583 billion rubles. Also in the top 10 most unprofitable companies in Russia. This Russian company fell into Rusgazdobek, which implements some joint projects with Gazprom. Its losses amounted to 30 billion rubles.
Maxim Gardu is in touch with us. The communications manager is with us in the extension. Hello, Maxim. I am glad to see you on the air. Now, in the period, we are already approaching this. By November, it will soon be over. The second half of October, how has Europe prepared for the heating season? Will it be able, as they say on Russian television, to survive, I will say, to do without?
Smoje, underground gas storage in Europe is almost completely filled.
And they did it back in August.
The long-term contract is valid both with pipeline gas suppliers to Europe and with liquefied gas suppliers. That is sea delivery. Now, in principle, the world market shows complete price stability. They didn't even say only decrease. It is against this background that in principle this is an annual phenomenon. At the end of summer, the beginning, everyone is filling up the gas storage. The price sometimes increases a little. And when they are already clogged, it stabilizes. Therefore, in principle, as this year, by the way, as last year, there are no unnecessary things. Normal ones. There is no market presence. The only time there was panic was in 2022, when Russia was systematically preparing to freeze Europe from Canada. At the end of 2021, it stopped pumping gas into its storage facilities in Europe in order to create panic, to create a shortage and make a method of political pressure on Europe so that it remains inert in the event of a conflict with Ukraine. It grew into a full-scale invasion, but now such phenomena no longer exist. The share of growth is systematically decreasing in the European market, and it has become more diversified. There are many different sources. That is why there is no Russian dominance. That is why there is a crisis. There is no Russia, there is no crisis.
Glazen Miller, the European gas market is in a bad state and industrial production has fallen to a 10-year low without Russian gas, Gazprom head Alexei Miller said. Tata, what is happening on the European gas market has been firmly defined as an artificial destruction of demand for gas, but there are more stringent assessments and expert opinions. Some say that this could, to call Europe's energy suicide. Do you see Europe's energy suicide? Well, why does Miller make such statements? It's more of an internal matter, let's say. Let's say for the Russian consumer, or are there still some nuances?
In principle, Miller repeats their own theses. 22, that Europe will freeze, industry will collapse and everyone will die, and Germans will sit in cold apartments and eat hamsters. Do you remember these funny videos? Only in a more weakened form, because it is precisely the creation of panic among the population that does not work at all now. It is clear that non-nations will not freeze without gas. Now, there are more subtle arguments of the supposed economic plan, but I also have no doubt that they will work because, you see, unlike oil, it was not the EU leadership that set the gas embargo against Europe. Russia itself banned it. It itself stopped selling gas to Europe by decision of President Putin in order to politically correct its course. Miller is trying to beat the news that under his leadership, the brainchild of Vyacheslav, the first head of Gazprom, has become the most unprofitable company in Russia. After she was one of the main donors to the budget, Pride, National Treasure, and she makes all sorts of crazy excuses because how can he explain that? Did the company become the most apologetic? That is, either he or Putin will be to blame. It is somehow not very pleasant to pronounce either one or the other. That is why he is a journalist. Talks about how Europe is killing itself without gas, although it clearly isn't doing this.
Here, in the context of Gazprom Maxim, the strategic perspective, this is one of the main, probably definitely state-owned companies in the Russian Federation. How do you see this very perspective?
As we saw in the previous.
In the story, you will notice that the top 10 most unprofitable companies also included a company that is forgotten by the actual extraction of geology. In fact, the destruction of Gazprom as a trading company is another market situation, but the fact that their geology and mining are collapsing, and not just trade, is a more alarming situation. A call for the Russian gas industry, because under the weight of sanctions, for which the Ukrainian vacuum cleaner, the European Commission, and public organizations are fighting, and the USA, they are having a very bad time with finishing technologies, caveless programs, and machines. but the investments are not recouped because the sales markets have disappeared. Therefore, the company is going into a huge loss. Of course, it was interesting to read the reports, but they are not, because due to sanctions, they again left Western exchanges and do not post all reporting on the open board, as was the case before. That is, well, undoubtedly, that if a company in such a data, a contractor like Gazprom, and it has problems, then the contractors will have problems. Everything goes in a chain. And so, in the long term, Gazprom's prospects look increasingly gloomy, not only because of that, but also because from the current problems, what are they? It would be enough. But because of the fact that they are due to the fact that money is laundered from the company to finance the war, they do not invest. They eat their future now.
I would also like to understand what share of the Russian economy's losses are due to losses and damages, or Gazprom's killers. Here are Hungary and Russian Gazprom. They have finally agreed on a possible increase in gas supplies from the Russian Federation. This was reported by the country's foreign minister, Peter Sy. According to him, next year it is planned to import 8.5 billion cubic meters of Russian gas, and in 2024, 6.7 billion cubic meters will be delivered to Hungary. Peter Siarta said that the most important step in the energy industry in recent years, the construction of the Turkish gas pipeline through which Russian gas has become a factor in the security of Vingra. European countries follow the southern route, and so there are countries that actively depend on Russian gas. But in fact, after SNK, share ownership of the Russian Federation in gas, the share of consumption decreased, and how much, and about the losses of the economy.
It was colossal. That is, if at its peak in the 20s it was 150 billion cubic meters, now we are talking about 10, 15. Delivery of 8 to Hungary, compared with losses of 150. It is clear that Gazprom does not compensate for these losses at all. Gas is beneficial for Hungary. Crazy. It is profitable for Russia to support its loyal ally in Europe. That is also true. But in money, it means practically nothing. The European market has always been a premium for Gazprom. Gas was sold there at a high price. The export infrastructure from Russia to Europe was convenient. It was carried out even at Brezhny, when there was a famous deal of gas in exchange for a pipe. That is Europe, mainly Australia. The Germans supplied the Soviet Union with pipes because they weren't produced there at the time in exchange for gas. This was back in the 60s, so everything was set up, everything was convenient. And it is quite expensive, and the clients are solvent and so on. This market is lost, in fact, always lost. The situation with China is completely opposite. Where is it going? Now, gas, well, let's look. If the power of Siberia is 50 billion, then this Hungarian direction is 8. That is, even 50 cannot enter. 150 for 8,150, we definitely do not dare. Therefore, the loss of the Russian budget goes in several directions. That is the loss of the Gazprom company, but let it be. As far as the state budget is concerned, the dividends are entirely in the state budget, then these are budget losses. This is firstly actually the loss of the market, loss of income from gas sales, loss of taxes for establishing gas exports to Europe. In addition, there are additional costs. There, gas went to Europe through old gas pipelines. And the new export direction, the Turkish stream, Chinese flows, they require investments, that is costs. Selling gas without investing practically anything. And in the second case, you have to sell by investing in infrastructure development. The level of losses increases, and all this leads to, because Gazprom became the largest battle company in Russia in a year.
In addition, you have already mentioned China. In the summer, a Chinese company built modules for the Russian gas pipeline. The Arctic LNG-2 gas project announced an immediate end to cooperation with Russia, which has already been put up for sale, and this is somehow connected with the American sanctions, among other things, or is it just a coincidence that these losses, let's say, of such a part of the market mean for Russia?
This is a slightly different story because this is a private project of the Novatech Corporation, which was in Helsinki, suddenly in Putin. To what extent in Russia it is private? In fact, a debatable question, but still it is not Gazprom. However, after that, in November 23rd, the U.S. Treasury imposed sanctions on the Arctic 2 project, which the Ukrainian leadership, the public, and others had been trying to achieve for a long time. The organization that lobbies this process and Ukraine's friends in America, everything collapsed. Suddenly everyone saw the light. Suddenly everyone started leaving the project. The Koreans left, the French left, but some Chinese remained. However, except for the public announcements that the documents introduced, that's all. The draft article itself has been approved. There is also a non-public company for informing counterparties. Sanctioned object that this company is not worth doing business with. This happens in the form of writings, obligations, and the like, so that it is clear that the work is finished. We know about it, and we know about it. For the time being, we rest that this is not the case, and in the next stage, secondary sanctions will be imposed on those who communicate and conclude contracts with those under the age of sanction. Accordingly, the Chinese contractor who made this platform is a fairly large company.
Maxim, we have less than a minute, 20 minutes. This is a large company that does not need problems from America, so it left the project.
Some small regional bank, which is still for America. This is a very big company, and it does not need these problems.
Razum, we stand sanction manager, was in touch with us.
Well, a post-sanctioned tanker started transporting oil from Russia again, while London suspects 37 companies' involvement in circumventing Russian oil sanctions. According to the BBC Russian service, these companies are under investigation. The Kremlin's economy depends heavily on oil exports. It is difficult to adapt to the new oil realities. However, the introduced price ceiling and the continuing decline in the cost of black gold on the world market call into question Russia's ability to lead a revolution.
You take this blow. Nikita Skoblikov will tell you more details.
As of May 2024, revenues from oil sales to the Russian budget increased by almost 50% compared to 2023. According to Bloomberg, Moscow is adapting to international sanctions. According to the agency's calculations, total revenues from the oil and gas industry increased by 39%, which is almost $8 billion. However, adaptation to international sanctions, according to the Russian authorities, is based on their direct violation. Britain suspects 37 companies of complicity in circumventing Russian oil sanctions, the BBC Russian service reports. The head of the anti-corruption organization Global Witness noted, UK Treasury has yet to take action against sanctions violators and has called for more decisive action.
If I think that in Putin's speculation, then I think that others fit this example. Lewis Wilson, head of oil investigations at the public anti-corruption organization Global Witness, in a comment to BBC News Russian service.
Companies that help Russia evade sanctions Moscow also uses sanctioned tankers. According to Bloomberg, more than 24 such vessels have been used since April 2024.
They have started transporting Russian oil again?
At least 21 of the 72 tankers sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, the UK Treasury, or the European Union have loaded a total of 24 cargoes of Russian oil over the past year since sanctions were imposed in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. From the publication's publication,
the agency writes that from April to June, only one flight per month was recorded. But after successful deliveries, the use of sanctioned tankers increased. In July, 2 cargoes were transported, and in August and September, 6. The Kremlin actively uses the Danish Straits for its routes. According to Bloomberg, ships of the Shadow Fleet of Russia are increasingly refusing the services of pilots. Significantly increases the risk of an oil spill off the country's coast. Midan head Lars Løkke Asmussen said the state is seeking to stop the transportation of sanctioned Russian oil. by fleet across the Baltic Sea.
Only by reducing costs by using the Black Fleet. There is still income. Well, and about the Black Fleet. The decisions have already been made. I think that the straits in Denmark will be closed in 2025, and Russia will lose one of its key oil export channels. And it will really come to the point that Russia in 2025 destroys the possibility of financing the war.
For Moscow, the decline in oil prices has become a real problem, analysts note. Bad news from China only aggravates the situation. At the briefing on the development of the economy, the officials did not indicate large-scale incentives, which were also given by the oil market, Reuters reports. As a result, the price of Brent crude in London fell by 1.5%. In addition, Saudi Arabia's energy minister, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, warned oil production partners that the price may not be that high, but higher. Could fall to $50 a barrel unless some violators curb production.
For Russia, this will be a truly catastrophic situation, even if the optimistic scenario of a collapse to the level of $50 or even $60 is not being realized. But we are talking about a brand, so for URLs it will be about 50.
Let me remind you that in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, EU countries imposed an embargo on seaborne supplies of Russian oil of the Union country, and also set a price ceiling at $60 per barrel for oil from the Russian Federation. The main goal of these measures is to reduce Moscow's income, which allows the authorities to continue the war. The Kremlin was forced to reroute its supplies to Asia, causing China and India to ask for huge discounts and the Kremlin to sell the fuel at rock-bottom prices.
TV channel Freedom.
For them, we are a sect, a church which, according to them, is cut off from Christ, from God, and we distort the faith. They were brought up this way by their various propaganda methods. This is happening in Russia.
Bohdan Geleta, Ukrainian priest, Greek Catholic. The series of interviews with Seyken Mozaev, people of goodwill. Tomorrow at 10 CZU Kiev time on Freedom TV channel.
Russian television in the era of the decline of Putin's rule has become an arena for lies, where there are practically no educational or entertaining programs without pure politics. One continuous propaganda.
Good afternoon, my name is Anatoly Kuznichev. This is my workplace, the actual studio of the program. The time will be shown on Channel 1.
The permanent propagandists on all federal channels are deliberately for fix and confirm in the masses as a norm, immoral rhetoric,